See how they are caught in the moment. All heads are turning on you. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this light is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this light is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない。理解不能のスピード100倍速い。地ひよこなんて哀れよね。願 え聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる再入レクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モード始めようもう安全な近道なんての完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイネフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight,
Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
me up? Won't you break me up? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me up? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Sleep in the arms of my only, my new tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way たそう血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars that hit all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave.
pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls, like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away there. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free.
the sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on right? Oh, right. You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. No light, no, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting, wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the love comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting, wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something done come easy. Getting ready to take that jump, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that stated. Never gonna start to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting, wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting, wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. You're never gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting, wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting, wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna
hesitate and the world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world washing over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name.
Oh, I do surrender. I'm down on my knees, praying for forgiveness. Won't you pray with me? We had that fight last night. It didn't mean much to me, but I'm still paying for it. Won't you let me be? I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 Oh God, it's just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood.
to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me.
LPL, we are here. We have made it, and we're going to have a little bit of fun tonight. We are in our lower bracket finals of the LPL Spring Playoffs. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Jamada, and here we are with a little bit of fun in front of us, ain't we?
Yes, we do indeed have a lot of fun in front of us potentially. BLG, been on a tear since they've been in playoffs. EDG, slightly different story, but both these teams want their rematch in the finals against JDG. But first, they got to play off against each other today to find out who will be the second MSI representative.
And that is the craziest part of this whole situation, is that we have had a heck of a run to this point, especially for BLG, who started off strong against RNG. Weibo fell to JDG, but have now gone on a little streak of their own against OMG in the lower bracket to now face up against EDG for a spot at MSI.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it almost feels like this is kind of for the marbles, right? A lot of the time you feel like it's almost always finals, because it historically always has been, right? It's always about first place in spring going over to MSI this time around with the 2-seed rule in effect. This matchup feels just as important potentially as winning the finals itself, being able to represent the region on the international stage.
It's crazy. You always think of the fear that comes when talking about one LPL team at MSI. Now there are two LCK teams, two LEC teams, two LCS teams. It is going to be amazing. I can't wait for that format to come through, but we have a lot to get through before then, as we got BLG versus EDG, a match in the waiting, some history between the two, but the biggest thing is both on their eyes. With the rematch on JDG, the spot at MSI, there is so much going with the recency with these two teams, a little bit of differing stories in those fashions here, Jamada.
Yeah, you know, I touched on it very briefly in terms of that recency. It feels like BLG have had generally an all-round positive experience so far in playoffs. I think for EDG, it's been, yeah, you know, it's been pretty good. I think even, you know, and I said it off air, I'll say it on air, like, BLG, it felt like BLG won the JDG series almost 4-1 instead of losing it 3-2. And, you know, as for EDG, it's very juxtaposed, right? There's a much shorter story on their end. It's only been 2 series that they've played prior to this one. But I feel like the turbulence has very much been there. We'll ignore the 3-0 because I think when we talk about that point, it kind of makes sense. But even in the EDG, in the OMG series, rather, it didn't all seem as dominant as we're used to getting out of this new lineup from EDG.
Very true, and that's where I think some of the attempts, I guess, at cracking the armor worked out for JDG in that matchup. When you're taking away the Aphelios Zeri from Leave, who is our rookie of the split, what happens then? What happens when you don't give them that control around objectives? I think there's the questions EDG are going to have a quick turnaround in answering, as they only just had yesterday to try to pull it back all together. You saw in their post-match press conference, it was a lot of disappointment, but it was a lot of, let's get back in the game face tomorrow and get back onto the Rift the next day against BLG.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the turnaround time is very, very quick here in the playoffs. And, you know, I think especially losing 3-0, but it's not as if, you know, sometimes scores can be deceptive. Sometimes you can lose a 3-0, but you could have been very close in all 3 of those games, right? It's not
very true.
You know, it's not uncommon for things like that to happen here in the LPL, but that was a 3-0 that felt like a 3-0, man. And the difference was very night and day, not just in terms of EDG's performance, of course, JDG's performance. So trying to find effectively, you know, I don't want to say a band-aid fix, but in less than 48 hours, it's going to feel like one, right? To now come up against BLG on a hot streak as far as the playoffs are concerned. It's going to be a mountain to climb, I feel. But of course, we have seen EDG, you know, pull rabbits out of the hat before. It's not the first time they would have done it.
Exactly, and that guy right there that just walked into his position, Leave, and this guy, Mako, they have to be online today. We've seen such resurgence from BLG in the playoffs, just the streak that they're on, but especially Elk. And tonight, it will be a test for Leave to prove that that Rookie of the Split award, the grace that he's seen already in his first split for EDG, is going to be well rewarded, and a ticket to the grand finals, a ticket to MSI in his first split. But it's BLG who are on a tear, as you said, should have won that series against JDG, but they definitely won that series against OMG, and it was a dominant fashion, right? It should have honestly been a 3-0 in some respects. I think there were some really good things pulled on by OMG in those respects, but BLG looked dominant. It was a step up across the board. You had Yagao, who was getting MVPs left and right. Bin always literally winning every matchup he goes into somehow, some way. And you see that number one, that stands for number one top laner in the LPL right now.
Yeah, he's been playing like it, plain and simple. I don't think there's another top laner at the moment that's on Bin's level. There's definitely top laners close, but I feel like he is the number one at the moment. And I feel like that's going to be an issue which EDG are going to have to deal with throughout this series, and I think they're going to have to deal with it effectively. Otherwise, Bin is either going to be, you know, to me, he's one of the few, if not the only true side laner in the league. You've got a couple who are definitely very efficient at playing it, but Bin has the style down, but he's also playing the carries to then come to the team fights as well. It's not always just about dominating the individual 1v1, which he does just about every series. He will bring all of that power to team fights, and that's been such a benefit to BLG. When, I mean, generally, the rest of the map doesn't tend to lose so far in playoffs. It always is at worst case even, and Bin will pull ahead and come and bring out those big team fight moments. So EDG have a lot on their plate. They have a lot in their hands, and I think a lot of it will start with that man in top lane, Bin.
Yeah, you got Tabe there, the maestro. That would be a late season push for BLG coming into the playoffs, being a nice refresher, it felt like, for the team in terms of strategy. But tonight it is about finding who will contest Ruler in his first split in the LPL in the grand finals between all of these crazy ADCs we've got left. We've got Elk, who has been that star shining light. We've got Leave, who is literally the rookie of the split, and one of them has to be there to contest Ruler in the end. And tonight is a monumental moment for them to step up to the plate.
Yeah, it's a big night. It's a big night, no matter how you see it, right? And I think for the story of, you know, I feel like for BLG, it's always been about building these big, you know, rosters that are supposed to make it this far.
The
and
super
it feels like
teams!
The super teams, right? And this is the one that really feels like they can make it happen for EDG. And like you said, specifically for Leave, making it to a finals after such a big rebuild out of the offseason would be such a huge accomplishment, to then also go on to be that MSI rep. It's been a fantastic story to track, and I think, you know, both these teams want to conclude the story with a finals appearance.
I think for EDG, obviously, when you were kind of lightly touching on it, it is a team that won the highest award you can win in League of Legends. And then they had to rebuild. Yes, there was a year afterwards where they weren't able to find success, but now this year it is about rebuilding this roster off of the backs of JJ, off the backs of this man right here, Mako, and using that veterancy, using some of that experience in the big tough moments to bring it to the stage when they brought all these new experienced members of their own around Leave as a new ADC, around that big hole that was left by Viper, by Scout, now filled by the likes of Fofo and Ala in the top lane, replacing Flandre. And yes, it's been a quick stint for them in the playoffs, but you got to expect a team with this prowess, a lot of veterancy on the table, use that day to turn around, and we're going to get a real big fight here today from them.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of history and speaking of experience, do you know when the last time EDG appeared at an MSI? Do you know what year it was? How long it's been?
I don't know. You know, I'm going to throw that into the category of don't do numbers on even though it has nothing to do with that.
It's been 8 years, Marcel, since they appeared at MSI.
Years, my goodness.
8 years. And do you know what happened at the MSI? They won it. And do you know who happened to be there when they won it? Mako. So, you know,
I wonder, who could it be? The longest standing support in the LPL.
Exactly. So, you know, if you're looking for, you know, an in-game leader, a veteran to bring you to those big moments, especially when you're on the younger end of the spectrum, like Leave, like Fofo, it's going to be that man, like you were mentioning. And, you know, I think for them, again, looking at such a long stint away from the mid-season, but also just, you know, the not so much success that they had last year generally, I think this would be such a huge step because people were expecting this rebuild to either be, you know, middling to sort of middle top, but definitely not so much a top 3 team so fast. It was a project that was supposed to take time, and they're already here.
Yeah, and I'm really interested because there are obviously a couple historical takes in this one as well, where Ala was on LNG last split, denied BLG in their opening round of playoffs. Just saying, I know it's a little bit of a different team. Ben maybe holding some of that in regard, but especially on the other side, Fofo going against his old organization, going against the organization that the super team failed last year. Let's just be outright. And I think this is a huge, not only moment to earn MSI for this team, but it's a big moment in terms of trying to solidify EDG as the rebuild is going in the right direction. And speaking of building, we are getting into the building blocks of our first game of this best of 5. Winner goes to MSI, goes on to grand finals. Loser is done until summer. We have Lucian, Nar, and Kennen banned away by EDG. And we have the Zeri and the Jace banned by BLG on the red side.
Yeah, and like we mentioned, the AD carries, right? Aphelios is the next one on the chopping block. You'd have to imagine if they're going to remove both from Leave's hands, I don't think it's a terrible idea. And then you make them pick between things like Xayah and things on that kind of standing block. Vi as well, of course, very often banned on this red side. But I guess the question is, will EDG just first pick the Aphelios, right? With the Zeri banned away, do they feel like it's a complete necessity, or will they go towards something else? The Rakan up and available as well. These are all very strong options. Jungle pool, largely untouched besides the Vi as well. So I feel like for EDG, they do have their hands full, but it's about what they want to prioritize.
And pieces I'm looking for, obviously a lot of team fight, late game flanking potential, things like that for top side, but I'm looking for the trios that are going to be roaming around the map. Jungle, mid, and bot lane. Yes, I expect some late game carries to come out of ADC, but I'm expecting there to be a lot of mobility between those trios I just mentioned. We do get the Rakan locked in from Mako, so that does provide some of that mobility I was talking about, and that is when, you know, JJ, Fofo, and Mako have looked the best for EDGs, when they can have that cohesion. We maybe see a lack of cohesion here, though, as Xayah hovered right now for BLG.
Yeah, trying to split up the lovers duo makes sense. A lot of teams prioritize the 2v2 very, very highly, especially the level 1 is where I feel like the biggest danger point is if you ever end up getting W-Don knocked up. The attack speed for both of the partners there, it just makes the trade so oppressive. So BLG will snap that one up for Elk, and we'll see where exactly Leave goes to. I imagine he's going to default back to the Aphelios at this point. But for BLG, yeah, it's got to be right. I think for BLG, they can snap up their jungler, or the Annie, of course, still up and available. But, you know, you mentioned trios on the side of EDG. I feel like the trio for BLG a lot of the time is Bin, Shun, and Yagao, right? Having a very strong topside skirmish really does unlock this team and gives them a whole bunch of options, which I feel like other teams in the league don't typically get to utilize as heavily. But when you've got Bin in the top lane, it does make life a lot easier. But we did mention the Aphelios here for EDG and for Leave. It does feel like it makes the most sense, and I imagine a mid lane answer will also come through.
I think that is crucial. I think also On is going to be very, very big here. I think sometimes you've seen in late game, the team fight's not going necessarily his way, but I think a lot of the movement early on is important. But also here, the Yagao Annie, that was so crucial in their series against OMG. He was literally just flash tippering, making game-deciding plays in those fights in multiple games. So this is also a nice little setup for BLG, but we do get that traditional Wukong for Jieje.
Yeah, we do indeed. So what does Shun want to take here, or do they feel like they want to go towards On's champion pool and then try and leave the jungle
it's open
until later? I mean, the Kindred is open.
They forgot about it.
I'll be honest,
they didn't
Mazel,
forget about it.
I feel like it's just the hover, but even in what you're seeing right now from EDG, there's a lot of dives.
It's
I think it's an
hover,
angle.
man.
Like,
it's literally like a 90% ban against him.
It is.
Well, I guess he got through 1-1 against their series against JDG, but it is incredible to see this man level up with the Kindred. He gets it in first game, giving him a lot of comfort here for Shun, but it needs to be a carry moment for him. It feels like a lot of eggs given to the basket of the jungler BLG.
Yeah, and I feel like now, immediately, even things like, you know, we've seen the Annie kind of gravitate more towards the mid lane for Yagao, and just generally across the world, it feels like Annie has turned more into a mid lane pick than flex pick. But now if you're EDG, you have to consider things like banning away the Galio, just because, like, there is still the flexibility there, and we've seen what BLG will do with a Galio Kindred combo, and the answer is it's not very fun, and just having the Galio on the map as well also does enable Bin to have even stronger side lane duelists up and available for him. We'll see what the options are though, as right now EDG, they are geared quite heavily into a lot of snap engage, and I mean there's the respect, you have to, right? You cannot let that combination go through, even if the Annie ends up going mid in the first place. Now you're just making EDG burn these bans, but it's a lot of snap engage, and that's what Kindred definitely can thrive into, so long as she doesn't get blown up before she can press the Lambda Spite, and then you get the opportunity to return so much damage, and there's so much burst already available to return after that Lambda Spite is actually finished up with his channel, right? The Feather pullback, Tippers, and he just existing, it's going to be a very difficult thing for EDG to have to navigate around, as BLG continues to just focus down the mid lane pool.
And I was a little bit off. It's 82% banned against BLG. Sorry, in the playoffs at least. Yeah, not that far off, you know, numbers, and what do we say? Ari and Syndra, those bans, though. We do see that Fiora return ban, though, for Ben taking away a really big side lane threat against him. But that's the thing. I feel like no matter what you leave open, Ben will find a way. And we've seen him in games the last time around on the Jax, and he's going to be picking it up here against Ala.
Yeah, he will indeed. Bins, Jax, so scary. I think Ala is likely just to take this Gragas into the top side and just use it as a neutralizing pick. And also, I think just generally, when you're dealing with Lambda Spike, Gragas cast, the ultimate is just so powerful at trying to get as many enemy members off of that invulnerability plate as possible. So I like this not only in isolation against the Jax, but also into the composition of BLG. And I think at the very least, having one form of non-committal engage into tools like Lambda Spite and also the Featherstorm just gives you a whole bunch of extra options on when you want to actually take fights. And I feel like that's the thing for EDG's composition right now. A lot of agency in when they actually want to turn around, when they want to make a fight happen. And I think speaking of agency, something like Fofos LeBlanc, with things like Syndra and Ari removed off the table, do spell a lot of agency for themselves.
It is, and it's giving some of that cohesion between those duos and trios that we were kind of alluding to for both these two teams. But it is also a pretty big moment for Ala, who will have the Gragas, will have a lot of say in the spacing of team fights and trying to man mark at least Ben to some extent. We do get BLG's answer of the support in the Nautilus, so a lot more engaged there. And I feel like we have a lot of that poke and prod that we'll see in the skirmishing in the early game to the mid game.
Yeah, I think the mid-game, things are really going to come online, right? One item for a lot of these champions, quite powerful, but two for the AD carries is where I think we'll get a lot of explosive action. I'm really curious to see how BLG want to play around specifically the first Herald, right? Because I think, to me, you've got a very strong skirmishing duo between the Kindred and the Annie, but on the opposite side for EDG, it's the exact same thing. So those first, you know, two objectives or so, going to be a lot of say on how these two teams want to prioritize generally neutrals as a whole, because I feel like Dragons in particular have played such a big part in terms of getting to so early and making teams make hasty decisions at times, which can cost them dearly.
And BLG really liked blue side, really liked early Drake control last time around against OMG. Gonna need to try to contest that against EDG, who do focus, feels like holistically, on those objectives. But I think with both these teams, we have these steady bridges, maybe not steady, maybe execution-based bridges that will need to be built to our late game superstar showdown of Elk versus Leave here.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's one of the key things as well. Mid-game, Leave, Elk. These have been the big carries throughout a lot of the latter part of the season for both of these two teams, and I think enabling them is also going to be crucial. So much to talk about as we head into game, but I feel like that is going to be pretty much paramount as well for this series.
And here we go. Our game number one of our best of 5. Elimination on the line. MSI on the line. It's BLG versus EDG. Our 5th seed versus our 2nd seed. And we'll see who comes out on top, who takes that leg up in game number 1.
Jaio's ring for what I think will likely be a fairly lengthy night. And I hope everyone expects the same thing. Neither of these two teams want to go out in a poor fashion.
Crowd's lively tonight. I love it.
Yeah, I like it. JJ forced to level up the Warrior Trickster, but you take that over getting dredge lined and maybe even dying in that instance, because Yagao was there with the stun ready to go. I don't think it's going to impact his clear too much. As far as I'm aware, I think some Wukongs do actually take W first, or second rather, not first. But look at this, BLG looking for information.
They're scrapping.
Yeah.
Scrapping for a little bit of early vision there. Love it from BLG. Try to get some upending of the strategy of EDG, because I think when you look at both these teams, BLG have a switch to flick. It's either facilitation Shun, which is, you know, works, or it's the carry Shun. which right at this point they flick the switch. Where DJ is a lot more that facilitator, at least we've seen grow into this split, and it's worked out so well when they get the resources in the right direction.
Yeah, it has. Certainly. I was thinking maybe Shun, because Shun was immediately dragging the red over towards the back of the Baron pit. I was wondering if he was going to go for an immediate buff to buff invade, but seems like it won't be the case. And actually, funnily enough, EDG have tracked that out. They've got a ward in the river to ensure that that won't go down that way. Kindred level 2, very, very powerful at just kind of, well, demolishing the enemy jungler a lot of the time. There's not often potent sticking power, as like we said, information was gained by BLG at that level 1, and they do have that ward, so they know exactly where GJ is, and we'll see whether or not this changes Shun's pathing and decision making and exactly where he wants to try and attack on the map. But for now, mirrored jungle paths in terms of just going from red to the opposite side of the jungle.
Yeah. We got to see their first time play for Allah on his Gragas. They answer into the 10-3 Jax for Bin. 4-1 on the Kindred for Shun. Pretty big. Went 3-0 in the split in regular season. Now he's looking for a little bit of that aggressive invade towards bottom side. We'll see if they can get a little bit of something. That's the dive.
Yeah, it's a dive angle. They stack the wave. They've got the timer for it as well, and they know JJ's not on this side of the map.
This is going to need a lot of execution here, but if they can set behind the bot lane of EDG, it's a big moment of triumph. They can't do it, though. It will be the Ignite Burn and the Cleanse and Ignite Burn for EDG.
Yeah, I think given the posturing of how BLG played that, they were trying to maybe bank that On would only take 1 tower shot, maybe. They were still kind of eyeing up potentially rediving, but On took 2, and he doesn't have enough HP to retank on a potential redive. But still, 2 summoner spells for 1, you take that from BLG, and you can already see where the aggressiveness is going to likely be from the side of BLG, trying to shut down EDG and leave on the bomb side as early as they possibly can.
And I think we see the need for proactivity on both sides in different ways. I think Shun obviously needs to be proactive for his own right, get these marks up for himself, but as well as, it looks like he won the RNG, so you know, there you go. There's
Good
something
omen.
going for you, BLG. Good omens. The sky is not red here, but we'll see if they can actually do anything with that proactivity, because on the other side, it is Fofo who needs to get involved with JJ, needs to get this mid game going for himself, because the LeBlanc needs to find an end.
Yeah, definitely does. Now, Bin doesn't have Counter-Strike, but he does have Lead Strike and Flash.
A little bit of trouble. I need to burn that Flash here in the end. Might save it. Doesn't have that heal back. The Counter-Strike available. Not going to Flash in the end. No, JJ! That's a solo bolo for the best top laner of the LPL, Bin.
Oh my god, Bin! The cojones to turn around with Counter-Strike.
It's all season long, baby!
Oh,
you gotta bid for the
God.
cojones, it feels like, because this guy has been insane. Matchups that he feels like he should lose, he gets a dub in. Now we see 2v2 of the bot lane spurred by the early action of BLG. But incredible stuff in that opening does so much for BLG on the rest of the map.
God, Giga Bin. That's all it is, really, isn't it? Now on the bottom side, like you mentioned, did give Elkanon a potential window to get quite aggressive into Mako and leave a little bit of a chunk taken out. For very least, Mako does have sustain in the Rakan kit, but with the aggression, returns more aggression on the side of Shun, and now they're fishing. They're fishing Mazel. And
They got the angle here as well. Flash on to leave. He's still got the dredge line as well. He's gonna lock in Mako, and that's 2. Quick kill 3 for BLG. They're off to the races here now, Yamada.
They're not letting the pace hold up at all. First, it's the top side outplayed. Now it's this bottom side gank. Shun even gets a mark for it as well. This is a real nice setup at the end of the day, I have to say, from Allah, from JJ, but they just don't quite have the damage. That last blow, and this is also why you pop your pots, but Bin goes back in with the Counter-Strike. It then brings JJ back in. I think he may have had the crushing blow back up, but it's the creeps that finish him off after the additional tower shot. Down here, Mako does his best to try and save his AD carry's life, tries to give over his life. Maybe if that Grand Entrance comes in, the lockup finds Shun, he gets to actually walk out, but it's just not enough. And they find 2 kills on the bottom side too.
The flash from On to set up the dredge line on the other end of the minions. There was just no hope of getting out of the lockdown they had. And that's huge stuff for BLG. They definitely have a snowball to play around now. Gold separate across the team, it feels like. And you actually get to see Mako moving towards mid. That trio starting to come online here. They're going to need to find an answer quick.
They are. I think a lot of it is going to have to come from JJ, from Fofo. As a duo, a little bit of damage going to come down. Oh, I say a little bit.
Just a little bit, right? Just a little bit.
little
But
bit
that's
scary.
the crazy thing is when we came into this, when I was asking, we saw when EDG didn't get the Zeri or the Aphelios last series against JDG, Leave was down and out, it felt like. They got the Aphelios this time, but it's the map as a whole that's kind of crumbling so far. We'll see the double grab from down here, and the pullback Leave stepping up to try to get some damage out of Elk, but he might have put himself in a precarious predicament here as the dredge line goes through the uprights. It'll be calm as a storm down here on bottom side.
Yeah, On finds himself that field goal with the dredge
Hopefully
line.
spotted out here.
Just going to go back, and I think it's just going to prompt BLG to sit underneath the tower and maybe just kind of pump fake a reset for a second, but it's enough time to ensure that Foco returns to the mid lane. In more cases than not, they clear out the wave super quick, and immediately that small little window of pressure you have in terms of that roam just dissipates all the information already had by BLG.
Man, I'm just thinking about this, the potential step up there by Leave, trying to get some damage on Elk. That is the thing about both these ADCs, though, is we've seen such aggression from them throughout the regular season, but as well as in these playoffs, especially Elk, even in the last series, stepping up a lot of the time, playing very, very aggressively on the likes of the Aphelios. I'm interested how this Xayah plays for him, because he's got a lot of safety with the rest of the team, but he's also got a lot of utility for the rest of the team. I think that's something for me that's standing out for BLG, is they have so much lockdown.
Yeah, they do, surprisingly. But I think it's kind of... I think it's going to be more based on how EDG try and approach the fights, right? I think, to me, there's, the big tool in my mind is the Gragas and how they're actually going to play around, specifically the Lambs Respite, in those team fights. And I think the other thing is whether or not BLG are in front of an objective first. I think that's going to be very, very crucial for now. He's just whacking away. I think for now, BLG have a lot of priority in a fair amount of the lanes. The Hex Flash is short.
I don't think On has an out here. There is the turret over the wall. They've got the lockdown. Blast Cone gets out. He's trying to get the edge, but JJ gets on the board for EDG.
Yeah, a misstep there from On. Just feels like he can get the Hex Flash over the wall in time. Mucks it up, gets knocked up, just gets chased down. Now, the response immediate though, that's the thing from BLG. They have that Herald in pocket. They're already playing at it whilst that little mistake was going on. JJ's going to try and take away the blue buff. Should be able to secure that one, minus some shenanigans from Elk, but it won't happen. But it still feels like a bit of a consolation prize because the BLG, I think they'll take, immediate gold influx with the Herald over just losing one little pick for now.
And that's where I'm looking next for the big Herald drop for Shun, especially when he's got so much strength from his top side. Maybe opts in. There's a 20 CS lead. They've already got a kill up there as well. But you have the options to give out a lot of these resources. We'll see On get caught out here as well.
Yeah, it's just a misstep. I wonder if he tried the Hex Flash to go over the wall or not. Yeah, I think it
takes
was
a second to charge the full distance, right?
Yeah, I think he was just a little bit too far off the wall. Plus, like you said, there's that distance factor, so just gets a little bit unfortunate, a little bit too short on the Hex Flash. And EDG will find their man. And I think they'll live happy with that pick for now, but they need to turn it into more, right? I think that's the thing for BLG. Whenever they've found a pick or a play so far, it's resulted in, something going on the map, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's been the Dragon, whether it's been the Herald, or even when Shun ganked the bottom side, regardless of it just being the 2 kills, it was also, getting Shun further ahead in the scaling department just by getting the mark. So I think EDG needs to try and find something soon. Not like the game's over, we're only 10 minutes in. But I think, again, like you mentioned, it's got to come from the mid lane likely, right? And JJ looking around. But just there to clear out
There's
the
a lot of hovering bot side right now towards this dragon. We've already seen the first dragon go to BLG. The thing is, EDG are typically the ones that are point and center for these objectives. We see, already they are trying to get some vision here, contest over this engage from BLG. You got to be a little bit careful. On's getting engaged on so much. Shun getting low. That's the Lambs Respite down. On is gone. But here comes Elk with a lot of the damage. The Featherstorm aggressively. And Ben has arrived to get a kill himself. This is a big play. They're going to TP back over to top lane to cancel out Allah's push. But that's Dragon for BLG and the kill.
Yeah, it should be that Dragon for BLG. Shun's on top of it, and it's just a really good roam timing from Bin. Gets the wave shoved in, opens out through the mid lane, and he knows he can teleport back to the top side so long as the fight is short and he's healthy enough. And he makes everything work. Gets the kill, gets the wave on the top side, and secures his team Dragon. Excellent stuff from Bin and Allah. It's just too early in the game, really, to answer with a teleport. There is no unleashed teleport. And he wouldn't be able to respond in time. And
straight to the bot lane.
Straight to the bottom side of the Herald.
He knows
give
where
Elk
the
the
gold
resources. Exactly. And it's just starting to go a little bit from bad to worse here for EDG. They've still got the engage options though, so I won't write them off just yet. But this is a lot of gold to give over to 3 late game carries inside of a Jax, a Kindred, and a Zaya. It starts off with the engage. The rotation is first from EDG, but the issue is, as soon as Pin shows up, and then eventually Elk as well through the bottom side, it's just too much for EDG to handle. They're not able to burst down a key target in time. Sure, they remove on, but it's not like they actually execute Shun or Bin or Elk, and they're able to get the DPS out over time.
And I know we were talking a little bit about mid-game when we were coming into the game, because I think that's where EDG specifically really come online. But it was still that question of needing Fofo to have some advantage, have some resources there on the Blanker. You're going to feel like you don't have any in here against this composition from BLG, because as soon as you step up, you're getting CC'd down and taken out. So now I feel like the objectives are going to be a little bit more difficult for EDG to approach, but they definitely don't want to give BLG any more pressure around the map. So I'm looking for a kick up in proactivity in the next couple minutes, at least from EDG.
Yeah, and they've got the tools, right? They've had them since level 6.
Got Divine Thunder on JJ at least, but that's a Gale Force complete for Elk.
Yeah, exactly. Gale Force. Goodness me. Every time I think about the item, I start to get a little bit mad, because it's broken, isn't it? Just, you know, giving champions not a lot of mobility.
What are you
extra
talking
mobility.
about? Giving champions that don't have any mobility in a game where everybody else has mobility. Yeah,
you know what?
honestly,
Honestly,
the haters about it.
Honestly, do you know what else aside from the dash, which I think
You ever played ADC? Have you ever played ADC? Answer that question right now. Because if you have not,
actually, I have.
Okay, fine.
I played a lot of ADC many years ago.
Pixar did happen.
Pixar did happen. Do you know what the most
I'm just
obnoxious part
joking.
about it is? Before, and we'll get back to the game in a second. I just have to get my Gale Force Slander out there first. Why does it have magic damage execution which scales off AD? Tell me. Why? Why does it do that?
Question.
It's really bizarre. If it at least dealt physical damage, I'd be like, yeah, sure, okay. I mean, it's broken, but at least doesn't change the damage profile. Anyway, Gale Force Slander over.
Soapbox taken out, and now we're back to where we needed to be. Again, though, EDG obviously presenting a lot of vision, a lot of control around this bot side river, and that is exactly their bread and butter. That is exactly setting up for this dragon in 2 minutes and 15 seconds, where BLG playing a little bit more loosey-goosey. They'll be arriving a little bit later because they do have that strength to do so, right? They have the Kraken Slayer now completed for Shun, and they're already focused back on that bottom side to reclaim some of that.
Yeah, exactly. They will do what they can to gain that land back. I think, you know, I was mentioning how the comps want to kind of work earlier on. I think for BLG, even though they'd maybe prefer to be on top of an objective first, they also kind of, I feel like they might not care. Both these teams eyeing up something around the bottom side. Shun can get on top of JJ, can close the gap.
Fofo over here. My goodness, that Kraken Slayer damage does a lot. They're TPing Yagao down here. Make sure they can have a little bit of presence. Make sure EDG could not collapse around them.
Yeah, they were concerned about Mako just kind of going all in there on top of JJ's engage. So Yagao gets called in and just having a threat of that fourth man. Even though Fofo was rotating down, just knowing that the turnaround burst could be quite potent and powerful, they refused to actually engage in that fight, and a lot of that was just pressure building from that tower being so low, and it is gained eventually by Elk. So BLG, again, continues to win out on the map for now. I think this next dragon is going to be kind of interesting to see whether or not EDG are concerned about contesting it, right? We're still so early in the game because the first dragon got picked up, I think, around 6 minutes in. So third dragon, by the time the 16th, 17th minute mark hits, is real early.
This is a Rift Herald fight to brewing here, or at least a Rift Herald take from BLG. And that'll be second for BLG. So they've had 100% neutral objective control. But we see pings from EDG. They've got about 35 seconds to set their boundaries down towards that dragon.
They do. We'll see what work EDG can get done in trying to secure those battle lines. But I think for BLG, happy to just take the reset with the Herald for now and then make their way back down. Bin up here whilst they're panning over him. Already has the Divine Sunder up, plus the Merc Treads. So he's feeling pretty good.
Everfrost for Allah, though. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, just anything you can do to slow down. Not just Bin in the 1v1, but also just generally, I feel like Everfrost is such a strong item on this champion when you need it. I think if you're able to find a massive body slam and then you extend that CT duration with an Everfrost, it just feels even more oppressive, right? Before you can actually get the cast clock down in as well.
Look at this.
Said battle line
They're
draw.
trying to get a catch up beforehand. Oh my goodness. Fofo is pumping out some damage now. As able to get a poke down on before the dragon spawns. That should mean that EDG are able to flame this one.
They'll do their best to get the start off at the very least. I feel like BLG should really be looking to try and contest this. Yeah, I mean, I kind of understand it because the control is so firmly inside of EDG's hands.
Oh
They're
my
finally
god.
here with an engage.
Yagao flashes. He can't get the dragon. He's locked up. CC. Bin has arrived, but he's dicey. He hasn't decided if he wants to go in yet. But here now he comes with the concussion, and now it's on to leave. On gets the kill. They go right back on a Shun, but he pops the Lamb's Respite. Elk is able to stack up a lot of these feathers. Bin takes down all on the side, and they can't even get Shun. That's Elk with another kill, and BLG come out on top.
They might lose the dragon, but they get 3 kills for 1. Yagao's the only one that dies, and that's because he went in so early to set up the fight for the rest of the collapse from BLG. BLG went out heavy-handedly. Bin is down here. I don't think he's going to be in much trouble because he's got On just shadowing him off in the wings, so he'll just walk away after collecting a little bit of a chunk on that tier 2. And BLG, I mean, I do feel like it's a bit of a curious decision to not full-blown commit a little bit earlier, but I think it speaks more to the control that EDG had in the bottom side of the river at the time, plus On having to come out from base after being chunked. So a couple of things falling in place for EDG to secure this dragon and stop the snowball, but the engage from Yagao.
That was the early cleanse there.
Yeah, I mean, even though Yagao kind of sacrifices his life, it keeps EDG in a position for the collapse to actually come through. Flash depth charge, flash, counter-strike as well to lock Leave in place. He can't go anywhere. Real nice turnaround from JJ to actually force out a Lamb's Respite on the top side. You would have thought maybe he would try and escape through the bottom side of the map, but just kind of sees an angle and goes for it. So sad that he can't find the damage onto Shun.
But the thing is as soon as that cleanse went down, it was all in onto Leave. BLG know exactly where the carry lies right now for EDG. You see that damage from Bin? That has been a constant all season long, it feels like, but especially these playoffs. This man has really risen to another level, and we'll see his top play. Well, maybe he's not there. Get a little bit of love over to Fofo. And BLG will be collapsing on now. Should be a little bit of a tricky situation. He's going to try to flash, get out, but the Timber stun is there. Not able to slow him down just yet, but Shun wants another stack here, and this will be his fourth.
It's been applied.
So it should be a big setup here. They're going to try to speed up, but Fofo being a menace there. Ben dying. I just talked about him. He got caster cursed. The TP in the mid lane, try to stop that TP, but it does go through. Yagao makes it, but the tower falls. Shun able to finally get Fofo, does get that stack, and BLG trying to respond after their mid lane tower got taken out.
Yeah, I like that from EDG. A little bit of snap judgment there, whilst they see this pretty pretty obscene chase from the side of BLG. You know why they're up there, they want the tower, and they don't even really get it because they focus on Fofo, so I feel like that's a fairly big win for EDG, but maybe in this turnaround, they're still going to get it in the extended, but it was quite hilarious, I think.
Did he end up getting it? I don't know if he got an assist off of it, actually.
Well, Shun has changed his mark over to Leave. I guess when the observers click on him. Yeah, I think when the observers
they will
click on him.
eventually click on him. We got a picture of that original fight, but now we'll see how Ben got caught out.
Yeah, just steps a little bit too far forward.
The CC chain. Ooh.
A little unnecessary.
Don't look at the end of that.
You know. Yeah, it's okay. No. Just it didn't happen. It's cool.
Walk away. It's for the fireworks, Aphelios really wants to be, classy and give the fireworks for the moment. It is that turnaround, though, in mid lane. It is a catch out on Bin, which actually is super huge. And I do wonder exactly how they utilize this now. They've lost a lot of pressure around the map. They have no more outer towers for EDG. And there's going to need to continue to be these contests around the dragon, especially in about a minute and 10 seconds here.
Yeah, I think, fortunately, BLG weren't winning so hard, where sometimes you see those really, really insane games where a team just like completely stomps the other side, they take all the structure before Baron spawns, and then there's that brief kind of window where there's not really much coordination. A lot of teams don't often get to play such a wide map so early on, but I think the fact that the Baron's up and the Dragon is spawning at this time should kind of give BLG a little more direction now again, as I feel like maybe, taken aback by that sequence of plays. It was a little bit disgruntled, but I think they will now focus their attention back towards the Dragon. They gave up the last one, I think, almost a little bit unnecessarily, but contextually it made sense with how things played out on getting chunked out, and just generally being second to that bottom side, having secured the Herald now. They're winging this Death Rush, JJ.
Oh, they will get a catch out here, though. He does have his clone. A lot of
Okay.
that preemptive damage going down there. Leave stacking
Whoa.
up to get to that caliber. Malo a little bit caught out here. Now Elk in trouble against Fofo, but he's stacking up those feathers. The clone, or at least the mimic. Now Yagao goes in over the wall. They've tried to find Lee, but they can't get him. Fofo picks off one. There's two down for BLG. Here comes the Lambs respite, but it's not enough at this point. They're going to try to flash out.
Ben!
The chakrams are stacking. He tries to go in. It's a triple, and Elk will decimate a population. Population EDG with a quadra kill for the EDC and BLG.
Elk turns on the burners, and it's about the back end of that fight. All the members turn back around to deal with Bin, who's found the turnaround onto Lee, but no one's hitting Elk as he pops the Feather Storm and just rips them to shreds. They'll get the Dragon as well off the back of it. BLG just decimate EDG. It looked so good for a second as well. They were fighting inside that choke. We'll get a look at it now as it all starts off with this engage onto JJ. They try and find the pick. Depth charge actually gets
Look at
blown
Elk
on
over
the Warrior
here, though.
Trickster. But yeah, exactly. Elk untouched for so long. I think Arlo was maybe looking for him, but then figures out he's not there, throws out the cast, forced to go back over the wall. But then it's about this engage inside the choke. Fighting in chokes often very difficult, and it just feels like they're getting kind of minced by so much extra damage. But on the back
Look
end,
at all
no
those
one
feathers
is hitting
stacking up.
Elk. And yeah, exactly. The feathers stack up. The Lambrus fight buys a lot of time. The first pullback murders Arla. Goes in, kills the monkey,
my
and he's just able
God.
to get everyone because the focus is on Bin. That was a penta. Oh wait,
That should have been a penta. That should have. He just stole that
Wow.
man's pentakill. Sometimes you question mark ping your teammates. Maybe there's a question mark ping coming in now, but they're TPing in. BLG want this. EDG have realized that they are the prey. They are no longer the predators, and they need to run away. JJ goes down. Shun gets another kill, and the rest of the team will make it out. The sacrificial lamb has been given over to Billy, but so will the Baron if they're not careful.
Yeah, I think for that BLG team fight that happened at the Dragon, that was the emboldenment that they needed to move forward. They find the pick onto JJ up in the top side. Bin again just finds multi-man counter-strike. It turns into a Baron off the back of it, and now this is where things start to look a little bit doom and gloom for EDG, just because BLG right now, they're just working on so much momentum. As it's just that ward that maybe
The
spots a couple
vision,
more
man.
members, I imagine,
Yeah.
as they rotate in.
BLG's
Yeah,
been
picture
so
in
good at
picture.
vision.
They have. They really, really have.
I think the biggest thing for me, obviously, the vision control, the control around objectives has been huge for BLG. But man, Elk, coming off of being probably the brightest spot, at least for me, on Ultra Prime last year, coming to BLG, yes, having a little bit of a rough and rowdy early part of the split. But this man has been super saiyan in the playoffs, in the late season push, and he is somebody that they have been able to consistently rely on as soon as that 20-minute mark hits to be the carry, to be the big guns, and he's sitting at 6-0-6 in game one.
Not bad. Not a bad opening game to go out into EDG against. I don't think anyone needs any reminders about what this game and series rather means. Spot in the finals, rematch on. Is it
He
just a
takes it
turnaround
all
play?
up, though. Look how far Mako has dipped out, but Leave gets caught out by the depth charge that was connected onto Mako. The TP comes in from Ala. The dredge line will not connect. BLG should back off.
That could have been real awkward. Mako ate the depth charge, but then dashed all the way back to leave and brought the knock up with him.
Oh,
could have been devastating.
Fofo. That's so close. The Gale Force had already been used, but Fofo is heading back to base with his tail between his legs.
Yeah, manages to make it out alive, barely. Very
Cape
fortunate. That's
between
3.5.
his leg? I don't know.
Tail between his leg. Cape?
There's
Yeah.
no tail on the block. You know?
She's got like a what's the thing she holds? Like a giant cane? I don't know what the
Well,
you know, the star.
as now BLG, yeah. Speaking of staff, Void staff is completed for Fofo.
Ooh, there we
We
go.
will see BLG continue to press up. They have another minute on this Baron here. You see a lot of pressure in mid and bot. This is the tried and true method of BLG once they have control around the map. We've seen it consistently from them here in the playoffs.
We have just splitting up the Baron. Bin can bring multiple members down. There's only 45 seconds left, so I don't know how much this siege is actually going to grant them, but dredge line.
A little bit of a sticky problem there. Fofo's gone. And now you don't have that mid lane pressure. You don't have the attempt of the LeBlanc onto any backline members. That immediately sees all that control gone. And BLG are taking down a mid inhib. They might take down Ala here, who has to flash away. The jaws are closing quickly. Yagao says, let's go ahead and shaft those strut, as that's huge for the engage. And now the follow-up on the JJ. Bid gets another kill for himself. That'll be an inhib going down here. Elk wants some more, and the Feather Storm has wrought just that to EDG.
I asked only 30 seconds ago, how much could they really get from 40 seconds of a Baron? And the answer to that question is the bloody game.
Everything.
They're going to take game number 1. Move up 1-0 in the series. We said the jaws close shut and it's a death roll. They'll take
My
lead with
goodness.
him. Lambda Spite is going to keep Fofo alive, but BLG will go 1-up in the series.
A statement game number 1 from BLG. Now, in the past, we have seen them give up big leads. We've seen them have scrappy series, but this game, it was start to finish BLG. They got those 3 kills early on. They were getting marks for Shun, and it was just a level up. Bin in the side lane on the Jax. It feels like you cannot take away enough champions from this guy. And no matter what, even if Aphelios are taken from Elk, he has seen that he can be the carry on any of these late game carry picks, and even the Lucian in his last series. I think EDG are going to have a lot of questions to raise to themselves and maybe try to find a little bit of comfort going into game 2.
Yeah, and you know, I think comfort may be key, and a lot of the times, especially when you see a team go 2-0 down, that's what you kind of call for in that game 3. Obviously, they've only lost the first game, but I think after the JDG series, it does make me wonder.
They need a win, man. They need a win.
They need a win, and it makes me wonder where their heads are going to be at, and it's why I kind of suggest maybe actually going to comfort ASAP, because and even in thinking about this line of thought, they were on a lot of comfort across the board, so
They were.
it does make you actually wonder whether or not that answer's already out of the window. I think
there needs to be the big thing on the chalkboard, figure out bot lane. Because if you cannot go toe-to-toe with Elk, you're not going to have a chance. And we said coming into this one that there is a titanic monument in the finals of Ruler coming into his first split in the LPL. You know both these guys are going to want to give him another fight. And I think that it's a point where Leave needs to find a way to enable this duo bot lane and find an advantage there.
Yeah, and I just feel like for EDG, in terms of trying to be a successful, team fighting team in the mid game, it has to be, set up for Leave to actually have the resources in the early game. And it felt like BLG had a good read on that. So immediately we saw that level 3 dive be set up.
Bot lane.
Right? They went for the level 3 dive, even though they didn't necessarily get, kills or hell, even flashes, right? It was just, the cleanse. That was enough to then make a return play a couple of minutes later and pick up the 2 kills, whilst Bin was already individually winning on the top side through a pretty ballsy outplay, to be quite frank with you. But look at the damage, man, here.
Yeah.
This post-game breakdown, Elk, just so much. And I think just generally not focused down, if you allow Zai that much freedom, she's gonna dish out the DPS like that.
And exactly. I think the bright point that they were able to pick out the Kindred here for Shun, but it wasn't this pick that was like, oh my God, this has to be banned next game. It brings a lot of questions to the draft for EDG, honestly. And I'm very interested to see how they'll pick this apart, especially that BLG started on the red side. I do wonder what we get as a response here in game number 2. It sounds like we'll be heading to a break to find out that response, though, and we'll be back very shortly.
35 seconds till the dragon spawns, and that could be key here. If he's able to get onto carries and stop them from getting that extra attack speed, reduce them down, that could be very key in the next few fights. The TP God
Scout
looking for something. They get the double knock up, and Abel is dead. They went in full 5-man here and get themselves the tower. 3 kills. The solo laners of OMG nowhere to be seen.
Bin thinking about it. He's got a blast cone to take. There's a good aqua prison from JDG, but Lyric, they're on the wrong side of the map. They've got to run away. Ruler tried backing away, but BLG just pinched massive. Bin has flash. He's got slicing Maelstrom waiting for his time to go in. 369 zones him away, and maybe it gives help to the other members of JDG, but as he flashes, as Cullen comes through, Jing Dong, this is not where you want to be. Konami goes in for the kick, ain't it, as Elk goes in and takes down a world champion. He was known as Joe Among, but now We ride him like a stallion. Hazel.
They're going 5 people towards
yeah.
the Gnar. All 5 of them.
Breaker, baby. There's a twisted advance to stun up. There's no damage just yet. As everyone's on Bin. The Shy will pop the ulti. Bin's got the other 2 members of the family coming through. A Gnar ulti there. He's still alive. Dodges shock blast. Flashes past. Rocket doesn't kill him. Mini Gnar gets out. Gigabin! Hook not going to land, of course. Halloween Miss just does the job. Crisp unable to penetrate as Xiao waits in Ben. That W's not available. Everyone on top of Ben, giving them the Shy treatment. What?
That's certainly a positive sign for them. Jagulov wants the tower on the bottom side. Tien behind enemy lines as Shanji has arrived. Slicing Maelstrom comes out immediately. It's only a stun onto Mark though, and now finally turned around. Rookie tanking the tower, gets the shield and will walk away. A kill for Top Esports. Can they get away with it? Shanji no ult. Crescendum does land onto Jagulov. There's a Gravitum as well. A great route from Rookie, but it's not enough to deny the Gale Force. Abel jumps on forwards for more.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures. Just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard. We playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week. It's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Sunlight on a summer day, we're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody, it's full of love, it's beautiful and free.
就面对EDG 打野姐姐吧，姐姐的话，我觉得她是一名非常，就是在节奏方面还有就，节奏资源啊，然后打团都做得非常好。然后应对她的话，我觉得我自己需要做的就是我保持我的稳定发挥就好了，就是我的发挥稳定一点。就对我的状态来说的话，就我只需要我们当天状态都保证很好的话就 OK 了。不管是EDG 还是京东，我觉得我们都有机会赢下来。
So you're saying there's a chance, Shun, but there is a chance after coming away at 1-0 in game number 1. BLG came out swinging against EDG, who were not able to recover from that 3-0 from JDG just yet. But we do get to see a man who has constantly been taking the spotlight on BLG. It's Elk who gets MVP for game 1.
Yeah, well deserved. Well deserved. I think as soon as he got that quadra kill, he locked in that MVP, no matter what the result was.
It was supposed to be a penta, let's be real.
Yeah, he kind of had the penta robbed from him, didn't he? No mercy from Shun. And yeah, just an excellent performance all around. The game plan was suited towards the bottom side as well. And I feel like Elk was just set up for success and just played on it from start to finish. And I feel like that's, again, as mentioned when we were going into this game, the bot lane is going to play such a pivotal part.
Yeah.
Not just because it's a bot lane meta, but we have Elk on one side where, you know, he's been one of the best AD carries alongside others that you can mention, like Ruler, and like Leave on the opposite side as well, right? Rookie of the Split. But in this case, shutting down Leave to ensure that he doesn't get to pull out those Rookie of the Split performances.
That's the biggest thing, is they targeted this bot side. They know that EDG have been playing so heavily around Leave. And Leave was given his Aphelios, right? He has an over 70% win rate on the Aphelios and the Zeri, respectively. And even with that, they were unable to find the gumption, it feels like, to pull this one out. And I think that was a big question we were coming into this one. It was, they got all their picks taken away in that JDG matchup. What happens if they get that taken away here? And BLG said, we don't need to take it away. We have our own answers into it. And that raises so many more questions, it feels like, for EDG going to the second one, where they have picked up blue side yet again. Loser gets to choose, and they'll be trying to find another way to get this composition online for them, get Leave online.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is getting Leave online, right? Whether it's the game plan, whether it's the draft, something has to click for EDG. And, you know, you said it
usually
to me,
it's the Aphelios.
and usually it's the Aphelios, but it didn't work out this time. And, you know, you briefly mentioned to me, I'll echo the same sentiment. I think if EDG go 2-0 down in this series, this is just a quick night. This is probably going to be a quick night.
I'm momentum-based, man.
Exactly.
I am all about motivation, momentum, and, you know, they've lost 4 games in a row now. That's not an easy burden to bear for EDG, even a historic team like they are.
Yeah, right. And, you know, you mentioned the history. You've only really got the two, you know, veterans there in JJ and Mako that have done the dance at every level of play for years now. So it does make you wonder how that also impacts things like mentality on the, you know, side of the spectrum for the younger players like Leave and like Fofo. I feel like it's not something that we have to necessarily focus in on as a true point, but it does make you wonder how big of a aspect is the momentum here, right? After coming out of that series 3-0 to now kind of get, you know, backhanded in this opening game where you get your picks, but you still get kind of stomped. What the turnaround play is, we're going to have to wait until we get a draft, but it seems to me that BLG already have things relatively figured out, right? Shut down Leave, make sure that even if, you know, you've got Fofo and JJ on pretty proactive picks or in a 2v2 skirmishing setup, that you've got picks on the opposite side to negate it, and that's exactly what the Annie and the Kindred do. So I think for BLG, maybe trying to remove away potentially, or like limit the kind of chances that they can go towards picks which are neutralizing whilst still having options for proactivity is key. I think the topside matchup, surprisingly, even though Bin had, you know, pretty pop-off moments, it didn't necessarily, you know, one-to-one play a massive part in the game, if that makes sense. It wasn't drawing loads of members to the top side consistently. So I think they don't really have to worry about the top side for now. It's about the team fights. But first and foremost, they have to shore up the bottom side. And I think trying to limit Shun is where you're probably looking at here.
Yeah, exactly. I think you went down the board, across the board there for the team. But I think especially when we're looking at strategy coming into it. BLG attacked twofold. They not alone got a little bit of an advantageous lead at the top side, but it was specifically that bot side focus early on. But then they were also attacking the objectives. And we know that is where EDG focus. It is about the trio roaming around mid-game, try to get these objectives taken under their belt for EDG and carry through leave. But BLG took both of those away. And now for the second game, it feels like there's so many options on the board for BLG. And I'm looking at what the top lane comes to fruition here. We had the first game of Allah's Gragas. It wasn't as impactful as maybe we wanted to. And I want to see if there's renewed priority to try to get some of these solo lane picks in the first round at least.
Yeah, because this is the thing. I feel like in a matchup like this with this much importance, typically EDG would be willing to give Allah the counter, not necessarily the counter pick, but like more in the sense of a carry counter pick, right? But into bin, the chances and the opportunities that you have to do that are kind of limited. And oftentimes we saw, especially early on in the season, even when BLG were kind of, you know, in their more turbulent phase, bin was still performing against basically every top laner in the league on volatile matchups, you know, Fiora Jax or Cassante into whatever bruiser that a player tried to bring into it. So I feel like that, you know, avenue to try and go down is going to be a difficult one for EDG to explore. So
yeah,
I'm not sure. Even as far as just seeing the game one, I feel like EDG might just have to try and throw the kitchen sink immediately in game two. Otherwise, I feel like BLG may just try and look for a cruising repeat of that game number one.
And obviously, I think there are some very bright picks on the table for EDG. I would love to see an Ala Kennen come through here, maybe a little bit more late game, mid game stability instead of the LeBlanc in mid game in the solo lanes, because it truly is finding stability in those solo lanes to be able to play out the strategy that you want for EDG, and that is for JJ to facilitate the actual carries of the team. But BLG have, it feels like, a answer to that to some extent. Elk obviously coming out first game very strong on the Xayah, but there is that stability in the mid lane with Yagao picking the Annie. You have Shun, who on his Kindred, yes, looks really good, but it's not only the Kindred that he's had a lot of stable performances on.
No, shouldn't play so much, whether it's meta, whether it's some of his counter.
Just don't bring out the
picks.
Nidalee here. I feel like we're just, you know, we're too far gone from that one right now.
Wait, I mean, hey, MSI patch, by the way, Nidalee's apparently getting buffs. We don't know what they are.
Don't give me the opium, Giovanna. We're into the game now. We're into the game. We got EDG on the blue side. They will ban away that Annie and the Rakan that they picked up last game. On has been insane on the Rakan, but it is banned away. The Jason, the Zeri banned by BLG.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if this Rakan ban is going to signal leaving the Kennen up and then trying to first pick it. This way, you keep Xayah
There's
and
no way
Rakan
BLG
separate.
leave it up.
I just feel like BLG aren't going to go for that bait, right? They banned the Vi on the last pick, and I think that's kind of going to be the conversation. So I think they're going to make BLG, ban away the Kennen. EDG can go towards the Vi if they want, but that then kind of means you have to walk into a Xayah. Personally, I don't like that, so I feel like going towards either AD carry, one that you preference here, makes a little more sense, and then you just allow BLG, if they want to go towards the Vi, to take it, and at least that way you know how to play around it a little easier than perhaps you do the Kindred.
Question here, though. It feels like BLG are forcing the hand of EDG. I'm just a little play-by-play. I might be reading too much into it, but forcing leave onto the fellas. They take away the Zeri, right? His win rates have skyrocketed on just these two champions. We saw him not able to play those champions at all in the series against EDG. They lost 3-0. So I'm interested to see the continued adaptation here. The opt into the Jax for BLG again. It feels like maybe they have this master plan all along.
Yeah, Jax AD carry, Jax Annie maybe. I think anything really is the choice here for BLG. It kind of just depends on how they're feeling. I was wondering whether or not they would overlook this Sejuani pick or not, just because now you have, pretty clear setup in the top side if you want it. Jax and Sejuani has been one of the strongest duos, relatively untouched throughout a lot of the split in the top side. So BLG now have that avenue to work with, and it makes me wonder whether or not we're going to get something like a Yagao Silas or anything a little more carry-orientated, or whether or not they will lean back on that Annie when it comes to it. But I feel like an Elk R3 AD carry pick likely to roll through. EDG see this, and they just look at the Ahri and the Wukong. Very, very standard mid-jungle that we've seen a whole bunch. And we know what it does. Very mobile, very active at looking for snap engages and picks, and can very easily and quickly roll over a team fight if they can get the first kill in.
I do really like the Wukong still for JJ, but it's a little bit of that increased mobility / pressure for the Ahri for Fofo. Another pick that I feel like is going to opt into the playstyle of EDG maybe a little bit more stably than the LeBlanc did. I still think they had a lot of big moments to try to pick out, but the damage just wasn't there. We'll see the opt back into the Xayah here for Elk.
Yeah, Xayah for Elk again. I think it makes a lot of sense when you already lock in the top jungle. You want to secure an AD carry, otherwise you start to look at slightly lower tiered ones, even though I feel like the options would still lend to Elk's ability to play out team fights. He'd rather pick up something like the Xayah after having such a strong performance on it. And now for BLG, can likely look to remove away some top side picks that they feel like Ala would try and respond to Bin with. And I like the Fiora call out just simply because there's a lot of CC, some of it a little bit telegraphed, so you don't want to have to play around the riposte if you're looking to play into the top side. And EDG, remove away your gals. Veigar, we've seen this answer a whole bunch. It's a very traditional one. I feel like oftentimes as well, I'm seeing, even if I see the team with Veigar lose, oftentimes Veigar is a pretty big issue to play around. So I like that call out too, as they also remove away that
nuts on it, man.
Yeah,
he's been absolutely insane with it. And set up a lot in the last series against OMG on that pick as well. I actually do like the Thresh ban here against Mako. I think the pick enables a lot of that trio we were talking about for EDG a lot of the time, and it does take away that lockdown, at least potentially, against BLG. We'll see what the last ban is here for EDG, though. I expect maybe some more of that support pool, but also Yagao could be that focus. It's the Lissandra.
Okay, I quite like that. I think it just makes sense. 2 direct, one-to-one counters to the Ahri. I think Yagao's still going to have plenty of options if he really wants to dig a little bit deeper. He can. I don't feel like those are the kind of champions that will truly sort of hamstring Yagao. And I mean, he's eyeing up the Akali potentially. I'd like to see it.
I love to see this one. Opted to first time in the spring playoffs, at least, that Yagao will be piloting this Akali. And it is about this top trio now. It feels like, yes, you have Elk that'll be just as normal late game carry here. You've got this powerful trio between the Jax, the Sejuani, and the Akali that you can really take a lot of those skirmishes against. We'll see the Gragas actually locked in again for EDG, even after the lackluster performance in game number 1.
Yeah, lackluster. Didn't really bring the impact that he needed to in the team fights. I think 1-to-1, he dealt with Bin fine, and hell, I mean, technically,
doesn't look
JJ
very
that came
happy.
up there.
I'm just saying.
He doesn't look
he did not look very happy to be playing the Gragas.
No, but I mean, it just feels like he doesn't necessarily, or his team doesn't really want to put him on something that's a little more volatile, because they may just believe that Bin just gets out of the lane scot-free. Like, yeah, or just wins flat out, right? So just going towards that neutralizing matchup, and now BLG, what they look towards, they've got a lot of strong skirmishing on the top side, and if they go towards this hovered Heimerdinger, then it spells to me a relatively defensive bottom side, right? Very hard to dive. I think Renata is also probably the more likely option of the two. And they will go towards that. Heimerdinger we've seen, fall out of favor since the nerfs. I feel like he's still actually playable, but it just teams, they see a nerf, they go towards something else. It's not quite as oppressive as it used to be, and that's right.
Yeah.
Heimerdinger was in map, but I think this Renata is just going to buy so much space, right? A lot of engage now available to EDG moving forward, and having to constantly play around that massive berserk AoE ultimate. It's just going to be very, very difficult, and another tool that they'll have to worry about whilst BLG are diving the back line.
And we have Leave back on comfort on this Aphelios. We have Elk in the late game carry position, a little bit on the Xayah here, but it is that spacing you were talking about from On. It's the potential for Mako to get involved on the map with this very proficient Nautilus we've seen so heavily in the LPL, but Mako specifically. And it's trying to find a leg up here, a stable ground to stand on for EDG with this composition they've gotten that reminisces a little bit of their game 1.
Yeah, it does. I think stability is key. I think after the streak of games that they've had, the individual games, right, they need to find some strong platform below their feet, or things crumble very, very quickly. And I think the kind of composition that BLG have as well can snowball immensely fast if the skirmishes start to fall in their favor. They get more and more one-sided. EDG, a lot of safety, a lot of defensive tools are available, but also in that same breath, aggressive tools too. So they'll have to use both of them in tandem with one another, otherwise BLG will look to try and run over the game anyhow they can.
Game number 1 saw BLG find an early advantage and snowball it all the way to EDG's base. Can EDG found a bounce back? We got game 2 of our lower bracket finals, EDG versus BLG.
Game 2, Gyro's ring out with as much energy as game 1. And EDG need to find that counter punch. They need to find that slip into a haymaker or an uppercut to just kind of humble BLG, because that was a very, very quick game, all things considered. And I don't feel like
they
we were
attacked the right
expecting
places.
it to win. Yeah, I mean, we weren't even expecting them to win on that
You
siege.
know the weak spots on the Arbor, and you get easy dubs. It feels like they attacked bot lane, they attacked objectives. There you go.
All right, now I will say, I think, kind of taking a step back and evaluating the team compositions 1-to-1 against what they were last game. For BLG, the playmaking opportunity onto the bomb side is perhaps a little more limited or a little more nuanced, harder to execute in comparison to the previous game. However, I just feel like the top side skirmishing is so much stronger that it might not matter.
Yeah.
As that will potentially be the payoff instead for them. And again, I think level 6, right? Level 6 for all of the top side is where I start to get a little bit spooked for EDG. I feel like the best teams in the world that use Akali proficiently too often. Oh no, Mako.
Oh man, come on! On is a menace down there. He knew what was coming. They will still connect another dredge line there to get a little damage back on him, but On was skirting the edge, waiting for Mako to pull that dredge line.
Yeah, you know, actually, he hit the wall so he could get the reduced cooldown to then find the trade-off.
That's what it was.
Yeah, yeah. We got there in the end.
All part of the plan.
Exactly, but as I was saying, those proficient teams with Akali, they'll wait until level 6. They'll fight at the Dragon. If it's still up and available, they'll definitely fight at the Herald when that tool is up. And it just feels like the lockdown can come so quickly, especially with the melee champions immediately stacking up the permafrost for Akali, for Sejuani rather. So EDG, what will they try and do? Because they've got a lot of lockdown on the bomb side with Nautilus just existing, and the burst damage to follow up with Wukong certainly present has been, finds himself a pretty even trade by the end of it. 1-1, of course, you have to remember Gragas does have sustain baked into his kit, so can survive over the course of the laning phase.
Go back to game number 1 though, and again, Ala was down a little bit in CS in the early parts. We had the play down bottom lane from Ben where he caught up a little bit, but Ben at that point had so much pressure in the side lanes, there was not much for Ala to do. I'm looking for a change of that here in game number 2. Ala needs to be a part of the team, right? And he needs to find an in. Shun finding his in. He did not get seen here. Oh my goodness, we got Secret Agent Shun here coming in behind Fofo. Yagao steps up at the last second though. Fofo trying to dodge out, and that will be the flash utilized by the EDG mid laner.
Yeah, I was expecting Shun to actually wait out for his Q to come back up.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Decided to pull the trigger anyway. Still finds Fofo's flash, so the return gank 4-6 still very potent.
Handshake connects, and a lot of damage there. Leave getting very, very low, but they're going to go in with the engage because JJ is here. You got Shun right behind. Elk flashes out, though. First blood should go over. No, they don't get him. There's the build. They finally do. They can't get a kill back. It's first blood to EDG. This is a scrap and a half at bot lane. The handshake doesn't connect. They can't get that kill. They finally do get a trade, but that's 2 to JJ.
Oh my god, the red buff and minions. Just the enemies of both of the champions in that exchange. Like you said, 2 for 1 by the end of it. Goes the way of EDG. Finally, something falls in their favor. Elk almost walked out. I was surprised he didn't turn around and just go for the kill on to Leave when he was bleeding away. Leave held onto his flash. Now the kills, the way they fall, pretty much everything I think went onto the junglers. Let's look at how it all starts off. Handshake into double stun into root. Cleanse does reduce some of that duration, but it doesn't really matter. Cleanse is a little bit early from Elk. I don't think it matters too much. The key thing really is that it didn't necessarily get rid of an ignite. Red buff ticks Elk below to bring him into the bailout form. And then I think red buff actually claims Mako's life. I think it's a creep. So red buff gets 2 kills there on both sides for each jungler. But neck and neck stuff, but it's EDG that pull out ahead with the kill lead.
Yeah, they do, and JJ now enabled with 2-0 on this Wukong. Very much more in a proactive state, it feels like, in game number 1, where that was very much lacking. And we needed that duo to come online, and this time, at least one of the duo has a little bit of resources. We'll see if he can get back onto the map and be influential. Again, we've said in the past, EDG are very, very prominent around early objectives and around early dragon stacking, but BLG have been up the same alley here recently.
Definitely agree. And I think on that point for JJ as well, he, you know, was on the Wukong last game, but I think the crucial thing that was lacking was pretty consistent, you know, setup tools away from just himself in the lanes that could land and very easily net you some enemy resources. I think on the top side, you know, you could always go towards Bin, and I mean, he did try. He traded him off one and never came back. So
He tried.
I think in this game,
it didn't go well.
Didn't go well. I think this game, now that you've got the Nautilus on the bottom side, it just makes repeat ganking so, you know, potent at times, just because the dredge line setup is so free. But BLG, they're reading into this quite a lot, and they're continually bringing Shun down to this bottom side just to ensure that it's at the very least always a 3v3.
And that's the important factor, right? Is BLG have opted into this strategy so far for this best of 5 is focus bot lane. Do not let Leave get ahead and keep the 3v3 a Baruin. We do have that dragon up here, movement from EDG, but it should be actually the startup here for now with the movement from bot lane.
Yeah, moving from bottom lane, the wave is crashing on the bottom side. It will be cleared out quite quickly because of the root caller, so I wonder whether or not BLG will feel super confident walking into the river here.
They really want to fight this. Oh my
Yagal's level
goodness.
6.
The charge doesn't hit. Yagal goes in. They have now pulled and Leave. He only has to flash. Oh no! He goes back! Tragedy has struck for BLG in favor of BLG. And that is a kill pack. The dragon that was never supposed to be theirs. And my goodness.
If
I
have
saw
to see a
that
replay
right,
of that, I think
it was the Q, right?
Yeah, it's the Q. It's the Q. He's queuing.
He was auto-targeting.
With the Severum, yeah, and it auto-targets anything it can hit. And it just brings him back into the pit.
Oh my god, no way.
It's... you can't think about something like that in a moment to moment. You really can't blame him for this. It's... So he's queuing backwards because he's obviously kiting, right? But the auto-target...
No, it's
done.
done.
Oh, that's a regular right click. Oh my goodness, that's just... Wow. Wow.
I don't have words, Shamada. That is tragedy. When EDG need something, they got it. But then after that, it is tragedy, an unfortunate circumstance that leaves Leave, the main carry of EDG, down now. Now, he will have a lot of chance to get back, but that is something he's going to have to recover from in terms of this game. Now, we will see a reset of the map state. We have a Rift Herald on the board. It was Shun who got absolute control of that last game. We'll see EDG put a little pressure top lane, see if they can get that.
Yeah, see what they can find here. CC, pretty prominent, and I mean, Vin's just gone in.
Oh, he gets cast back, and there's a boop and scoop. We'll see if he can try to get out of this one. He does have the CC. Nope, it's not going to be enough. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
On has killed Leave.
Well.
On has killed Leave.
Leave has left the building. Leave is going back to the mountain. And that's a fairly sizable wave. Plate's even going to go over to this duo as well. Cannon wave, fortunately, the next one coming in, so it shouldn't be too much missed.
Execution.
Nope. Just going to body slam back while Yagao will ensure that he goes all the way back towards the tower. And this is a massive lead, pulling ahead. CS difference, almost 20. 2 plates as well. 175 gold extra. Just feels really bad.
We have to get a replay of that, right?
Like, yeah, we will. Yeah, you know the observers won't let us down. Come on.
How did this happen?
You know what they're about. If ever cool, but no, it's just...
Oh,
man. I mean...
It goes from bad to worse, Yamada.
That was a lot of burst damage anyway, and I think cleanse or not, Leave was dead. But speaking of no cleanse...
Don't do it, Leave. Walk away. They're back.
Surely not, right?
Oh, no.
I mean,
he just wanted the one. He just wanted the one.
If he loses red gun, if he loses red gun, I think he dies. Because he might need it for the extra health.
Either
way.
Leave, don't do it, don't do it. Oh, he dodges out of the handshake. Although he can't get out of this one. He dies again. 0-3 on the rookie of the split here. That is exactly the weak point BLG are capitalizing on.
0-3. It's not the opening in game number 2 that Leave needs, and BLG know it, and they're just focusing it down time and time again. They don't even have to blow ultimate to Mazel to find that pick. They just find it, and now more CS being missed. A potential silver lining, the plate might die and no one claims it, but like 3-0, you're down still over 20 CS.
The wound is starting to fester here, Jamada.
Yeah.
There was like a small scrape, I would say, at the beginning of the game. It's like a full-on blow tear with like some rot coming out of it, because at this point, this is a strong effort from BLG to focus his bot side, and it's reaping benefits.
Yeah, it is. It's doing wonders for BLG. Because, I mean, without Leave being, you know, a prominent team fight figure in the later stages of the game, it has, you know, the question has to be asked, where will they find their damage? And especially in a composition like this, I'll have to be honest, it's on the lower you know, side of the spectrum for damage. It's a lot of CC, yes, but it's not a lot of inherent burst damage. Maybe at that one item, they'll be fine, right? And they can try and find skirmishes, but the issue is you're already having to play against hypermobile carries. You've got a Featherstorm to also go through, but if that wasn't enough, you've also got to go through a bailout. You've got to go for a Renata W. So
and
even
a
if you manage to
2-0-2 Renata, you know?
Yeah.
If there's only one thing that's going for them, it's that Anna's gotten all the kills.
Yeah.
But maybe this is On's moment to shine. It will have that Rift Herald, though. It looks like they're going to just straight up use it bot lane, get this outer tower, and get first turret of the game with all 5 plays.
Yeah, they want out to get as much gold as they can. 30 seconds away from the Dragon as well.
Trying to go for the engage there.
Yeah, maybe they can turn it around, but JJ just wants to try and keep information as one-sided as possible down here. Mako might come through the sweeper and clear that out. I think it's about time. No, they're good. And get it. So, I mean, BLG yield positioning to go back into the river with 10 seconds left on the Dragon. But I feel like the bigger issue still is actually that Yagao is in the mid lane and will have first move over, I'm pretty confident.
I do like this, though. That strong trio we were talking about between JJ, Mako, and Fofo is starting to get on the roam, is starting to try and grab control of the map a little bit. And I still think they have so much lockdown, they have so much decisiveness in that trio that they can find a lot of dividends for EDG on the map. They will actually get their first Dragon because of the pressure they were putting out, and BLG on the reset.
Yeah, okay, so BLG give up this Dragon. Kind of in similar fashion-ish to game number 1, where they gave up the third one, right? They put down the Herald for charge for a tower. Except, you know,
yeah, we got a 5-on-5 fight for the second Dragon in game 1.
Yeah, so I feel like for BLG, they're quite clearly confident to let that one go. Ocean will be the Dragon and Soul. I don't think it's that impactful thinking about it, but you never know. At the end of the day, any buff you can get will always be an advantage over your opponent. I think this is where things
we got our fishing rods out here, Jamana.
Yeah,
we're fishing.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, things could slow down. Speaking of fishing,
do you imagine fishing with a bola? I wonder if people do that. I don't know if there's people that fish with a bola.
I guess they technically kind of do, right? They've got like they throw out those big like bola-esque nets. And they,
but
like,
a bola is like just like a string between two like. We'll come back to it. We'll because JJ is fishing. It's not with a bola. It's with the giant stick. But, you know, the fish are too slippery, and Ben himself on the Jax got the TP from the Gallon just as a safety net. We'll be able to make it out.
Yeah, Ben walks out. I guess so. I guess you're right.
All right, so back to brass tacks. Fishing with bolas.
I don't know, man. I'm not really a fishing guy.
You didn't fish when you were in Texas? It's like a tried and true Texan tradition.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, go out at like 6 a.m., go fishing.
Yeah,
be tired as heck by like noon and sleep till 4. You know, it's the tried and true Texan way.
Maybe the next time I'm out in the States, in the South, I'll
take you a real good fishing hole.
I'll find myself a good little hole, get myself a fishing hat, find a nice little place to camp out.
Make sure you have a permit because those are important. But we have, you know, some fishing permits on the Rift right now, and Shun is activating his because he's looking for some mighty fine fish, and they look like EDG at this point. They will be soft in their backs, a little bit of hovering around mid.
Just a touch. Herald's up in 45 seconds, so that's why both these teams are congregating around the mid lane, but also just trying to take control of this river entrance. That's an engage from BLG.
You get a nice engage, and Yagao is on the flank here. Fofo able to get out that hostile takeover. Already used the feather storm. Use Elk is down now as well. He gets the bailout though. Can he survive? He goes out of it now as Leave is finally firing away, and nobody is touching him. That's a double kill to Leave. Another kill goes over to Fofo, and EDG are on the board.
All right, that's so good for EDG. They needed something. It's going to be traded a bit on the bottom side by Bin, who, with so much time in isolation, might just get this tier 2 because he's got a cannon wave with him. So that'll be 600 gold traded back. I'm not entirely sure what Elk used the Featherstorm for. I think it could have been a dredge line, or maybe it was the ultimate from Mako. I'm sure we'll get a replay of the skirmish to
He's
confirm.
been playing pretty aggressively with it as well, so it might have been something a little bit more aggressive.
But either way, as soon as he uses it, JJ just finds his window and immediately goes on to him. Let's see what it is. Is it just the depth charge as soon as he comes into range? Is it just an aggressive? It's just wow.
He was trying to get out of the damage there.
Yeah, it looks like maybe the damage
But
from
it's
the
still
Infernum.
connected.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about this call from Elk to cast the R so early. I think in your line of thinking where you say he's just using it for damage and aggression, I think that's the case. But I mean, fighting in that angle, kind of against the choke to then get re-engaged on with no defensive tool, just leaves you sitting duck, and EDG pounce. And even though they don't necessarily get the Herald immediately after the fight, they return back to the map and they'll get it because of it. So they finally get their first important neutral objective. EDG.
It is a resurgence, though. It's definitely a far cry from what we got in game number 1, and we were asking of what that momentum for BLG does, but what that disheartening loss would do for EDG. And I feel like they bounced back pretty heavily. They're getting at least a little focus towards Leave now. He's gotten 2 kills. He's not 0-3 anymore, but it is about the objective control that they've slowly started to garner for themselves and getting a little bit of that stability we talked so heavily about in the draft.
Exactly. They need to continue to use those tools from the side of EDG. Just keep the pressure up. I think as long as it's not necessarily BLG. Here's the thing. I feel like BLG's composition, especially with the Akali and the Jax, they will probably thrive so much off, you know, kind of finding that first kill. It's not necessarily about the resets like how it is with Arya and Fofo, but I think when you've got the Assassin pick, Elk, it's going to be fine. Hexflash won't yield anything. But when you've got, you know, these kind of snowballing-esque team fighters, I feel like if BLG are on the front foot with an engage, more often than not, they'll likely continue to remain on the front foot. So I feel like for EDG, if they can just continually try and, you know, do things like this, get in front of the objective, and just ensure that they're the ones picking the fights, not getting flanked like this.
There's a TP coming in from EDG though on the back. That's a nice double knock-up. They've got Yagao locked down. Bin over the wall though. Allah has set a flank here. Bin dies to the dragon as now should have found the back line. Here comes the rest of the damage, but EDG have a big old turtle shell. They use it well. Yagao gets the bailout, does get 1 kill back, but it'll be a double for Fofo.
Not bad again for EDG. 2 for 3, but they've got their jungler so they can pick up the second dragon. All of a sudden, that collapse from BLG kind of just very quickly defanged. It looked real threatening, but Bin didn't quite have the level of impact that perhaps many of us were expecting him to have in that backline. Still, finds Leave. Bit of a potential Josh, but that dragon will go over to EDG.
Close.
Yeah, no shenanigans, fortunately. But yeah, interesting fight. Bin didn't even teleport for that. He just walked his way there, by the way. So I'm wondering, yeah, when the replay would be queued, as Bin's just rotating down from the bottom side, and this is why they're going in, BLG. But I feel like Yagao is so far away for so long. Oh, he fails to flash. Didn't catch that in line.
He tried to flash,
Yeah, and I think just that fail flash limits the level of his options by so much. Shun tries to go in to assist. In the middle of it all, he also gets charmed. So it just keeps him in place for so long. Kind of a comedy of errors, to be honest with you, but also just generally a really solid response from EDG, looking at it in the face. So BLG, a little bit shaky in that team fight on the execution, more specifically with Yagao. But the collapse itself, the idea, definitely very sound. So I think keep on looking for it. But EDG, we're ready for that one. Will they be ready for this?
The tower goes down, but they've got the engage on EDG. They've got the big hostile takeover. On still alive. He gets the bailout here. They're on to Leave. They're trying to get him down. The Gale Force gets him out, though. He's trying to take on the world here. He's able to survive a little bit longer, but Yagao finally gets that kill, and it is a return for Fofo getting his own. It'll be a double kill for Yagao. We'll see it as the dust settles, a 3 for 2 in favor of EDG.
Yeah, 3 for 2 in favor of EDG, and they get an extra tower on the back end. This feels much better. This feels like an EDG with a little bit of resurgence life breathed into them. You remember we were speaking about, you know, how important momentum could be for a lineup like this. Going out against JDG in the 3-0 fashion to come down here and lose the first game the way they did. Felt a little bit rough this time around. A lot more life in game number 2. It all starts off actually more of the dredge line than it does the collapse from BLG. And I think it just puts EDG.
It's a bold call from BLG to make this play.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think as soon as that dredge line comes in, it just feels like maybe you don't want to play the fight without Desire having Featherstorm, but they play it anyway. But I think you can see, you know, Yagao, Bin, those two are going to be the core carries in a lot of the backline diving team fights. And EDG, it's going to be a bit of a game about who can find backline access first, murder the backline, and then potentially return back to the front line.
And we've seen BLG struggle sometimes when it comes to the mid-late game, when it comes to these decisive moments around objectives. We've seen them throw big leads as well in the past. While they didn't have that this time around, it's still that kind of diciness in that mid-game transition that is coming back to bite them. And I think EDG are taking full advantage of that. But the man that is taking absolute advantage of the situation is Fofo on the Ahri for the second game. He is 6-0 right now. And this pick has been such a level up so far in this series for EDG as a whole to play around.
Definitely is. And I think a champion like Ahri as well can do wonders at dealing with dives. I'm sure Namera is likely watching this series and will be very happy with the Medjai's pickup. I don't know if he's going to be happy with the rest of the build, but I feel like...
I know he hates Everfrost, so probably not.
Yeah, I think he... I can't remember what it is. It's just Everfrost Banshees he's not really a fan of. I think here... Honestly, it makes you not die against the Akali super easily. It makes Akali have to commit a lot more resources, but also, I think the Banshees just kind of stops you from being picked off by Shun with a long-range ultimate. And there's not too many consistent ways to really burn the Banshees as well, so long as Fofo is playing at range. So, I feel like the pickup, you know, theoretically, makes a lot of sense. And we'll see whether or not you can continue to find that success in the team fight here.
I do expect a little bit of uptick in pressure on this bottom side here. We got about a minute for another dragon to spawn. EDG want to opt into that, get soul point. It opens up so many avenues on the map, and we already see positioning around this mid lane to get that priority for the dragon. I think BLG will want to try to contest this. They don't want to give over that map pressure that a soul point gives you, but I'm wondering how they approach this fight, because it does feel like even if they have the second item completed for Elk, they are looking at side lanes right now to take advantage of.
Yeah, I feel like side lane's definitely point of pressure. I think I just realized Arla's actually gone towards a more tanky build. A little more suited to damage over time with the Jack Show and the Sunfire Cape. Like you mentioned, BLG bring numbers towards the top side. They're not really interested potentially in this dragon.
Oh, but they're interested in Ben. He has TP. You should get out. Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
Okay. Well, I guess that's that.
And they're TPing into the bear. They're pulling the dupe on EDG. Look at the members of EDG. They are sprinting over here.
They're in Narnia, man. They are so
they're
far
TPing
away.
in now.
Coming in from Bin 2.
Fofo goes in. Fofo's the big damage dealer, but they can't get in fast enough. The Baron has gone to BLG. They got to try to find an escape. The Featherstorm comes through. They might be able to turn this now as they find Fofo. No damage coming out. They got what they came for. There's 3 members stuck in the pit, though. They got to find a way out of this one. JJ goes in with the Cyclone. 2 members over the wall. Shun flashes. The hostile takeover used. Mako tries to go in. But the Baron has been secured for BLG, and that's 5 purple capes.
5 purple capes indeed, and they look quite swaggy. BLG, all 3 of those members that were in the back of the pit all had dashes. Shun did expend the flash. I think his Q was still on cooldown very briefly. And they escape with the perfect heist. No one falls, and Bin just being that reefer, you know, he's like a red cape to a bull. If you get that. And, you know, EDG were willing to fall for the aggression, and unfortunately it cost them the Baron. We'll see what BLG can get with the buff. There are quite a few structures on the top side of the map. Mid lane tier 1 still up and available, but I think the range at which BLG have to operate with could limit their ability to siege, so I think they're going to have to look for dives unless EDG really overstep their bounds.
And I am wondering now, with this kind of 5-minute timer BLG have put themselves on, they will need to contest that soul going over next to EDG. And it's about buying time until then, but getting this 3rd item for Elk, getting another completion for Yagao, and really putting yourself in a best position. Oh, they get engaged on here. That's a cast out, and all of a sudden, Shun finds himself on the wrong side of the team. Yagao gets locked down as well. Shun should go down, doesn't get bailed out this time. Ben gets a nice little double counter strike, and Elk is starting to fire away with these feathers, but you can't get any further in because you know that On is able to handshake you in, and the Feather Storm's still available for Elk.
Yeah, a lot of defensive tools still there. I think that's also the irritants of playing against a BLG composition like this. They've got the diving tools, but also like moving in, especially to the bottom side, right? Against Elk and On, Big AoE
Elk is playing
tools. Elk is
so
putting out the
aggressively right
damage.
here, but they actually are able to take down Ola. The hostile takeover comes across, does connect on the one. The tower goes down. Mako getting solo. They found leave, but the charm doesn't connect. Mako getting blasted down as Elk uses that Feather Storm. That's a big Moonlight Vigil, and the bailout is not going to be there yet again as EDG strike back at Elk. But they do lose Mako. They lose Ala as Ben is setting up a flank yet again here.
Ben setting up the flank.
Nope.
But he's going to go for the reset. Going to go too aggressive. Feather Storm at the end of that play. A little bit wayward, but
a little while.
You know, it's okay. You understand what he was going for. Just wanted as much forward damage as possible, and you can't blame him for stepping forward, looking for more kills. On the back of this, just melts through Arlie. He just to Elk.
That's full tank, by the way.
Yeah, look at this as well. Leave
And that
gets
was before
clipped
Lord
barely.
Doms got completed, but
Exactly. So scary. Dredgeline misses, which forces.
oh, that was bold from Elk.
Yeah. I don't typically like to. Yeah, that flash was just a bit, not it. That's
It
how I'll
was
phrase
bold. That's the word
Yeah.
I will use. It was bold.
Yeah, it was brave.
Yeah, definitely wants that one back for sure. We'll see back though. 2.5 minutes before the dragon spawns. We're already contesting over a vision, trying to get some of this down, get pressure down as much as possible. They still, for BLG, have this outer tower to play around down here, and that gives them a lot of options.
Does definitely. See what EDG in particular want to do, because at the end of the day, it's such a weird game. 'Cause it feels like, for the most part, EDG have had so much control over it, but now with BLG finding that one Baron, one cheeky little Baron, into kind of wresting control of the map again, everything is kind of 50-50.
I gotta say though, Fofo's really stepping up here. I know we talked a little bit about it at the very beginning of the series, and this is kind of, I guess not a redemption for Fofo, but BLG last year was a failure. He was a part of that team.
Yeah.
And I think when you look at that, even though it is just been on the other side still there, I think you still look at that and you're saying, I want a little bit of extra give to this matchup because of that history. And I think for Fofo in the second game, where there was a very lackluster performance on LeBlanc in game one, this Ari is looking like another level here.
Yeah, it is. And I just feel like typically throughout the entire split so far for Fofo, he's always been that consistent factor for EDG. It's kind of a rarity that you can be like, oh, Fofo's had a terrible game here. There's barely more than a game or two where you can be like, yeah, Fofo maybe didn't step up to the mark. For the most part, even in losses, he's kind of
got the hat now.
That factor. And like you say, he's got the party hat. He's got the death cap. I think 14 stacks on the Magi.
I don't think you can call I don't think you can call an item that's called death cap a party hat, unless
Well,
you're. I feel like
you know,
Mako. There might be a dead party hat for you though. They do find Elk's Feather Storm on the end of it though. A hostile takeover did get utilized. EDG in a little bit of trouble. Fofo, that's your main carry right now. It was 7-0. That's 1,000 gold shutdown to Ben.
My goodness me.
You can't
really
have
quite
that. That
catch.
cannot happen.
No, I mean, it's just a berserk, catching him on the very tail end. And that's all it took for him to get one shot. So, without Fofo, I don't think that realistically EDG can contest this dragon now. He sold the Magi's, rest in peace. The
I mean, it
stats.
was 14-4. Like, it went from 14 stacks to 4 stacks. That's a huge change in momentum then.
It is indeed. And BLG stopped the soul from coming through. There's still 5 versus 4 on the map. Baron spawning up, but I feel like it would be a pretty hasty decision to make. I wonder if EDG try and read into the resets here, BLG or not. I feel like the fact that Yagao and Shin are still here should give them a pretty good indicator that perhaps those were going through, but won't be afforded the opportunity to go and try and take down that Baron immediately. So the purple worm's on the map, and it's the only objective. We'll see how the vision control starts to settle. I think the collapse has generally been quite threatening looking from BLG. Though it's not always, you know, come out in a way where it's just been complete dominance from Yagao and Bin outside of maybe 1 or 2 team fights. As get a look here, it looks okay. As soon as Mako makes it out, you're like, all right, you know, the fight should be more or less fine. JJ's walking it out, but just here.
What? Excuse me? Oh, Fofo, don't go back and look at that one. You're just gonna be angry. That's unfortunate, but it's capitalization from BLG.
Yeah, capitalizing from BLG. I'm gonna call for the riot. You know the one, the screaming guy. You know the one. Yeah, you know what it is.
I know the one. I know the one.
I'm sure chat's spamming it because yeah, it's one of those annoying things where the particle effects kind of look like they're starting to fade, right? But
it makes it look cool, okay?
Yeah, you know, it makes it look cool.
We do see EDG consistently pressuring around this Baron pit. Leave got his third item. He is on that IE. That's a big power spike for the Abellers, and they might look to capitalize. Yagao goes golden, stops the engage. Now you got the Glacial Prison 4, the handshake in. Hostile takeover onto 3 members there, but nothing else gonna come through. There were a couple ultis burned on the side of BLG. Just that Moonlight Vigil in the cask as well from Alun Lee.
Yeah, tools used, but still many available. I think for BLG though, those big tools useful for engage, not there. So
they want to use this item spike.
Yeah, they do. It's about how Bin and Yagao can find backline access.
Mako couldn't find it. That's a double counter strike, not gonna go through just yet onto Bin. The counter strikes though coming out from EDG from that Cyclone. Yeah, Fofo going forward, still has the Banshee's Veil available, and BLG's health bars are not looking great. Got the Chakram stacking up for Leave. I think that's a fight that BLG need to walk away from. Here's the Feather Storm used. The feathers are there, Blade Caller not popped, but EDG back onto the Baron.
Yeah, they get so many health bars. Flash as well from Shun. Taken off the board, and now they're back on the Baron. It's melting, Mazel. It's gone.
It is. He's got all the chakrams. They're TPing in, but it's going to be too late. Elk sniped out one, though. He's got some feathers, but those chakrams, I don't think you want this fight. As Bin has come back with full health, but the Baron buff on 4 members for EDG.
Oh, he was a blender, and as BLG went into him, they would have been shredded. EDG get themselves the Baron. They walk out of it, only losing Mako as the sacrificial lamb. BLG gonna feel a little bit sore about that one. They just couldn't find the angle. The good one for Bin to get onto the backline. I mean, Bin tried, but look at his itemization. It's pretty much just all MR at the moment. And as soon as he walked into range of Leave just one-shot him, man. He went from full health to like 20% very quickly. So until he picks up
as soon as you see that little ring of spinning discs around the 200 years chamber, I think you can walk away. Because he does a lot of damage. And I think that's a beautiful use of that item spike, first and foremost, from EDG, but also their compositional awareness.
Yeah, and a lot of it just starts off from this here. The dredge line doesn't connect to keep the chain CC going, so unfortunately, there's no lockdown onto Yagao to be had. This engage is pretty clean from BLG, but again, it's the 2 turning tools, right? The Berserk, the ultimate from the Sejuani as well, and at that point it's very, very hard to really make fights happen on your terms. But look at this, as soon as there's no counter, he just gets one-shot by the turrets and the chakrams. The front line is good from EDG as well to just push back BLG. And again, another turret, 2 autos, I mean, just the one. Just more shredding coming through. BLG have to get on top of Leave, and they have to just remove him from a team fight.
We're about to get the Carousel of Pain returning right front and center. We got 35 seconds for a soul fight for EDG. We have BLG already here trying to push down some vision, trying to get some control around this, but it's going to be a 5v5 mano a mano.
Has to be soul for EDG on the line. BLG have to try and deny this one away. Otherwise, the team fights are just going to get more obnoxious. And frankly, I don't feel like BLG want to try and approach that critical mass moment. EDG have the opportunity to try and slip back through into the river now that they've got mid lane control. But look at the flank from Bin. Fofo's half-man marking it, but he's not really. Now the engage comes through the front line.
Bin is going to find the flank, though. They've got to turn it around. The bailout comes through, but Shun already down. You get the counter-strike, but it's not enough. They don't have the front to back. The Moonlight Vigil, Yagao finds the back line, but he gets blown up by Leave. And he has arrived to the table, as now he's having something to say. As EDG want to go forward on to BLG, but the dragon still in the eyes of EDG, as Shun is already down.
Yeah, Leave. He's still got flash and he's got red and white. Bin has to try and find this angle. He's inside the pit.
They find him out.
The blue.
They're going to try to go on to Leave. They don't get the dragon here. They try to go for Counter-Strike, but Bin has left himself out to try. Elk versus Leave, but Leave is stacked up with the chakras, and he flashes out another double kill. And BLG, they've been taken to task in those team fights. They've lost the soul, and now EDG clean house with an ace.
That's the rookie of the split right there. Game 1, he was shut down. And Game 2, it started to look like the same story. But in the later stage team fights, when he's actually allowed access to right-click people, he starts murdering names. And now BLG are going to lose this inhibitor. There's a long death timer on 3 members. And EDG are going to look to capitalize.
The beast has awoken. We have arrived at a series that goes 1-1, and Leave has stepped up, woken up, and arrived in his own. EDG go to game 2 with a different task, a different story. They come out on top, and now we have ourselves a series, Yamada.
We have a series on our hands, is the phrase.
Is it in our hands? Oh my goodness.
It's not in our hands.
It's right here.
It's here, and we're witnessing it live.
It's right. Well, I thought we were coming to me, but it's right there.
There we go.
It's right there.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's a series. No, but an incredible one from EDG. And we give all the praise in the world to Leave, who was extremely focused in the first 15 minutes. He was 0-3.
Yep.
But I think Fofo was the bridge builder that we talked about throughout this series for both teams. He was the one that was able to get them into that late game, give them a very strong strength to play around in mid lane on the Ahri, and it paved the way, rather, for Leave to come in clutch in late games. Those timings on the weapon for the chakrams, it was all so well timed for EDG.
Yeah, I just feel like from the perspective of EDG, I think just having, again, we said it word for word. They needed some kind of platform somewhere to stand on moving into game number 2, or this game is just going to feel difficult. And it felt like, I can't remember the very famous statue, but this. I'm pretty sure it's the Greek one where you've got the massive man holding up the well. That
Atlas?
was Fofo. Atlas, yes. Thank you for knowing more than I do.
Fofo is Atlas.
Fofo is Atlas in this game.
He's got the
for
jawline
EDG.
for it, I mean.
He does, to be fair. I think just being able to set up so many team fights in the early stages and allowing Leave the time to get there on the item department, right? I think being focused down so heavily, Elk always having that one-to-one lead for so much of the game, did make things quite difficult. But I just think from the BLG execution perspective, they were never really able to find anything after that Baron takedown, right? I think Azula, that's such an LPL
That's
gold
an
graph,
LPL
isn't it?
gold graph right there, deservingly so. But I think for me specifically, BLG went into a very execution-based composition. They had a lot of strength in their top trio, but it was so difficult to crack the shell of EDG in a lot of the team fights once everything came to bear, right? Game 1, they didn't have to deal with that as much. They had so much strength coming into those team fights, but this game, it was so much more difficult. The backline access was just not there because EDG were playing them so decisively and peeling away for Leave a lot of the time.
Yeah, and I feel like the difference makers in this game between last are actually the swap arounds of bringing in the Ahri and then also having the Nautilus on your side, giving yourselves the agency as EDG to also, find fights on your terms, but then additionally also the flexibility of Ahri either starting fights or ending fights, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And just kind of moving away. Had the Medjais for so long, I think ended up with a score of 707 by the time he actually finally died, and it was a pretty random pickoff as well because the ultimate from Renata is a bit interesting, but I think having those extra tools just give them the extra inch they need to make it a mile, and BLG were never able to get Bin in those same threatening positions like they could in game number 1.
Yeah, and I think it's first and foremost a great thing for EDG not to go down another game, but for there to be some of that stability. And now I do wonder what kind of switch up of sides, things that we do get for game 3, as BLG will have that decision. But we will be taking a little break till we get to that point. So we'll be right back. Don't you go anywhere.
나게스에서 보라도 계속 봐요. 보라도 계속 봐요. 보라니 전에 쳤는데 이거 잡아야 되는데 근데 저기가 안 되면 보라니 없어지는데요. 아펠이 프리딜이에요. 아펠이 프리딜인데 한번 나가리까지 그러면 달려들어가서 누굴 때려요. 때릴 사람이 없습니다. 젠지에게 힘이 조금씩 빠지고 있습니다. 그런데 페이지가 내려서 남아있는 구마이스가 너무 세요. 그리고 남아있는 선수가 없습니다. 이렇게 에이스 시를 해줍니다. 이렇게 넥서스가 파괴가 됩니다.
Tell me what I gotta be to make you believe everything that's inside of me. Inside of me is inside of me you don't wanna meet. And I can promise I'm a pride on my enemy.
这从现在2中摆回来2个人，先找这个了，这个了大招已经被打出来的情况下，已经撒出来，撒的效果还不错。猴子直接一波反进场找佩佩高，但是自己身上立刻被掏了一手虚弱。小天2刀天空，先找一下佩佩高的离仓装，2度进场嘛，但是被打到太难。万雷天老爷，天雷杀机再次站了出来 ，Rookie 要被2段踢给踢死，
爆炸了！
正面已经成溃败之势。虽然说猴子换掉了一个，但是又是个回旋踢，再接上稳稳的垂直钩子和恶影钟摆，有狐狸收获 Triple Kill。
这波完美的一个开团，直接。
Okay, folks, I'm back and reloaded. If this one doesn't blow, well, I'm coming back with explosives.
Buhi ready, River ultimate on the Maokai.
He's looking for the angle.
They know he has no vision. They know they have no vision. He wants to go.
Multiple control. There he goes. Hui with the play and the jump in to follow. It's burned HP bars for EG. They ain't got no FBI to hold up the mantle for them. Licorice getting the kill onto Vulcan and JoJo zoned out. Golden Guardians clean, clean, clean.
Every amp on the planet still isn't matching my voltage. Yo, this cat is the coldest. I need a plaque that was golden. I really have to be goaded. You getting left in this show.
하면서 상대방이 못 참게끔 거를 하는 소리예요. 스킬 하나 뺐죠. 이런 스킬 하나 뺀 거고. 안 빼요. 들어왔죠. 뺀거가. 대답이요. 대답 선수 돼요. 고마요 씨가. 그런데 고마요 씨가 지금 도전했는데요. 그리고 살았어요. 고마요 씨가. 우와. 그래서 이거는. 이건 구마요.
Seriously, no, I'm kidding. Practically joking. It's totally random. Like this man doesn't have any motive.
这边骚扰，那就像刚讲的，他不能被飞爱锁到头，而且这波是被锁到头之后呢，旁边是完全没有队友。
来看一下勾到一个救急电话，给到的是塞恩一个举到，但是侧面的位置均加直接绕后把艾腾给秒杀，再一个巨幅毁灭拉波 Q 给到他，再举到一个 Triple Q 给到均加，再一把大家夸张，Panda 就在眼前，均加，均加还在追，
帮忙缓一下，
再过来想缓到 Penta Q。
And I really have to be goaded. You getting left in this show. I need you to prepare yourself for what's about to happen.
Não vai ter como, o Guti não tem flash, não tem ult, não tem nada. É dragão na mão do time da Red. FNB! Pega que é ladrão!
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab my killer chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little surprise and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks. Getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks. Getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do.
打 BLG 的话，还是打之前还是很有信心的嘛。先不管对手选什么样的中野组合吧，我们应该会选一个比较主动的，能帮助队友的吧。既然我已经在败者组的决赛里了，我们就要赢。勋选手的话，我看他比赛的话，就是正常的时候特别正常吧，还是跟他们打的时候，希望他不正常一点。反正我们会全力走到 MSI 的。
JJ wants to go all out for MSI, and you know he was able to deliver a little bit of that in game number 2, as we do have him taking the MVP first and foremost, but EDG awakening the fire within, it felt like, and coming to bear on game number 2 versus BLG.
Yeah, EDG really just kind of woke up. It felt like there was a couple of different members you could have given this MVP to, but I feel like JJ definitely one of the underlying factors in a lot of those team fighting successes, where it's just one of those things, right? Obviously, you had the likes here of Fofo kind of taking off in the damage department in the team fights, obviously leaving the later stages, but a lot of it started with JJ, Cyclones, Engages, around the Herald as well, and I think that it was the first one or the second one, I'm pretty sure it's the second one, where there was that kind of awkward ultimate, shall we say, from Elk. Really did give EDG the start of the edge, right? And even in plays like this at the very start, enabling EDG to get a bit of a lead. But in this case, it was actually him because he picked up both of these early kills.
Yep, he did. He got the kills and he was able to facilitate the rest of the team. A lot of pressure coming out of the 2v2 from mid and jungle, but also Mako getting out on the map. And a lot of these fights. Yeah, exactly.
It's powerful. Really, really powerful. And BLG couldn't really find much an answer for them, especially once the Baron went down in that pretty awkward play. That was it. It was just 5-man or 3-man or more ultimate at every single avenue. And BLG never managed to shut him down or stop him from doing it.
You get that big setup, the wombo combo, but it also was a lot of the peel back it felt like he was bringing, but as well as the whole team was bringing. I think we saw the Nautilus be a huge pick for them in game number 2. We saw them reawaken, as we had said, but now is the conversation of who takes that next step forward in this best of 5. We have to remind everybody this is a fight for MSI. This is a fight for a rematch into JDG in the grand finals. And both these teams have come out swinging in their own ways. And I think we saw a lot more of the normal EDG in game number 2 with that control around objectives, a little bit of pressure bot lane, even though they gave up those 3 kills early. And now we're going to have to see a BLG kind of adapt to that, right? Because they're stock standard that they've gone for twice now really didn't work out that second game.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out that second game. I think, though, when you watch a game back like that as either a player or a coach, you're 100%. Obviously, I'm sure there would have been macro issues going on, especially the bottom side thing. They tried to go for bin and they give up Baron, but there was a lot of execution flaws here as well, right? You think that fail flash by Yagao into the wall, not allowing him backline access as easily as he should have had it, to then have the collapse come through from bin at the same time, to feel a little more synced up with one another. A fight like that could change the pace of a game, right? Could really start to kind of knock the wind out of the sails of EDG, but it doesn't go that way. And instead it's Lee picking up kills, it's Fofo going untouched, it's him picking up more gold to get towards that Medjai's, that big stack as well. So I feel like for BLG, you can still hit at it one more time, right? I think at the very least before you consider a bit of a reshuffle in how you want to approach the games. I think a lot of it is laid on execution so far, but in game number 2, the execution was definitely more so in the hands of EDG.
Yeah, and I think when you're looking at execution needs on both sides, we've seen that both games in actuality have always just returned to that bot lane matchup. There is a spot opposite ruler in the grand finals, Jamada. A step up from one of these two ADCs to try to represent a little bit in those finals in terms of trying to give Ruler a little bit of competition at ADC. They have stepped up respectively for their teams. We've seen it game 1 from Elk. We almost saw it game 2 from Elk, but it was really Leave that helped close down a lot of those late game team fights. And now when we get into game 3, we see some adaptations. BLG had chosen the blue side for this one. They ban away the Jace and the Xayah. We'll see EDG on that red side ban away the Kindred first and foremost.
Yeah, I'm very curious about 2 picks here. The Annie and then also the Rakan, and where they're going to end up going here for both of these sides. With Xayah removed away, I feel like it's just kind of a bit of a call out to say we don't want Leave to potentially snap it up, or just, you know, we're not prioritizing the Rakan as a first pick or the Xayah, so we don't want to give over the power duo in the bottom side of the map. Jax is going to be removed away. Actually, a bit of a self-ban, of course, but Ala is no stranger to that champion. So now, my question still lies as well as the Zeri also being up and available, right? That's the other big AD carry. Are we going to see this one actually go through from the side of EDG? Will they allow Elk and BLG to get their hands on that one? And if they do, will they simply just handshake it, go towards the Aphelios? How confident
absolutely.
are they feeling?
You know they will.
They are.
That's
So
the LPL, baby.
What I will say is I like this call to remove away the Lulu, because Zeri is, on her own, a very obnoxious champion, but you think about all the times where you see the, you know, the Zeri moments where she pops off, gets the 3, 4, 5 kills in a team fight. A lot of the time she does have a Lulu in her back pocket to buffer up to those obscene levels. So removing that away and then just handshaking the Aphelios, I don't mind this angle. I wonder if JJ is also for the first time going to move off of the Wukong and go towards the Vi as a point and click, or whether or not they'll actually look to go towards the Wukong again. I actually think maybe the better call is to lock in the Nautilus here. So you confirm the point and click CC. Even if you run into a bit of an annoying support matchup, I feel like in the team fight, you're always going to prefer having that tool. And then you're still going to have a strong jungler.
This has been
they still want they just want the Wukong more though.
Yeah.
So I think that makes sense, just exploring a potential option there for EDG.
JJ is the facilitator for EDG, and the Wukong helps in that so much. It gives him that aggression, gives him some fighting in the early games, but it also gives him huge wombo combo potential in the late game. There's a pick that has made it through. The Rakan is still available for On. It's been something he's been opting into a lot, but it also gives him a lot of the mobility out of bot lane and some of that peel potential there for the Zeri. We do get the Vi locked in here, actually, for BLG.
Okay, so Vi will come through this time around. I wonder what they'll pair it up with, whether or not they'll go towards the Ahri this time around. If they want to leave their support pick till later on, they also hover the Annie as well. So, you know, it just makes sense. And I beg your pardon, you still have the opportunity to always kind of hold it in the air as a bit of a flex, right? Again, we've seen it gravitate more in recent weeks towards this mid lane pool away from the support, but it's not like it can't play down there in the support role. We'll see what EDG look to lean on now. I mentioned Ahri Fofo had a really good game on it. There are quite a few good lockdown tools available to BLG though, so I'd feel a little more apprehensive about locking it in if I were Fofo. But it seems like he's confident in this pick and that he wants to go into it. Right back to the well, as you say. So now I think it's about what EDG want to actually take away from BLG, because they've got strong engage already between the Vi and the Annie and a lot of burst. So I think you probably want to just try and cut away some of that power as well, so they don't dogpile on to the back line of EDG.
And a lot of the strength last game for Fofo came after JJ had already gotten those 2 kills and was able to be a little bit more prominent from the jungle. Because game 1, EDG were lacking proactivity, right? They had a pretty proactive jungle duo, but they weren't able to find it. After getting that lead early, EDG were able to capitalize on that. And I want to see if they can get that again and what it looks like if that doesn't occur. Now, we will see the focus, at least for second phase of EDG, is that Fiora that's been banned every time. And then we'll see the BLG answer of that Thresh.
I'm wondering whether or not EDG are going to hold. I'm wondering what they prioritize more. If they prioritize getting a counter pick in the top side for Bin, or against Bin rather, or having a more comfortable 2v2 matchup in the bottom side. I think those are the questions. When you ban away two top laners like this, two carry top laners, Fiora and Gwen, it signals a Cassante to me, but maybe it could also just be a tank in general, right? Like a Sion. It could also be the Gnar as well for Ala, something that has been removed away 2 games in a row against Bin. I think that's also a very, very valid call out, but to me, if they go towards the Gnar, Bin's not going to be shy of just locking in Camille. And when you've already got, a couple of mobile carries on the side of EDG, they're not really going to care. So BLG make the read of it's going to be Sion. EDG, for now, hovering over the Nautilus, they do need that proactive factor of lockdown, right? They've obviously got the Wukong and the Ahri for conditional CC, but they need something to just always get the fight going, and Nautilus does that for them. It looked a lot better for Mako in game number 2 than when he was off it in game number 1. Hovering over the Renekton, is this really the answer?
Wow.
That you want to take into Bin? There you go. I think this makes a little more sense for team fighting, right? Now, we've seen Nars change games all the time, but my point still stands. I feel like Bin is just going to lean on the Camille. I would even gesture and argue they could send the Annie down to the bottom side now and go Camille Galio. I don't think it's out of the question.
I will say, though, I feel like giving Gnar to Bin is terrifying in its own right.
Yeah.
So maybe taking that one away, but it's also one of Ala's comfort champions. I want to see him try to perform on this. Now we'll see what BLG want to lock in. Opposite side of the map for this top laner, but it is the Rakan for On, which we had said earlier is an opt-in for him into something very comfortable, but it also gives him a lot of the tools that we've seen BLG use so successfully.
Yeah, exactly. I am very, very surprised that BLG have lent themselves onto this Renekton above everything else that they hovered there, but that's the choice here for BLG for Bin. And again, I feel like across the board, BLG have strong scaling through the Zeri in the mid lane as well. Annie doesn't necessarily fall off. It's about how much she can really find with her engages, so that's always going to be fine. And just generally a lot of strong setup in lanes that should be able to walk towards and always leverage. On the upper side for EDG, a little more passive from the top side, and on the bottom side as well. I feel like going into the Renata, I don't mind it, but again, I think it lacks that general hard engage that I feel like EDG used so well in game number 2 to really get fights going on their own grounds, right? On their terms. So I think it's going to be a little more nuanced again for EDG, and that's when things looks better for BLG in that game number 1. So I think, again, execution is likely going to just be key here when you've got compositions like this, but especially on the EDG side.
And we've got both junglers in form to really give out these resources early on. We saw what Jijik do last game with a couple kills early on himself. But right now, the big eyes are the fact that we have 2 superstar AD carries here vying for an opportunity. Elk versus Leave. It is the Zeri versus Aphelios, and it is about everything that leads to the moment that they start popping off.
Absolutely. And this time, spoke about pop-offs, Mazel. How many times has that champion on your screen done something absurd to turn a team fight or a game around?
How many times has Elk done something absurd at this point, man? Both these AD carries, Leave in his own right, the rookie of the split here in spring. An incredible come up, an incredible step into the shoes of Viper for EDG. Elk on the other side coming over from Ultra Prime. What felt like the brightest point of that team last year has found his home, has found his niche, and it is with that aggressive stance that we've known Elk for so often over these last couple years. And as we crest over into game number 3, it's BLG versus EDG with eyes on MSI, with eyes on JDG, and somebody here is going to step forward 1 step, 2-1, put their backs against the wall of the enemy.
Back to regular season. Best of 3 from here on. Need 2 more. EDG equaled out in game number 2 after what was a very one-sided game in game number 1 from BLG. And I think we were really hoping for EDG that they would find that game number 2 just simply because you start to
I see Nas.
It is. It's Nessus. Hello. But you start to question how do things like momentum really affect a team like EDG? A very short stint in playoffs, right? In comparison to BLG starting all the way back in round number 2.
And that's
But
the craziest
broken.
thing, I feel like, is like that run, right? It started with RNG. We're like, do RNG have the Spring King sauce at somewhat? But they didn't, right? BLG beat them 3-1. Then they 3-0'd Weibo Gaming. And while a lot of people are saying, including you earlier, it was a 4-1 victory BLG's way, they did in fact lose 3-2 to JDG. It was a disheartening loss. They went down to the lower bracket. They smacked OMG in a 3-2 series. Blue side was king, and now they find themselves here where EDG question marks abound for them, and they're trying to answer them as we go.
They are. And I think, had you asked, especially like halfway through the split, hey man, who out of the, let's say sort of 4th to 5th downwards teams do you expect to make it fairly far into playoffs? I don't think anyone would have really had BLG very high in their potential predictions because they were struggling throughout a lot of the split, right? They spent a lot of the split basically just staying at sort of equal footing in terms of the score, right? 4-4, 5-5, just kind of win-loss a lot of the time. Finally finding their ground in this particular playoffs. It's felt very nice to finally see a roster that a lot of people were expecting to do well meet those expectations in the last stage of this split.
And we will look at the opposite side starts, at least for both junglers. I know last series for Shun against OMG, he was very heavily going on a lot of early invades, early ganks, things like that. We haven't seen that necessarily in the series. We have seen Giga been activated already in the top side, forcing Ala away. We'll see Yagao actually roaming very early here as well.
Is he just going to flash over the wall? Is he going to do it? Is he going to cut the
They're going to bring Shun as well. Ben's going forward. He gets the CC. He's going to go. And there you go. Giga Ben has showed up in game 3.
You know what? My bad, Bin. I should have never doubted your Renekton pick in the first place. Finds the solo kill. Basically 1v2. Oh, they're going to re-dive him,
And you
aren't they?
doubted
He's got
his
no
game?
flash. He's still level 2. I did indeed.
They're going to double TP here as well. Resources burned. There's a response TP from Yagao back to mid lane to clear that wave. And a trap has been sprung by BLG early. They got first blood. They looked exactly where they needed to topside. Now they're starting to build that bridge we talked about over and over again.
Yeah, they are. And I'll tell you right now, if that TP didn't come in from Fofo, I think that would have been a very dead Ala again. That would have been even more XP and the way he's missed. Fortunately,
it's about to be another dead Ala again.
Oh man, if Ala does anything really silly here,
he's got some
show
cute
on the ward
pajamas on. Oh, he's spotted out though. Now he's just standing on the ward. Will be Ala still playing pretty aggressively in the top side, just trying to keep a little bit of face up there. We see that early on, at least a little bit of something given over BLG, and we get a nice little directive cam of that solo bolo.
Yeah, everything's super clean here from Bin. Not much to talk about. Dash in, the stun still connects. If you start the animation and the auto attack comes out, that's it. And you're going to get stunned up, locked in place, even though he gains the distance. Gets reclosed by that second dash. Really, really good stuff from Bin. And now the question does beg to be asked. How much pressure is he going to get down up in this top side? Half health Ala in this trade.
This was
Not
an
too bad
opt-in
at all.
matchup, by the way,
Yeah.
for EDG. So this is definitely something brewing in the pot, it feels like. And obviously something that Ala has shown up big on. And even looking at last year, the Gnar pick was the deciding game-winning, series-winning fight against BLG in the first round when he was on LG. It was an engage onto him that went completely awry with a big Mega Gnar ulti. So I love to see him back on some comfort. I want to see if EDG can pull that off even with all that pressure already given by BLG.
Here's the hoping. No strong team fight tools. Lockdown is going to have to be crucial. It feels like a lot of the early adaptation when Zeri was brought into the meta on the opposite side was, big team fighting ultimates that basically just keep you CC'd in place. Many a times it was actually the Vi that was brought in as that answer. This time it's the Wukong, kind of does a similar thing. Again, my question is how consistent will the lockdown be? They went towards this Renata pick over that Nautilus. There you go, got there in the end. And right now, it's definitely yielding a little bit of results in the bottom side.
Yeah.
Pressure over to EDG in the laning phase, and that should just about get them this dragon, though Yagao just doing a little bit of, poking and prodding. But I don't
This is bread and butter for
how hard this
EDG,
contest
though.
will be.
They want to go for these early stackings. They want to focus the dragons, and now BLG no. Yagao tries to go in for a flash. They do target Mako. Mako goes down. On tries to go in for an engage over the wall. You got JJ who's completed that dragon finally, but it's a pouncing maneuver for BLG, and now the flash ball breaker into leave, and Shun gets the kill.
Okay, I mean, BLG, they don't get the dragon, but they get 2 extra kills with it. Won't feel too bad about losing it in the immediate future. We'll see what they can do with the gold injections. EDG get their bread and butter plate off, but at the cost of those kills. Seems like, for the most part, League will get back to the
sour,
bottom
man.
side. Not the best butter in the world. Feels like
they do get an interesting setup here in none the least, right? Leave using the cleanse there, thinking he was going to get hit by the tippers, but also flashed in the end. So little double dip in his summoner spells, and it kind of led the way for this because he had nothing left.
Yep, great call out, Marcel. Not having that cleanse. I mean, I feel like he'll probably die here either way, but great flash from Leave to get out from the initial stun. Just unfortunate that he ends up using both summon spells, and perhaps his reactions are so fast that he didn't have to. Yeah,
That ain't a vault breaker, it's a backbreaker.
Oh,
He's looking like Bane at this point. We do see, though, on the roam, that is something that has always been important for BLG. It's something that, I'd like to see from Mako at times, but I think he's at the point right now where he needs focus in lane. But that connection of On with Yagao, with Shun, it has led to so many payouts for BLG, and especially early pressure, right? We saw game 1 where JJ didn't have proactivity from the game, from the start, and it didn't go well.
No. It didn't. Do you know what's probably not going to go well this time?
He has pajamas on, man. Leave him alone. He's so cute. They're still going. The slice and dice, getting the distance. Flash comes out, though, and everything used by Allah just to not go down again.
Yep, gonna miss out on this wave, probably the next one, if Bin so pleases, and get a plate, teleporting that up here. So this is just complete yield from Arla here. Herald's also gonna go over, so that's what BLG get from the play. What do EDG get in the next 30 seconds or so? Maybe 2 jungle camps at most.
Chicky nuggies?
Nope, doesn't seem like it. I mean, Cyclone's there, so they want to pick maybe onto Yagao, who used that flash in the dragon fight, but not even really angle for it because Yagao is just positioned so well in the lane. Ben is going to clear out the rest of this wave. Will he even let
20
Arla
CS
step
already? I feel like this is not fair, though, because you have like a living toy. It's making me feel like Small Soldiers has come back to bite Allah, who is just the kid in this situation with the pajamas on, trying to play with his action figures. And it's just not fair. It's not fair.
Wasn't that movie? I think it actually came out before I was born. I think it's called Toys.
Probably. The old one.
It's very, very old. Do you know the one I'm talking about? Where it's
Wait.
like they've got like the Action Man-esque figure.
Yeah, that's Small Soldiers. That's what
Is
I'm
that
talking
Small
about.
Soldiers? Is that what I'm thinking about? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you know, I'm old enough to have that representation unlocked, you know?
Yeah, thank you, man.
At least right now, Small Soldiers going in favor of BLG. We'll see if Allah can get a hold on his toys at some point. We do have that Rift Herald available for Shun, going towards bot side of the map, knowing that they have been focusing Leave so heavily in this series so far, and it's worked out for some extent.
It has for now. I want to see where they end up using this Herald, because the top lane has been taking such a battering that do you even feel like it's worth it, pushing that lead even further? I mean, to be honest, as much criticism as the Renekton pick can often draw, a very fed Renekton can be very, very obnoxious to deal with. Even though you've got a fair amount of CC and disengage, I still feel like Bin's the kind of player that will always find the angle. It seems like we'll get our answer to the question. It's just going to be a mid lane drop. Right, and I think it makes a lot of sense. There's not too much wave clear available to BLG, whereas for EDG, a little more accessible for that wave clear. So just trying to drop the mid lane tier 1 and then potentially open up the map to allow yourself earlier rotations once you brick the tower is a really, really solid. So I like that, and they get 3 plates off it too, so not bad.
Yeah.
Good timing.
And we have Dragon coming up in about 45 seconds. The biggest thing right now that I'm looking at for BLG is they just have so much single target lockdown. If they connect one thing, Leave is just going to die. And I think that's the biggest target right now for BLG, or at least there's a walking target on Leave. And that's where EDG are going to have to find ways to prevent that, or at least deny the execution.
Yeah, they will. I think It's gonna have to stay well and far away from Shun. Leave. But the issue is that they've got Rakan, so you know Shun's gonna go, and then Rakan's gonna press E on him twice, and then hit R and W on leave too. So it's just gonna be double jeopardy in that regard in terms of the lockdown. So EDG, like you say, they're really gonna have to play their cards right. And Mako's gonna have to be on point with the ultimates. Here we go.
Nice. A little bit of an engage here with the lightning crashing. That's a hostile takeover out the cleanse and the flash burn from leave.
Dude, that sidestep from On was slick, right around the handshake.
Oh, they got a nice engage here on the Shun. He's not going down just yet. Does finally die to Fofo, as he should get out of here alive. It's a nice little pick off, and EDG are on the board.
They are. They find Shun critical time as well. I wonder if they'll actually consider going towards the dragon. Another nice trade goes over to Bin. Arla can't get the Hyper Brock to trade back. Yeah, EDG at least finds something somewhere because they're starting to struggle a bit. Rest in peace, Tibbers. Fofo will claim that. Has teleport, will come back out onto the map. But yeah, Shun getting caught off feels a little bit bad because I feel like everything was set up for them to really connect on this dragon. I'm sad the replay doesn't start sooner than this because there's real heads-up play from On, but what's real heads-up play is EDG finding Shun as he's just rotating around. Real nice play.
The Spellbook Ignite, love it. Fofo, in these last couple of games, or at least this game and now the second game on the Ahri, is really improved. I feel like after that first game where it was really non-existent, we really see this Ahri unlocking a lot of things for EDG, and now they'll get the second dragon again right where they want to be.
Yeah, don't forget as well, BLG did have the opportunity to snap up the Ahri if they wanted to with the Vi. It's a very popular combination. Double lockdown, loads of mobility. I think one of the things that you can often find with Vi is that she goes so far forward. Oh, I mean, speaking of going forward, Arla gonna find himself. Very angry Vi.
Needs to be a little
deals
careful.
a lot of damage.
He does do a lot of damage, and Allah has nowhere near the Meganar bar. Shun not going to go under the tower just in case something else was going to come, but that flash burn does mean the punishment continues. The toys have risen up, Jabata.
The toys have risen up. One more power punch, I think, with the passive proc as well. So much armor shred from the Black Cleaver. Arla could have died.
4 plates.
Just a solo kill. And that is 4 plates, you're right.
Yagao is on the chase down here. Yagao is on the flank. He wants to try to come. I don't know if he actually realizes there is this much pressure or just trying to go mid lane now.
Yeah, EDG eyeing up this bot side dive. Teleport.
This could
not
be huge
available
for
Yagao.
EDG.
Yeah,
They're gonna lightning crash. There is the TP coming down now. JJ a little bit caught out on his lonesome. Just be careful or Elk will get ya. And now they're chasing down with Yagao. He goes for the flash. The cleanse comes out yet again, and that's from Fofo. We'll see some damage follow up, but nothing else there. As BLG tried to collapse on EDG's play, it will be JJ going down.
Yeah, it's strange because BLG read the initial dive going on, but I think it took so long, the execution, that they kind of just took a step back, and it was more actually hesitation on the side of EDG to find the play initially. Definitely goes very, very wrong. JJ losing his life. They can't commit. As soon as that teleport comes in, they just have to back away because they know Renekton very, very powerful at this stage in the game. If they make one misstep on the dive whilst that teleport's coming in, they all die. And they can't risk that commitment.
So, I know this is going to be really random, but did you know
I love random.
that an elk can weigh up to 900 pounds? And I don't know if there's room on Summoner's Rift right now for a 900-pound elk, but it feels like we're about to get one. Because Elk is on this Zeri. Zeri for Elk has been so huge. He's played so aggressively with her. But if you get a little bit of resources, it feels like he can just skyrocket off the map. And that's exactly how BLG have picked apart so many games.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it just feels like Zeri anytime she's on the map. If she's not put, you know, 2, 3, 4,000 gold behind, it feels really, really bad. And right now, even though EDG made a bit of a heads-up play to... I mean, they allowed the Zeri to go through, but they make the call out because they want the handshake between the Aphelios and the Zeri. By removing away the Lulu, they just say, you know what, maybe that we can curb that power. But so far, I mean, winning out in the 1-to-1, and also the top side, not gone in the way that perhaps EDG were hoping it would. Just sets up that stage for Elk to, you know, have the space to just have that big pop-off moment
Yeah.
That EDG are always going to have to worry about and try to shut down whenever it actually arises.
And BLG even gave over first turret to Elk down there on the bottom side, but BLG getting that first tower. And now they will have a lot of freedom to move around this Rift Herald, which they've already started up.
Yep, Herald being secured there. I don't think there's going to be a contest from EDG, even if they could. I think it would be a little bit lopsided. We haven't spoken about it much, but there's a 5,000 gold difference between these two teams right now. I think very fortunately, at the very least, the items that have been completed are kind of even. So it's a bit of a fake data 5k gold lead, right, for now. I always say, man, like, item completions are what change champions, right? Gold lead's important, but if the gold hasn't been spent or the items are even, oftentimes it can be enough to transform a champion into just kind of pseudo being at sort of parity, as it were. We'll see whether or not, if this gold is being waited on to be spent from BLG, they'll be able to find some kind of bigger lead. But for now, first items
they are all in the lead. Yeah, we did get all those item completions. You see a little bit of that gold difference in the top left of your screen. Yagao getting pounced on here by EDG. This could be a big pickoff before the dragon spawns that EDG really want to focus on. Yagao won't be finding any reprieve today. We have the ride home to Tibbers as JJ picks up that kill.
They do find that pick onto Yagao, but the problem for me is that he's going to come back up in time with teleport available. And EDG just blew 2 ultimates, albeit Spirit Rush has a very short cooldown. I don't think the Cyclone does at this stage when you don't have 2 points in it. So we'll see whether or not this comes to bite them in the backside.
It actually looks like it's cooling down just as fast as the Spirit Rush.
Yeah, which
just a little bit slower.
Problematic to me.
But I still don't think they'll be set up for this. I think EDG are just going to go ahead and give this and go for the side lane plays. We did get that Rift Herald popped by BLG in the bottom side. They got a tier 2. Now, oh no! They've got out a little bit of the bot lane as Mako has gone down. Leave can't get the damage back onto BLG, and that's a big pounce.
Yeah, that is a big pounce. Real nice chunk. They find Mako, and now for sure it's just confirmed that there should be a BLG Dragon if the charge in the top side wasn't enough for you.
Oh, you just really wanted the tower, okay?
He wanted the tower. Shield boat, dash over the wall, had flash, absolute worst case. He's okay. He's doing just fine. But honestly, BLG just finds so much in this little window. And this is now where the game can get scary for EDG, right? Not just because the gold lead will start to matter once the items start to come in a little bit faster with BLG, but with so much off the map and the way that, I mean, BLG have been playing so high up already, expect them to just suffocate EDG out. Moments like this where, you know, someone has to step up eventually to put a ward down.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, you've got a Vine or a Khan on top of you, you've been knocked up twice, you've got a grey screen in the space of about 3 seconds, so this is now where I call on BLG to be concise with their forward movement, but also for EDG to just take a moment to breathe and not overstep your bounds too much. I like that they're going to just be able to grab this tower, try and find gold back somewhere. But now the darkness will start to consume the map from EDG's side.
We did get second item completions there for BLG. They got the Rylai's for Yagao. Now engage on Devon. Not going to go through. He's sidestepping everything. You got Elk facing off the demons of EDG, and On is a monster on this Rakan. I said at the beginning, man, he just gets unlocked when he's on this pick, and it is the youngest ADC in the LPL here, or not ADC, rather, the youngest support, really popping off on a signature pick right now.
That was, I'll call it a nice sidestep, but also that I've seen charms hit when they look like they shouldn't. Maybe, you know, Rakan's been on a diet, and that's what it is. You know, just you know, cheeky
that's
little
what
bit.
It is.
Yeah.
We did see another tier 2 go down to BLG there in the side lane. So man, they are just taking towers by storm. 5-2 now in terms of turrets, and now they're gonna wrap around. Focus onto Fofo. He has that Banshee, but it's already popped, and the CC chain is too much. Yagao gets the kill.
Even small little execution things like that there from Shun, just smiting away the Banshee's shield so the Q does connect and the CC chain can commence. Real nice, and it's right on the timer for Baron. Smite is on cooldown for Shun. It looks like it's a slightly longer charge, maybe 20 seconds away from now, but they don't want to pull that trigger just yet. Not worth the flip in their eyes, even though it's a 4v5.
Not yet. We're waiting. The burger needs to get cooked a little bit more on the bottom side before we're flipping.
Yeah. They can't flip it until it's seared on one side, right? So that's the first charm. But like because the observer also zoomed in. So no. Wait. How does this not hit him? Nah, I don't know.
That's just a skill difference there. That's all I'm saying.
I've seen skill shots lollipop harder than that, and I'm gonna be honest. Yeah. You know,
On is almost dead. Has the quickness and the ignite burn. So maybe a little bit of something happened. Lightning crash also burned, so a couple ultis down.
A couple down, but it doesn't seem like it amounted to too much, and there's just a reset on the map that it forced BLG into. But again, you know, pace of the game will slow down. I think it's kind of a situation now for BLG where unless they feel confident enough to burn down the Baron, it's going to give EDG some time, all right, to collect some gold, collect some resources, and just try and get to a couple of crucial item breakpoints. There's a picture of what actually went down. So just a bit of an engaged Naro, pretty big as well.
Oh my goodness,
doesn't result in anyone going down.
He gets out?
Yeah.
That's insane, actually.
I mean, On is just on a bit of a mission in this game.
Yeah, it has been incredible, right? On first of all, he played with Bin in the past, right? On Suning in 2021, and I think seeing him really come into his own, not alone on this superstar roster, but really him and Elk having a lot to say in the carry potentials. It's been really, really awesome, and he's going against what would be a legend in the LPL and Mako in one day, but it is something that's really stepped up the case. As Ala does get out with a nice little move, scoop away at least. Maybe Elk wants to continue chasing. Daddy actually flinches. Oh, Elk wants it. Did you know that Elks can jump 8 vertical feet? And that will be Ben, the Crocodilian, who actually picks up the kill. But Elk himself able to fire down so much, and it's BLG who would just find themselves in a huge gold differential and a big lead.
Yep, they find the side lane pick. Arla doesn't want to commit the flash in an attempt to get away. Ooh, Mako, how much trouble is he in?
That's a lot of trouble, I would say, as bailout comes through. There will be none today yet again for another game, as Leave actually getting clipped by that Ultra Shock laser. It should be BLG circling back around to try to catch out Fofo and Jed. Yeah,
Fofo. What can they do? It's on the opposite side of the map.
They're buying time.
Jed. I mean, it's not going to be a Baron takedown. At the very least, it won't be a Baron takedown, which is probably a positive thing.
Full circle. I love it.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, did Ollie get caught though? That's the dangerous part about this kind of situation is the rest of the team coming into the fold don't exactly have the eyes on what all's been going on. We'll see, though, as now we've moved around the Dragon Pit. Resets have to come out from EDG, and this could be BLG capitalizing.
Could be. Let that reset come out in time.
Just enough.
Risky stuff. That makes that one come through. EDG give up this dragon. The rotation was it was a rotation. BLG 2 mountains, and you know what? Actually, mountain just feels really, really oppressive in a game like this where you're already behind.
Yeah.
And just having those extra percentages in terms of how much damage you're taking can make a difference when you're working on a bit of a lower economy. So EDG going to feel the pain of that pressure, and I mean, especially in trying to take down the Crocodile, right? Been 2-0 scoreline, but he's 232 CS with 2.5 items, and at this point now, with the Gordrick and Black Cleaver, he's just looking to stack resistances to become even more obnoxious in the 1v1s, but also on the front line.
And right now, that kind of catch potential, the CC chains and all that BLG we kind of foreshadowed to is fully online now. I think EDG are looking for a lot of these closed-in team fights. Can they get Ala on a big flank with a big Meganar ulti and fight around Leave? We saw them do that to success in game number 2, but it's even more important here in game 3.
Absolutely, it is.
They TP on the back.
Oh, man.
It's a Baron already started from EDG. They're going to just engage straight onto the Meg. No, he doesn't. He finally gets the Meganar, but the health bar's already gone. And here comes Elk. Elk has arrived. And you remember I said, where's that 900-pound beast? Well, it's right in front of you as BLG will take down the Baron.
EDG just get routed. I mean, it's kind of them looking for the engage, but it just cannot go their way. Elk, like you say, 900-pound monster. 3 items, and he just started shredding, opened up immediately. That much damage cannot be answered out by EDG right now, and BLG will get the Baron. And it feels like the curtain is starting to descend on this game number 3. And the app is in favor of BLG. Nice Narum, a lot of, you know, big tools hitting here, but there's just not the damage. And as soon as Elk arrives over the wall, everything used. No one has the tools to stop Elk from doing this, plain and simple. So he's just open season on the entirety of the EDG lineup with the Runans, with Lightning Crash, so much AoE. And EDG have to retreat, and now they're down the Baron. And the siege can commence from BLG.
And this is such a BLG comp, it feels like. You have a lot of strength in the solo power of Bin, of Yagao, Shun on this kind of facilitation, but skirmish-heavy jungle, and Elk obviously on his Zeri, but it's also about how they piloted it. And to Abandon, it's been about the strategy they've approached with this roaming trio. They've got strength from Bin on the top side, and they just continue to look for fights. They continue to contest after that second dragon every time EDG tries to go on the map.
Exactly. And it just feels like EDG don't have the options to go anywhere. That sweeper, is it going to spot Jie over the wall? No, it won't, but they'll spot him face to face now.
See him when he walks right up to him. We'll see though. Jie got out, and that's no good. Shun will get the kill, and Baron buff for another minute and a half. This is push in the mid lane.
Cease and desist from Shun on the police officer. A little bit of court trolling from Jie. A little bit too far back. Looking for the flank angle, you can't blame him, but gets found out, and EDG lose their jungler. 4v5 now on the siege. Fortunately, Shun doesn't have ult, so they can't get, you know, flat out tower dive. Same thing for On as well, but I just feel like they're going to slowly chip away at these towers regardless. Top side, it's not a chip, it's just a straight up take. And EDG.
It is indeed.
Losing their structures.
They're looking at a couple more followed here as well, and I think BLG on the blue side for the first time in this series have shown what happens when they get a lot of this comfort, right? When Zeri is let through, when Rakan is let through, but especially when you give Bin the options, right? Like he was able to pick into Ala, he was confident in this Renekton pick, and it worked out for him. The toys rose up. We were talking about small soldiers, well, they're big soldiers now, and BLG have done it. They've destroyed EDG in game 3, and we'll see them put the finishing touches here. Do they want some more kills? Do they want to focus on the Nexus? Maybe a little bit of both. As now it's EDG trying to go on to Bin. He heals up so much though. And you're already losing this fight. Maganar into the wall. But here comes BLG onto your base. The rookie of the split leave gone. And BLG put EDG into a haymaker type situation. As game 3 goes down, easy does it. And we're going to need a response from EDG here, or the MSI ticket goes to BLG.
BLG want their first class over to London. 2-1. One more game between them and a trip to an international tournament for BLG. EDG need to recollect, not get too frustrated by that kind of game, and replan. They'll be able to move over to blue side, right? It's the side which is perceived to be stronger. And maybe that can help them out a little bit. I think, you know, not to draw to draft immediately as an issue, but you give over Zeri, you give over Rakan, you give over Vi. There's just so many tools.
But how do you let other things through?
Yeah,
you can't.
You can't, right? That's the big problem. I just feel like the handshake that they ended up taking was perhaps not the one that was the most favorable for them by the end of it. I think at the very least, maybe you try and take away the Rakan, right? You can't allow all 3 to go through. And I feel like On was also just having a very good game. But even in saying that, then, you know, immediately it's dog power towards the Nautilus. And the same kind of issue perhaps just kind of comes to a front. So it's a tough look for EDG. I think for BLG, that was just business as usual as far as their playoff standards are concerned, right? As soon as Bin got the lead up in the top side, you know, that was secured. On the bottom side, it felt like the 2v2 was just going in favor of Elk and On just by, you know, nature of having a Zeri lane against Aphelios. If Aphelios isn't in a 2v2 where he can really overstep his bounds because the support matchup allows him to, Zeri's going to do that. So, yeah, I think BLG, not only were they sharper on the plays, they just had the tools that they're more, you know, comfortable on as well. So something needs to change for game number 4. Otherwise, it's a 3-1, I think, for BLG.
And for me, the game 3 is always where the drafts kind of open up. A lot of the things kind of get licked through, or there's more prominent bans needed. And while I think we saw that in game 3, it still felt like there were so many options on the table that there were still things that they could have gone for, even if some of those bans did come through, even if some of that comfort didn't come through. So now it is really about blue side, who gets that first pick, what we see in terms of the presence of the Zeri now as well back into the fold. We got to see Elk really pop off on it, a shining moment for him. And I think that leave on the Aphelios, it's one of his best picks. Obviously, him and the Aphelios Zeri combo has been really good.
Man.
But again, it's about everything around it.
Yeah, exactly. Everything around it. Damage graph, quite nasty. Gold difference over time, one-sided. And you know it's bad when Arla deals the most damage on Gnar in a lane where he just gets the pound at his opponent. And it felt like Fofo Leave didn't have that same kind of, you know, freedom to do what they could in game number 2 rather. And I think a lot of it potentially lends to just the lack of frontline being available, right? I think looking at a potential game number 4 adaptation, returning Arla back to a full-blown frontliner and potentially just having Mako on agency engage instead of sort of retaliation and then turnaround could be a key factor in giving them the, you know, the kind of tools that it feels like EDG will thrive on in comparison to, you know, kind of reactive play, because it feels like BLG are so good at choosing their fights that even if you have the kind of turnaround tools that EDG gave themselves, BLG will still run you over for it.
And we saw early objectives for EDG, something they really find a lot of success through. But we haven't seen those really bad late game throws from BLG, some of the things we've seen them be a little bit lacking in. And I think this is a BLG that's looking for a redemption matchup against JDG, that is looking for a placement at MSI, already making it the furthest the organization has ever made in the LPL Spring Playoffs. They are 1 win away from taking EDG down and finding that rematch, finding that ticket. We'll find out on the other side of this break if EDG have anything left in the tank. We'll be right back.
"35 seconds till the dragon spawns," and that could be key here. If he's able to get onto carries and stop them from getting that extra attack speed, reduce them down, that could be very key in the next few fights. TP good.
Scout.
Looking for something. They get the double knockup, and Abel is dead. They went in full 5-man here and get themselves the tower. 3 kills. The solo laners of OMG nowhere to be seen.
Been thinking about it. He's got a blast cone to take. There's good aqua prison from JDG, but Lyric, they're on the wrong side of the map. They've got to run away. Brawler tried backing away, but BLG just pinched massive. Ben has flash. He's got slicing Maelstrom waiting for his time to go in. 369 zones him away, and maybe it gives help to the other members of JDG, but as he flashes, as Cullen comes through, Jing Dong, this is not where you want to be. Kanavi goes in for the kick, ain't it, as Elf goes in and takes down a world champion. He was known as Joe Among, but now we ride him like a stallion as Elf.
They're going 5 people towards the Gnar. All 5 of them.
Breaker, baby. There's a Twisted Advance to stun up. There's no damage just yet as everyone's on Ben. The Shy will pop the ulti. Ben's got the other 2 members of the family coming through. A Gnar ulti there. He's still alive. Dodges shock blast. Flashes past. Rocket doesn't kill him. Mini Gnar gets out. Gigabin! Hook not going to land, of course. Halloween Mist just does the job. Crisp unable to penetrate as Xiao waits in brush. That W's not available. Everyone on top of Ben giving them the Shy treatment. What?
That's certainly a positive sign for them. Jagulov wants the tower on the bottom side. Tien behind enemy lines as Shanji has arrived. Slicing Maelstrom comes out immediately. It's only a stun onto Mark though, and now finally turned around. Rookie tanking the tower, gets the shield and will walk away. A kill for Top Esports. Can they get away with it? Shanji no ult. Crescendum does land onto Jagulov. There's a grab as well. A great route from Rookie, but it's not enough to deny the Gale Force. Abel jumps on forwards for more.
I would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. If I could save you, all that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under, take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear
加上比
hunger crying out.
比赛我们要面对 EDG， 我觉得阿乐在季后赛和常规赛的表现都是很不错的，因为他现在也是2阵上单打得非常好，所以我觉得我们就是去打好我们自己的，然后不要去有太大的压力，正常玩游戏，我们就是很有机会赢。只差一步我们就能去 MSI 了，但是我觉得这一步是最难的一步吧，也是我们最需要去迈过的这一步，所以我们还是要去相信我们自己，然后以最大的努力去面对这场比赛，然后不要轻敌，不要有失误。比起对线打爆对面，我觉得零游戏才是最好的狠话，所以说我们要赢下你们。
Winning the game is the most convincing trash talk. Truer words have never been spoken. And Ben, he compared that trash talk with winning the game, man. This guy has been impeccable. He is on his way to making it back to MSI to try to reclaim his Spring King throne there, at least to represent from RNG last year. Now, we are in the thick of things here. BLG are 2-1 in the series. On himself, on the Rakan that we highlighted so well, is the MVP for Game 3.
Yeah, On was dancing around everything on the side of EDG. Nothing they could do about it, man. I think the pick is just too powerful. It was a little bit XDD to give it over. I think it's a bit too much to deal with in my mind, right? You give over Vi, you give over Rakan as well. It's too much dive. It's too much dive at the same time. And I feel like individually as well, just On had a phenomenal game with loads of easies up around him.
The youngest standing support in the LPL against the oldest in our matchup. And so far, that Rakan's making him look like a spry whippersnapper here. And it's working out real well, as this was the attempted play from EDG that was turned on its head in the early parts.
Yeah, I mean, you like the idea here from EDG. You know what they're trying to go for, but they can't. And as
That
soon as
elk
that
just jumped 8 feet, by the way.
That elk did just jumped 8 feet. And as soon as that happened, that was it. It just felt like EDG had no options. They could have shut down elk, and they had no way to put Leave into the game confidently. And yeah, it's just a Zeri moment. That little part there, and that's all it takes. One big Zeri moment to break open the game. I mean, it was already kind of, there was a massive crack in the wall already, and all he did was tip it over, and that was about it. So I think for EDG now, back over to blue side, which is going to be very, very crucial. And I think trying to limit whatever options that you can for BLG on that proactive front is going to be crucial, but also giving themselves more proactive tools. So far this series, I have not liked seeing EDG on reactive drafts. It's just not, they've just not looked comfortable on MSL. I think that's it. They've just not looked comfortable. And I think they can actually put a little bit of pressure back onto BLG when they have the ability to just press buttons and go forward.
And I'm really wondering what they go ahead and bring to the table here for this maybe last game for them, but I expect a lot of comfort to come through. We've seen the Ari not work out that last time, but specifically trying to get some compositions like that, playing around Leave, not allowing some of these premier picks to go through. We saw the Zeri let through for Elk, and he went a menace. The Rakan for On was incredible, but it was, again, that CC chain, that target selection that was so easy to execute on for BLG that EDG are going to have to find a way around, because Leave is the target. 9 times out of 10, the target is smack dab right in the center of his forehead for BLG, and EDG need to find a way to maybe find some distractions. Some of that red cape technology you were talking about in game number 1.
Yeah, that red cape technology, yeah. I mean, something's going to happen. Something's going to change. I think blue side is going to help EDG immensely here in, again, limiting those options and potentially putting themselves in a position where, they can maybe find some of that technology that we're speaking about.
It's just the cape, man. It's just go to the store, get some linen, put it together.
Whatever you can do. But, I think right here, it's the deciding moment, realistically. I'll be honest, I think if EDG can bring this back and make it 2-2, I think they'll go to finals. I think they might be able to actually drag the momentum with them, but obviously a loss here is a loss, plain and simple. But I'm just so amiss in terms of what to actually say for them, other than it just looks like a bit of an agency issue. They look absolutely fine when they can make the plays happen for themselves, but if they allow BLG to walk over them, their ability to respond to it is not as strong as BLG's ability to actually make something actually start up in the first place.
And while EDG ended up at second coming into playoffs, it was not an easy road for EDG, right? They really grew into this roster to some extent, and I think obviously they were being very heavily helped by having JJ and Mako, the long-standing members of EDG, there as a point of presence for them. But it was really Leave turning on in the late parts of the split, right? Fofo able to find, even in this series, a lot of strength through mid lane, and Ala trying to find something that hasn't been there in this series so far. So I think when you're looking at what has been successful for EDG, they need to kind of opt back into that for this last one. And even though we saw some glimpses of that last game, we really need to find this composition, especially with Fofo, JJ, to bridge into that late game. As EDG on the blue side, we had already said, they ban away the Annie, the Rakan, and the Gnar. Not going to give that one to Bin. And taking away some premier picks, it is that Jace, the Zeri, and the Ken banned by BLG.
All right, so Aphelios first pick. Pretty telegraphed, but what will BLG do, Mazel? How will they adapt, if at all, to what they've been seeing put down? Will this just be a very similar opener when BLG were on red side with the Jax plus the Sejuani, or will they give us a little bit of different spice? It seems like they're gonna just match AD to AD, given this hover, and maybe just open out with Shun's jungle option as well. We'll see. I'm wondering if they want to take
Kindred
JJ
is available.
off. Yeah, so my question is, do they want to just leave the jungle pick until 3 to get a little more information? Do they want to snap up with Kindred now, or do they want to take JJ off of Wukong? I think those are the couple of options
Shun,
I'm thinking about.
You want it.
He's hovered it twice, man. Yeah, okay. So he's gonna do it. So now, this is the big thing. Xayah, Kindred, Thrive standing their ground and moving backwards, right? And then re-engaging and moving forwards when it makes sense. How will EDG respond? Will they go in with dive, or will they try and be a little more nuanced? I think snapping up Gragas here would make a whole bunch of sense in terms of finding that middle ground. You can also look to, oh wow, they're gonna just take Jax from Bin. Okay. We'll see. I think double wall attackers from the get-go. You know Jax is always gonna have value. That's fine. You're still gonna be moving forward likely and looking for flanks. The question is, JJ's Wukong, it has been really, really powerful and potent, so I don't feel like you want to take him off it. But this is something that's also been denied away the Thresh for basically any time the Aphelios has been there and there's been no support pick. So EDG really want to take that one and have that safety net available to them. Will On bring out the Blitzcrank? That's now
that is a big question.
That's now the big question, because I feel like he's done it when it makes sense, and a lot of the time it makes sense to Thresh.
I do really like some of the spacing tools that EDG have already gotten for themselves, though, especially looking into that Lamb's Respite.
He's going to do it.
The flays, the death sentences, things like that. We do get the on Blitzcrank in here for BLG, and they're opting all into this game number 4. There's a lot of comfort coming through here.
Okay, comfort, one-to-one counter as well. I'm very, very, very interested to see how BLG decide to round off their draft. I think from the get-go, EDG, next ban, Galio, ban after that, probably a side laner. They've banned away Fiora a lot. I don't think they want to give BLG the opportunity to have a global like Galio whilst also supplementing a strong 2v2. It just makes too much sense with the composition that BLG have. I'm really, really eyeing up for EDG what strong jungle matchups that they're actually going to try to find to somewhat neutralize this Kindred in the early stages. BLG now obviously removing away the Lee Sin. They'll probably remove away the Wukong unless they feel like that's not an issue, and they would rather remove away perhaps. Honestly, maybe the Gragas if JJ wants to take it in the jungle. I don't think it's a terrible route to go, again, just because of what it can do to a potential Lamb's Respite. But again, I think just removing away strong 2v2 options is totally fine here for BLG. I think Fofo is very likely to lean back on the Ahri in this kind of situation.
It has to be Galio right here.
Yeah, I mean,
no, you think it's gonna go to Yagao?
I feel like they have to ban Galio.
I feel like maybe you just can't ban away Bins, the rest of Bins champion pool. I do like the Fiora ban though, but I do expect a little bit more of that. Okay, well it's the Silas. I was actually gonna see back to that conversation about the Galio you were talking about, but they just don't want to give over this Yagao pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way around it for EDG is if they lock in something on their next rotation, which is just really painful for Galio to lane into, because Bin right here can technically just take his pick anyway because he sees the one-to-one matchup, right? He just doesn't see what the mid jungle will be, and then they can just play it out either way. What are they going to look for? Really, Veigar blind.
It looked so good the last time for Yagao. He was a monster on this pick, and it's an insurance policy for BLG that they can play around later on.
Absolutely, I think as well when you kind of just take into fact how BLG maybe want to just sort of shift up fights, it says to me that they are just full committing into playing backwards until it makes sense to move forwards, right? And for EDG, I mean, Viego wouldn't look too bad here. You've got a couple of very strong champions to actually steal away the abilities of if you siphon their forms. I like it from EDG. It's skirmishing in the 2v2. Lissandra plus Viego, strong lockdown, and you're always going to be able to get on top of Yagao. Almost always. Just don't make the claw very telegraphed. You mentioned this Gragas here for Bin potentially. It seems like they're actually going to put Bin.
Hey,
they're going to send him over to the Renekton. Right back to it. Croc on R5. Not bad. And yeah, for me, BLG's composition, we focused on it a lot, is really just about taking position somewhere and just, you know, holding the fort, right? Letting EDG come into you as much as they really can. There's not a lot of engage options on either team, so I'm really, really gonna love seeing how they try to play out flanks and actually find backline access. For EDG, it's a lot more skirmish heavy in my mind, right? You've got Thresh, you've got Viego Liss in the mid jungle. This is all gonna be about, especially once the level 6 comes online, fighting over the neutrals, getting those thralls up and running. Finding the first kill is huge. You have Viego for the soul reset, and you have the thralls as well, so BLG cannot give over the first kill in these team fights. Otherwise, they're going to very quickly find themselves on the back foot.
It's Reset Sword City awaiting glory for EDG. One loss here. Every mistake in this game means you are not going to MSI. You are not getting redemption against JDG in the grand finals. They find themselves back against the wall, but that star on their chest will shine brightly in the moments of darkness. And can it be the difference maker here? Will they push us to silver scrapes? It's EDG trying to make a comeback in the series against Billy. They've given JJ some agency on this Viego. They've got leave on the Aphelios, and we're getting into game 4 soon with a lot of comfort. Give it over to BLG as the skyline is there. The competition is nigh. BLG versus EDG. Game number 4 starts now.
BLG, one game is all they need to book their ticket to MSI.
敌军还有30秒到达战
Will they
场，
be able to find it, Mazel?
碾碎他们。
We don't get the gyros. Maybe we're not getting it. Maybe it's there, but either way, you know, audience sat tensely as they know this game is probably going to be a bloodbath. You've got Blitzcrank on one end, you've got 2 reset champs on the other, but also level 1 shenanigans because there's that ward in the Pixel Rush, or rather the Tribe Rush. So are they going to look for something a little bit cheeky, perhaps? Jungle pathing going to be interesting as well to take a look at. Seems like JJ will be starting up on the top side, so he's pathing down towards the bot lane. He just knows volatility going to be a big thing with a Blitzcrank and a Thresh in the same lane. Wants to be down there and around that action. Shun, last time he was on the Kindred, 3 camps into bot lane dive.
Yeah.
Let's see what exactly he will eye up this time around, with also having a pretty volatile Bruiser matchup on the top side. It could pay dividends to make your way up there at level 3 as well. And he's been dominating the matchups too.
Yeah, he dominates every matchup. You just give him whatever he wants and he's going to win. But I think the biggest thing for me as well is you're getting a continuation of a lot of success for BLG, where On picked up Blitzcrank in game number 5 of their series against OMG, and it was absolutely crucial to setting up the team, but also knocking down Abel. And I think Leave is going to have to step up to the occasion here. You're getting a first-time Lissandra for Fofo. You're getting a little bit of that flexibility from EDG this time in their win conditions, but it's a lot of that comfort, a lot of the things that BLG have worked through time and time again and come into this streak that they're on now.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the first time in the series where we've really had Ala on a bit more of a carry-orientated champ. And I mean, I called out this top side play potentially just because, you know, the volatility of the matchup. If you can get Renekton in the head, it starts to feel bad. After Counter-Strike gone.
Oh, Ala gonna have to flash out of this one. Does have a little bit of that preemptive damage down from Shun. Does have that leave strike, and there won't be a flash to boot though. Shun getting hit back a little bit.
Wow.
So Ala able to weather the storm.
Yeah, you know, Ala, very fortunate. The minion that been used to dash forward to potentially find a little bit of extra damage is what died to give Ala the level 3 so he could have the leap strike. Small inches there. Otherwise, I think Flash at the very least gets blown. Shun now just paying a potential visit to the mid lane, but with the positioning of Fofo, that gank's not going to happen, so he will reveal himself. Everyone knows where he is in reality. Now it's about whether or not he can actually safely attain his bot side jungle, because EDG know exactly where he is. JJ's done a full clear, he's a level up, and he's got first move from his bottom lane as well. I want to try and
He's
find
got to
the
know
walls.
they know though.
Yeah, yeah.
A little bit of aggression. A couple wolves go the way of EDG, but the big one went over to Shun. We'll see back onto the map, go into this top side scuttle. Did not win the RNG this time though. Ala might be winning this solo matchup up here. Got his hands on the Jackson, looking for a solo kill into bin.
He wants
Maybe going under tower. Wants to go for it, and there you go. Ala has been activated.
He's been waiting 3 games to get a matchup that he can find some agency in. And in the one game he finally does, gets himself a solo bolo, takes down Bin, and now this mid lane gank. Not gonna come to much. Fofo will just take his reset off the back of the floor. But definitely things in the early game not going the way that BLG need them to. The Renekton lane falling behind a little bit in the 1v1, but also Shun 1-to-1 in the jungle just loses so much in terms of just his whole bot side jungle being stripped away. It's currently 37 CS to 18, so that's about a 4 camp difference, more or less. as we get a replay of the rundown here, just waiting for his cooldowns to come back up. Arla, as soon as he finds them, spaces, flash in, W, doesn't even really need the... I think he dies to the W anyway. It's just one of those weird things where the Q can get channeled all at the same time. Really, really nice. Finds himself that solo kill. Much needed.
Something to give the EDG fans a little bit of hope here in the moment. Back is coming through here. I wonder if he does stop it, as Ala is going pretty aggressively. He did stop his back, and now Ala, he doesn't have flash. He has no way out. The leap strike, though. Flash from Shun will be utilized. And Fofo, JJ, they're here. Backup has arrived, and the lockdown as well. They're looking for the counter strike from Ala, but they don't find it. That will be the reset of potential here on the top side, but BLG caught wanting in this topside trio now. We might have another 3v3 on our hands.
Not entirely sure. I think EDG are just going to work really hard to allow Arla's wave to be crashed in.
Oh, it's a 4v3.
Yeah, and On's on his way, so it's about to be a 4v4 if things actually kick off.
They're going to try to go on Bin. That's Frozen Tomb used the deaths, and it's not going to go through with the counter strike, but it's JJ who gets the heart steal, at least the soul steal, and a second kill to EDG.
This play was so smart. Fofo was hiding in the bush at level 5, and he ticks over to 6 in the bush to actually make that play happen. Really heads-up play from EDG. And they find the pick onto Bin, and they push the wave in. They just get away with their kill. A really, really nice early game so far for EDG. GAJ finds himself an individual lead, a big one at that. Now they're also just continually ensuring that Arla is just having a very fine time up here. Look at this. So he's in the bush. First minion dies level 6, and then they just wait until Bin steps up one more time. And as soon as he does, they just send it. The Event Horizon does a good job of keeping space. Oh, hello.
EDG actually going for it a little bit more. They've gotten Leave into the fight now as well. Over the wall, though, with that rocket grab, but it's JJ who picks out Chun, and that's 3 kills to EDG and first Dragon.
Yeah, this is really, really nice for EDG, and I mean, with a composition like this, they start pulling ahead, it just gets really, really oppressive. You don't have many tools for a very long time as BLG in terms of damage to really match the snowballing potential here.
Gal's just walking in. He's like, I'm going to try to contest this one. The spike comes through, though, and it's an easy secure for EDG.
Nice, nice. They walk out, get Dragon. Lantern as well. Isn't blocked by the Event Horizon, and he doesn't get grabbed by On. So, good stuff. EDG clean heist. Now on the top side. Ult was blown there by Arla, but as long as he gets the wave in, gets a reset, he's not going to care too much about that cooldown for now. Herald's also not spawning for another 35 seconds, so nothing to really be upset about. Let's see how things actually kicked off, because we was in the replay at the time. It's just a death sentence into play. On walks it off. The Event Horizon keeps everyone trapped in. But there's no real burst damage or follow-up until Fofo gets here. And as soon as Fofo arrives, double flash into Hook, you know. But in the river, you just see Gravitum catches out Shun. And as soon as he gets rooted, he's just effectively dead. Kindred, without the ultimate, just doesn't have great survivability tools.
Yeah.
Very, very squishy. No,
and that's where
GG's
a
up on the
little
top
bit of
side
the risk and reward for both these junglers are. Viego obviously needs resources early, it feels like, has gotten those. But Kindred as well needs resources, right? It is a source of carry potential for BLG. And now he's just getting oppressed across the map. And Ben might be biting off a little bit more than he can chew as Mako does not hit the death sentence, but there's the Frozen Tomb yet again. And it's the CC chain that follows every time that gets ya. Ala will get a second kill. On trying to go over the wall here, maybe trying to find something.
Cooking.
Does connect. Does have the CC chain from Yagao, trying to get the shutdown on from JJ. Has not all of the damage. That feels like it's been the case every time for BLG.
Find the hook, but they just don't have the damage for the kill. Heartbreaker as well over the Event Horizon means that JJ is able to escape. Arla can do what he wants here because he's got a Lantern and he's got this counter strike, so he's not going to die. BLG feels like losing out by an inch time and time again, but it's just good play from EDG. Can't take that away from them. They might end up giving over this Herald, but it feels like a minor consolation prize. First Herald is a lot of plates. Potentially, but I think with the state of the lane, that's the big thing. How much of a reward is it really? 300 gold as well on take. We'll see. We'll see what BLG can get done with it. EDG, they're actually approaching the area, but I think it's a bit of a half-hearted attempt.
I have an interesting situation I guess I see developing here is in our 4th game. We are completely abandoning any focus around bot side early. I think that's been a theme so far that we've seen a lot of focusing around the 3v3 bottom side of the map. But we've already seen multiple roams from On and Mako towards this top side, towards these solo lanes. And I think that's a little bit of an adaptation from EDG as well, trying to pull attention away from that bottom side, leave a little bit of breathing room against Elk.
Yeah, because it feels like one-to-one, you know, AD carries normally, unless there's a very, very big gap, whether it be player to player, which in this case I just don't think there is, but you know, matchup to matchup, the CS gap is just going to remain very consistent. It's going to be 2-3 CS at a time at worst. And I think going towards the top side, for me, EDG and Ala have not put resources into his back pocket until now. So I think your call is correct, Mzel, that they just want to leave the room to just scale up and then try and put Bin down, because he has been a pretty big vocal piece to this BLG puzzle and being successful. And so far, he's 0-3-0, which hasn't really been able to get much done with what was an R5 Renekton pick, right? He saw the Jax matchup for a very long time, and this is the matchup that he opted into. And so far, it's just been shut down entirely by EDG.
This is like one of the first times I can think of where Bin is actually losing a matchup in top side. Even in the unfavored matchups, he seems to find ways to win it. We actually got to see that Scuttle Crab taken, so I think that was a deny of a mark over to Shun. So huge stuff in terms of the macro play already 11 minutes in from EDG.
Good stuff. Good stuff from EDG. Taking away whatever they can, wherever they can. Little trade here from Ala. Could be an all-in. How much damage does he have? It's just going to be a walk away. Shun is also here, but he's just not going to risk it. I'm not sure how much information they have about the whereabouts of EDG either, so would rather not. Now the next dragon spawning, and EDG got the first one. And I think in a snowballing scenario, like the one that they kind of find themselves in, they'll be very, very happy to pick up the second dragon as well. And hopefully find themselves a Hextech Soul, Infernal Soul, one of the more oppressive damage ones, to just continue that snowball through.
Oh, Ala gonna pop that Grandmaster's Might. He's looking for a second solo bolo in this game. But as we had said, the setup around Dragon has been key for EDG and a lot of their wins. And they had set up around there, but BLG are contesting now.
Fog is kind of scary. You don't want to get hooked by a Blitzcrank, but we've seen it once or twice where there hasn't been enough burst damage. Elk is being slow.
He has to use the Feather Storm. They're going to get the grab in on Fofo. They've gotten one kill, but they got the reset back. On has fallen. They got to try to get back into the fight if they can. On the way.
JJ has Blitzcrank.
You got close. As now Yagao gets stolen down. The Lamp of Spike comes out now, though buying a lot of space and a lot of time. Elk will be stacking up those feathers, but is it enough? He does! He gets the steal, and now Elk is firing away at BLG. Have turned the tables on Edward Gaming.
It's a mechanical outplay from Elk from BLG. Great gale force into the feather pullback. Just means that JJ can't actually press his R key, execute Yagao, and then take the form and snowball the fight again. Excellent stuff. And it's just EDG not respecting the power of the feathers in a choke, right? Respecting all of this potential turnaround damage when your positioning is just going to be funneled in very, very tightly. And they lose the dragon. The Hextech Soul and Rift is what's on the map, but losing that second dragon is going to feel quite painful for the immediate future. We'll see what plays they continue to make, because right now it looks like they're eyeing up Bin, or at the very least, waiting for someone in this top side to enter jungle and try and take this red buff.
Usually they say there's an elephant in the room, but now there's an elk in the room, and it's 900 pounds again. It goes again. Now they will be putting focus more so in the Bin here for EDG, and I think that's huge, as we've seen a continuation of that. The lockdown is enough, and Fofo gets on the board.
Yeah, and I imagine Ala will be able to take a majority of that tower. Maybe get both plates before it drops. He's got another
tower.
The Bonish proc. Beg your pardon in the English, but he's going to get it. It's a huge gold injection. He's already got the Divine Sunderer as well, so just getting closer and closer to that 2-item spike. A little more attack speed to build. Maybe we'll see what he goes towards. But look at this. Leave has the Gravitum. Q into another auto just for a bit more damage. Root and the continued slow. Ult on the Inferno. Maximum damage. But silence into hook, into pullback means that Fofo doesn't get to actually do anything in this team fight. Isn't able to respond. JJ eventually takes the form, finds the hook onto Yagao, and even though they feel like they're about to kill him, the Heartbreaker is cancelled out.
All I'm saying, you ever seen an elk do moves like this? I've never seen it in my history, man. This guy is insane the way that he moves around these fights as well. And again, it's just another step up in what has been a multitude of them from the ADC of BLG.
Yes, AD carries in the split have been phenomenal. But these two, I think, have definitely risen above the rest. We've done the Leave is the rookie of the split. A little bit to death, we know it. He's bloody good, but Elk as well. I feel like for so long with the split, just because BLG had kind of been so middling, it's always kind of hard unless you've got a massive standout performance on a consistent basis to pull out members like we had on the BLG roster. But since playoffs in particular, Elk has just stood above the rest. Right now, BLG come back into the game a bit. They are down in gold still, but it feels as if all of a sudden they can, at the very least, take some control back, right? It felt like EDG had all the range, all the power, but so far, EDG still remain in control to a point. Let's see what they can do now as they take down this Herald.
We'll get a little bit of breathing room in that sense, at least some gold to write home about, maybe another couple tower breaks going their way. It is right now looking at the side lane pushes though, and trying to find a way to utilize Allah's strength, where he does find that huge advantage in his own right in the side lane against Bin. And it's about using the Jax that we actually saw Ben use very well earlier in the series. And now that we're getting this kind of lane state, a lot of control around this dragon is going to be fought over next, because we have about 1:45.
45 items as well, started to come in across the border at 16 minutes, so they've been there for a little while. Like EDG will be very happy to fight on this kind of spike, right? Viego, very, very powerful on Divine Sundara, Everfrost for extra lockdown from Fofo, Gale Force for the repositioning for Leave, which we've seen him use time and time again. So the Herald's there. I think they want to hold on to it for another minute or so. JJ, EDG, brick the tower when this dragon actually is about to spawn up. Use that to buy yourself some time to ensure that BLG aren't the ones in the river first. You check into Blitzcrank, it's always going to be scary, right? If you can deny him that, it strips away a lot of the fear and the power out of that pick. This is a mark, finally. Shun has, I'm a bit far away from him, I think that's 3 marks. So this will be the 4th.
It is number 4, look at that. Able to capitalize a little bit on that, as well as Shun, again, on his signature pick on the Kindred. I think obviously it's not been let through that often, and when it does, he immediately picks it up, but he's really found his own in this pick, but as well as BLG as a whole, being a very dual-sided jungle in terms of the fact that we've seen him be able to carry on picks like this, on picks like the Viego, but then when he's playing the Sejuani's, the Vi's, things like that, even the Maokai's earlier on, he's able to facilitate a lot of leads out to the rest of the team. We'll see EDG try to facilitate even more gold to their pockets here, though, in mid lane, as that Rip Herald finally does get pushed down.
They'll take it. Charge comes in. They won't corral to a second, just because BLG are all here. They'll take down the Herald, that's fine. And now EDG, they're the ones here. And they can just kind of catch the wave up a little bit high, be a bit respectful of the Blitzcrank hook, but always have priority. Leaves also got Inferno, so she's going to clear the wave a little bit faster. Oh, okay.
That's always the give and take between those two, though. That's a flash counter-strike on the 2 members, and Shun will have to pop that Lamb to spike. The Death Sentence does not connect, but Leave shuts down on. You gotta look for Elf, though, as the resets have already come through. That means the fight is lost by BLG. He gets a nice little turn back around from the Primordial Burst of Yakao, but it's still a big fight win for EDG as they take 3 members off the board.
They have 3 members, they'll get Dragon as well. First kill, that's all we spoke about, right? You get that first pickup. Resets start to come in, the falls, really, really oppressive. Medium to short range composition as well on BLG, so they're always going to have to be dealing with it. Good pick. It starts off really with Mako looking for his own death sentence, right? But having to be a little bit defensive on the flash. But as soon as that overstep comes in on the potential response from BLG, Fofo just pounces, goes in. But also look at Allah, he's been waiting in that bush for about 10 seconds before this play as well.
This right here, though, that's so decisive.
It is. It's a good reaction flash from Shun to reposition, but he's still going to be caught out and locked down. And then Leave removes On.
On gets caught again. Mako gets that kill. Tetsunitz connects on the Shun, who does not have Lambs to fight this time, but they turn back around on a Fofo. He got locked down by the Event Horizon, and that's another kill to Yakao.
Okay, Yakao finds another one. 202, not bad. Veigar he's going to put out a lot of damage in this game. And he's actually quite high value, right? Because you've got champions, the sort of melee bruisers like Diego and like Jax. They hate dealing with tools like Event Horizon. Any of these kind of AoE terrain-esque abilities are just obnoxious to deal with. And I think the amount of burst damage he's going to be able to provide as well as the game goes on.
Mako.
Major results, but like you say, Mako finds the hook. They find the kill onto On, but they invest basically everything. Oh, the Event Horizon catches Fofo and Blast Cone. I didn't catch that alive.
Rough.
Really unlucky, but I mean, even if he does Blast Cone over, I think he's going to die anyway. It's just maybe extra damage.
Oh, they are pinging on the Baron right now.
Yeah, they are.
This is gold, Cotton.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have 2 items on leave, and my big indicator, rule of thumb, 2 item AD carries through the Baron, it's fine. They've got the guns for it, it's Aphelios. It's kind of risky.
For the
I agree, bold
turnaround,
strategy.
We'll see if it pays off for them. This is the make or break moment. Potentially the Dragon, the Baron has already got over. They've also cut out Shun. He didn't have Lambs of Spite. I don't know what he was trying to do, but that's a big moment for EDG. They take the Baron and they get the pick.
Yeah, we missed it. It was actually Fofo. He had the spellbook on Smite, so it's 2.4k execution. Shun goes in, doesn't have Lambs of Spite, but he's also out-smited by an extra 1.2k damage. Good flip. It's not even a flip. It's just a well-calculated play from EDG.
Yeah.
Great call. Now BLG down the Baron, and they lost their jungler, so it's more
on the veteran C. It's kind of big.
Very, very big. Very, very big indeed. And I think now BLG, the problem against the Baron comp as well, is that if you're a composition that kind of thrives, now I won't say they entirely thrive on Fog of War, right? But you have a Blitzcrank, so you want that control. If you're against Baron Siege, you're never going to have it. And it's pretty much all going to come down to do EDG disrespect you in front of a tower and end up getting rocket grab, as this is just well-timed smite. It's just
really, really nicely done.
You can't do anything.
And then the perfect death sentence.
Death sentence, yeah. Back to back. Good stuff from EDG. BLG just caught unawares, right? Kind of. I don't even want to say asleep at the wheel because they were there. They were ready for the play. They just couldn't
Don't
respond.
tell me they fell asleep driving. That'd be unfortunate. That's not safe. That's not safe. What BLG doing? Fall asleep at the wheel. Shouldn't drive vehicles like that. EDG though, they're finding Danny driving right now. They've taken over, and meanwhile, you know, almost find themselves at a 6,000 gold lead. They also just have control, vision control. And around this Dragon Pit, it is so important for them. They're going to look for another soul point fight here, at least, to try to get that going. And meanwhile, oh no!
Okay.
That's Wild Elk, buddy. Can't take approach to wild animals like that. Leave. You'll learn next time.
Yeah, EDG is kind of a rule of thumb I used to follow when I was coaching. Don't open up onto the map with Baron on 3 lanes, because that's what happens. You get picked off randomly when you don't have the wave synced up. BLG are going to take 2 towers off this pick, which is going to feel really, really good. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how a pick like that even really occurs. Other than they decided to try and push out all 3 lanes at the same time, but it's not the correct tempo to do it at. You don't have the actual time to make that play. BLG capitalized, they recognized it. They pull up
This guy's pretty terrifying up here, though, I will say. Allah has gotten himself a pretty stable situation. Speaking of maybe a little bit of instability, we got a flash burned in the mid lane.
Okay. Flash burned, not bad. BLG.
With all of these, I feel like we're missing like half the story. Because like we always come into the fights and there's like cooldowns already burned. I'm like, did something happen?
Oh wow.
Just like here, the silence.
Oh, what? What? Look away. Look
Bro,
away. Look away.
it's the boxing glove tip.
But I've got to say, that's just so good from On in terms of like just being able to be out of vision. I don't know if it's really, you know, a little bit of luck goes their way as well, but just hex flashing into vision here in the rundown. And now EDG, they're here. They have to try and deny BLG from getting into the river, and they're going to do
They're
that.
on. They've separated him away as the Event Horizon came through. It didn't matter. Now the resets had come through. JJ can't get the rocket jump. That was a very awkward blast cone there, but it's Bin that's relegated to try to clear out the side lane, and he can't do it. We have BLG that has to back off. That's soul point for EDG.
Yep, not bad. They'll take it. Arla, how much are you willing to give for this red buff? Not enough. Back away. Jump on the next gate. Take his escape. But EDG, soul point now, 5 minutes. That's something that BLG are going to have to contest because it's just the perfect combat soul for EDG. I couldn't ask for a better roll on the dice. in this game. And they want to take it to all 5. They need to if they want to make it to MSI, make it to finals.
And they've had such a shorter run than BLG have had, right? BLG have been slogging through this playoffs so far for the entire LPL Spring Playoffs, but it's EDG who started off in round 4. Started off with a pretty convincing win against OMG, who had been streaking through some of our best teams. And then they fell wholeheartedly to JDG, and it looked very rough. And we saw in the post-game threads, and especially their post-game interviews, it was disheartening. But they were able to turn back around that day, it felt like. And now they are in an advantage and in a position to push us to a Silver Scrapes with a composition that I feel like is a little bit different than what we've seen from them, but it still fits the mold so well.
Yeah, it does. It really, really does. Now I feel in that regard they can hold on for a long time. I think EDG will also never really fall off in terms of damage, but the longer you give this BLG lineup time, the more opportunity that there is for a comeback, right? And the more punishing mistakes become. That's the crucial thing. And I'll always say about Blitzcrank, it's just the golden rule. It doesn't matter how long he's in a game and how useless he may be, all it takes is one hook to win the game. And speaking of, I'm not going to say it's going to win the game, but they may find Allah.
It's the leap strike already used. Should be able to set this up though. Allah looking to take it, does flash away as the Grandmaster's might, but it's not going to be enough. And who's delivered the gold? It is Ben.
Right, but EDG push out the top side. Baron's up in 10 seconds. They can't really take a 4v5, and they also can't pull off that same shenanigans with the double smite. So there's no, you know, mega high execution on the Baron. It's just a normal 4v5 resets. Come out. Oh no.
Oh, they were waiting for this the whole time. He does maybe get out of this one. Locked down though. Is it going to be enough? The rocket grab brings Fofo away, and the event horizon actually brings a nice little bit of reprieve to BLG. It was EDG who were actually pinging furiously onto the Baron. It doesn't look like they'll be set up for that now.
Really smart, by the way, from Shun. Even though he takes the Hex hit, he takes the most defensive exit on it. And even though he didn't have the information that EDG could be there, just that presence of mind to do it potentially just saved his life. Really, really good. Really, really good. And he doesn't actually even, I think, want to end up doing anything, so it's alright. Maple, like you say, just for the hook. But EDG now, they're the ones with the setup, right? And again, BLG, they're always going to feel a little bit less threatening if they have to walk forward. They prefer to have EDG walk into them, chase into a choke, run into feathers, run into dark matters and massive event horizons from Yagao. For now, EDG just taking their time.
I love that this is what we've evolved into this series so far. We had a lot of back and forth between the supports in the last couple games, especially the way that they're moving around the map. But we were talking about getting your fishing rods out and fishing last game. Well, now we literally have hooks on the end of our fishing rods. And I think both these teams are so anxious in these fights because one hook makes the biggest of differences through all this fog, through all these moments. And you see some of that anxiousness turning to stress and anxiety coming to bear here for both sides.
Yeah, you don't want to flip it. You don't want to get hit. I mean, even though in this case Mako wouldn't have, he just still also has to blow the flash. Just out of respect.
You don't know what's on the other side of it.
You don't. And now this is where things get scary, right? How much more apprehensive do you have to be on the approach when you don't know where on is and you don't have vision? Good use of the Hexgate to actually get information. That leaves flash.
Doesn't connect though. That is pretty big, and we'll see actually the wrap back around by EDG on looking over the wall, using some of this vision, as it should be EDG pushing back towards mid lane. BLG forcing some of this vision away. They're actually going to pour the Baron once again.
I don't know. Leaf has got pretty good AoE guns right now. This is risky, BLG. How much do you really want to flip this?
It's so risky. Hoping and a prayer here. Shun is in the pit. He gets the Baron. Allah's on the back line. Elkate's locked down, but he's got the Feathers throwing the Blade Collar. It comes through, but it's not enough. And now EDG, they're firing away with all hands on deck. They lose one, but Yagao can't take down Leave. He should be taken down now. The Heartbreaker not utilized, but it's still a cascading wave from the Edward Gaming.
They're just in the pit, and it's like shooting ducks in a barrel or fish in a barrel, not ducks in a barrel. Because it still works in this context.
Take your pick.
Take your pick. EDG. They've got one cannon minion. They don't get the Baron, but they should be able to just break open the base, get the inhibitor. Here's the wave. They lose Baron. I don't think they care. They should be able to retreat and get the soul as well. They have enough time for that. Even though they lose the Baron, they still get the permanent buff, and they'll be able to go back to a side lane siege up. I will say though, BLG's composition, a fair amount of wave clear just with Veigar existing. So again, turtling very possible for BLG, and EDG still will have their work cut out for them to end this game.
They will indeed, but that Hex Soul will help in that fashion. That will be a soul completed for EDG as we take a look back at this Baron dance.
Yeah, so a couple of members you have to look at. Arla immediately finding access to the back line. Doesn't matter that the hook comes through onto the target, it does, because Mako is just fine, but Arla is just in. He doesn't really care. CC comes through, just one shot, it doesn't matter. I'm very happy to remove Elk from the equation by himself. Yagao on the back line is basically a 1v1. One of the key targets are dying. That's the crucial thing. No one was on top of Fofo because he was just putting out the damage, and the focus was elsewhere from BLG, mostly trying to just take down the first target they could, but it's not enough.
6K in the lead for EDG. Control around the objectives and exactly how they wanted to execute this. Leave is at a point of power now with the composition around him. I think Mako has really been turned online with this Thresh, but we're at those 3.5 items now for key carries. And it's going to be something for BLG to find execution off. They're still stacking. They're still trying to find ways in. It's getting darker and darker.
Yeah, I mean, when you take a look at the inventories, actually, Leave is going the more defensive route, right? Stopwatch, Chain Vest to not die to the AD damage. Elk put out more DPS. Yeah, Elk put out more DPS if he's afforded the opportunity. Huh.
That's the thing here, though. We're like literally just looking for the hooks here because one big hook means the difference. And we've seen that On needs to find a connection at least, but has not been able to. See back on the reset though, and a little bit of calm before the storm, it feels like here, as Baron buff will be falling off. It is a negative Baron power play.
Yeah, it is. I think JJ getting hit by that hook velocity, cancelling it out with the Heartbreaker.
I don't know if that's a fight you necessarily want to take, but okay, made him a little scared as JJ will not have his flash any longer for 5 minutes.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. But I think just between that and the Baron still existing on a member or two, just pushed EDG away. And again, you know, the longer this game goes, the more chances BLG have to find that one play, right? That's all it will take sometimes, especially with Blitzcrank. And as I was alluding to before, we saw that pretty, well, it was a really good interaction from JJ just to, again, get pulled back by the rocket grab. Elk, full damage, right? 4-5 and Bloodthirster in. Leave more defensive route. Wants the GA, wants to be able to have the resurrect if he does drop and he is focused down, or at the very least to make him a less appetizing target. Does mean BLG, double AD carries, in theory, they should put out more damage in the front to back. They just have to find it.
And the thing is, BLG are not shying away from a scrap. That has been, I feel like, the namesake of their run at this point. They are a scrappy team in these fights, right? They will find ways to kind of up in a lot of setup team fights later on and just find a lot of those aggressive decisions that make you on the back foot a lot of times. But it is something to say here that EDG have had so much control. They have had so much of a lead off of a change in JJ getting the Viego and changing up a little bit of the draft itself to give Fofo a lot more of the utility for EDG to play around.
Utility, often the name of the game. The deeper you go into tournaments a lot of the time, unless you're in a real damage meta, I feel like we're not necessarily. EDG have used it well. And I think BLG, the way they're going to have to use their utility is just to not die. That's it. Don't die. Hope that Elk can put out the DPS. We're starting to approach that part of the game
starting to get scary too.
Yeah, we're starting to approach that part of the game as well. The gold difference just doesn't matter at all. Yagao, like you said, very, very scary. If he reaches that death cap and he's able to multiply the amount of AD he likely has right now, that's going to be terrifying. And he's going to start one-shotting WQ. Probably on the cusp of already dealing more damage than Smite. And that's when things can actually get quite risky, because you all of a sudden you just can't flip Baron against the champion. And you have to hope that Fofo has Smite back up in the spellbook. Not sure how long that will take to come up, but that's also another thing that EDG are just going to continually worry about if they allow BLG to continue to scale into this late game.
Now we do have an inhib respawning in mid lane for BLG, but the biggest thing is we have 15 seconds for a Baron and a minute and 20 for an Elder Dragon on the Rift. EDG will need to find a focus and stick with it. They have a lot of strength from Ala in the side lane, but BLG are trying to come online before the moment matters.
Exactly. I'm just wondering if EDG have given BLG too much time. You know, I've seen so many League of Legends games this year where a team has a lead.
They're going to force it.
And then, I mean, they have to. If they allow Yagao to hit death cap, it just feels really, really bad. He doesn't actually have a teleport, so that's a big deal. He's going to have to walk it over here. He's ghosting.
But that's looking for it. They find the hook, though. Maybe on the should. No, he flashes away. Bin is going to go down, though. As Event Horizon comes through. JJ gets bursted from the Primordial. And that's a nice little trade back. Jungle down means EDG can't do the dips here.
Nope, they can't. Elder spawns in 30 seconds time. It's 4v5, yes, but you have a jungler BLG, and you've got the ultimate on. He's fine. Oh, but they found
Ala. Counter strike in. Ala, though, on is in trouble now as well. The Lambert Spike out. Has to cleanse, has to get into the Lambert Spike. Flashes out, but Ala, once he's found you, he will not stop. And EDG, they're trying to pick apart BLG. They do just that. Fofo can't find Yagao, but that's leaving Fofo, the standing members of EDG, that step on BLG's chances.
Now the question is, can they do Baron as a duo? Will they go over to the Elder? It looks like the latter. They're going to go try and pick this one up. JJ's alive. He's got the Hex Gates to make it back out onto the map. This is Elder into a likely Baron here for EDG. And Ala hero that EDG were looking for to make the play that could potentially break BLG's back and bring them to a game 5. He finds Elf, we said, if he's got the space, he'll dish out the damage, but he just can't find it. First it's the Death Sentence to force out the cleanse, and then it's just the Jax on top of him. Elder secured. Doesn't matter if they don't have it on Mako, and realistically maybe even on Ala, because they got it on the big damage dealers. They'll go over to this Baron
should be able
and pick
to
this
get
up. And it's both the Uber buffs now to try and close out this game and bring it all to Silver Scrapes in a game 5.
And that's absolutely going to be a Rabadon's completed for Fofo, but let's just see how it broke down. The original hook going wide from On, that's a difference maker, because then Mako hits it right after.
Yeah, and I mean, I
or at
think
least
it's just cycling this form. It's just cycling this form, it's just a mistake, it's just a misclick that you can't afford to make. It's one of those things, it's like Lee Sin Q, you know, you hit it and you have to take it. That's what it is for Viego passive. You get the form, you want to take it. Event Horizon into death. But then
Ala
right here,
will not
like
be denied here, though.
No, I mean, it feels like they've got the pick, but they immediately burst down on. This Death Sentence forces Elk to not only use the cleanse, but the Elk Force tries to flash away, but he's just followed and just murdered by Ala. The burst eventually comes back through, but at that point, you've already lost your core DPS carry. And BLG just be sent back and retreat. Good team fight from EDG, but Ala really does just make the big difference in stopping BLG from actually having a source of damage in that team fight.
And it's Ala getting his hands on the Jax, something that Bin had already picked up in this series, something that EDG were not necessarily opting into just yet, even though he's had a lot of performances on it in their playoffs so far. And it has looked night and day, my man. He is almost event, or at least flame horizoning, not event horizoning Bin. And it's really been this Jax stepping up to the plate where he is such a point of pressure that EDG can play around.
He is. Really is. It's a lot of damage for Ala.
Soak a lot of damage there, I guess.
It's double buffs. This is the problem. How much does it really matter? There's a lot of wave clear. Going to reconnect on On's part. Not going to find another. But you can see, EDG just want to force. They just want to go because they've got both of these Uber buffs. There's only 25 seconds left on this Elder. Less than 90 on the Baron. What's the call? Because if they don't do something immediately, they're not going to get anything from these buffs, Mizza. And we could just end up with another map reset where BLG can infinitely clear waves. And I think that's what's about to happen.
Looks like that's the case. The Turtle is strong with this one for BLG, as it's Farm City right now. But the biggest conversation has to be the obvious scaling adaptation from BLG here, but there's always the prominent threat of one hook into resets into the thralls for Fofo, and things really not going the way of BLG to set up around these next objectives, because It doesn't, I feel like, get easier to enter a lot of these fights as we've had such control for vision, but as well as spacing around the pits here so far for EDG.
It's just tense. I think that positioning that you're talking about is going to be crucial. We've never seen BLG on the front foot this game. Not once, not ever, really, where they can be the ones in front of an objective. I don't feel like we're going to get to see that version. They're just going to have to continually check in.
They lose one more fight, it's over.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. This is a one-fight game now, I think. Maybe two. If one side is lucky enough to be afforded that luxury.
Leave has his full items now. We have that as well for Ala. So much strength coming out of the dual carries right now for EDG. We did get full items completed for Elk. He is still a menace right now. He's got a lot of power coming online for BLG, but On has not found those crucial hooks just yet.
He hasn't. Again, it's been a while since you've seen him hit one that changes the landscape, the feel of the game. But all that has to happen. You just have to find Leave once. And that's it. Finds Leave. Objective accomplished. Leave has been doing a really good job.
Down. They're going to go in though. Ala, he finds the back line yet again. Yagao has to go away, but the Event Horizon has separated some space. They focus down Ala, but he gets the Lambs Respite heal as well. He finally gets the GA burn, but Leave has been untouched this whole time, and he has come online. Long have we waited. EDG activated. We're going to Silver Scrapes, baby.
We're going to game 5. It took a long damn time, 41 minutes on the clock, but EDG will break the defensive formation of BLG. It took one engage from Fofo, but they find their mark. Elk taken out of the fight. He tries to 1v1 Leave, but it's just not enough. And one game is about to be the difference, Marcel, between going to finals, going to MSI, and getting their rematch against JDG.
Wouldn't have it any other way, my friend. I get back-to-back Silver Scrapes, and it's BLG who dropped the ball in game number 4. A huge change of momentum for EDG in the draft that they got. It is still Leave on the Aphelios, but it's about the way EDG approached the game. They took all the attention away from bottom lane. Those 3v3s were non-existent, and it gave space for Leave to come online, and it was off the back of a lot of that cohesive play from the top 4 and Mako included in terms of how they got those early advantages.
Yeah, and I just think it's so crucial, right? I think a lot of the time, especially in the LPL, you always know your AD carry is going to just be capable, you know? You always know that your AD carry is just going, most of the time, is going to be able to dish out the damage. So what's the mentality? Normally, to be able to dish out that damage, you need space. You need to actually have a front line, or you need to have people that are diving forward to be able to give you the ability to actually use your damage. So, EDG's adaptation, slam the dot side, right? Bin has been winning every single lane because realistically, they've been throwing Ala no bone. They finally give him something, right? They feed him, and this is what it yields. So I think now they clearly have a path, right? I think game 5, however, likely going to be a reclaim on blue side from BLG.
Absolutely.
That's 100% the path from BLG. So what do you actually look to try and do? Do you want to try and early prioritize a top lane pick? Do you want to try and snap up a Jax like you saw BLG do from, you know, the R1, R2, but actually force the plays and make it work? Leave on Aphelios again and give him the resources later on? I think these are questions that we're going to have answered, but for now, EDG, I think, just need to take a breath, all right? That was a 41-minute game where BLG could have found one fight to actually bring themselves back to parity. I think, to me, go ahead.
No, they just couldn't find it. And I think that was a lot of the execution again for EDG, but it was the step up in the right time. I think giving JJ the Viego, while there was a lot of risk and reward involved, I think it was very worth it. And the way that they kind of used that to springboard forward, Ala just destroying the top lane matchup, I think is not a commonality when we see matchups going into Bin, and that can be a series changer because now BLG may need to find a new approach that's going to work because the Renekton did not. He saw that matchup coming into it, and it didn't work out. And you see Yagao is on his way, but it's EDG who closed the trap shut in time.
Yeah, exactly. I think if this game goes on any longer, you know, shenanigans are about to occur, right? One Blitzcrank hook Yagao one-shotting Fofo or Lee for fun just because they make one mistake, but they do make the game close happen. And I just, oh man, there's so much I want to talk about, but I just feel like generally this adaptation is maybe the angle that EDG have to stick with, because they've tried to play towards the bottom side effectively, you know, all series long. It's been a very up and down battle, but this seems to work, right? BLG, without Bin in a position to dominate, do feel like a different team, generally speaking, because no matter what we've said about BLG in terms of their inconsistency, the one consistent thing about them has been Bin. So if you remove that factor from the equation, things can start to look better, and I think this is a very good case study game for that. So I wonder how much they focus back on that. I wonder whether or not they really do prioritize putting Arla on another carry, and whether or not they can actually keep Shun away from basically just pounding the rest of the map whilst that goes on. Because if they go for a repeat topside play again, where they're just giving Arla all of these resources, I think BLG will be a little more on their toes and more ready and willing to adapt and try to cross map more efficiently.
I think a big game changer, though, for me was the step up for Mako on the Thresh. And I'm really interested at what our draft lends out for us for game number 5. But until then, make sure you got those speakers cranked loud, or those headphones if it's 6 a.m. where you are at, because, baby, the League of Bangers delivers every time. Crazy is our game, and Silver Scrapes is on the way. We'll see you for game 5.
워낙에 세서 보라도 계속 봐요. 보라도 계속 봐요. 보라니 제일 컸는데 이거 잡았는데 근데 보라니 보라니 없어지는데요. 아펠이 프리딜이에요. 아펠이 없어지는데 한번 나가리까지. 그러면 달려들어가서 누굴 때려요? 때릴 사람이 없습니다. 젠지에게 힘이 조금씩 빠지고 있습니다. 와 그런데 페이지가 내려서 하니까 구마이스가 너무 세요. 그리고 남아있는 선수가 없습니다. 이렇게 에이스 구마이스를 해줍니다. 이렇게 넥서스가 파괴가 됩니다.
Tell me what I gotta be to make you believe everything that's inside of me. Inside of me is inside of me you don't wanna meet, and I can promise I'm a pride on my enemies.
现在是200%的先找这个了，大招已经被打出来的情况下，已经撒出来，撒的效果还不错。猴子直接一波反进场找佩佩高，但是自己身上立刻被套了一手虚弱。小天2浪开弓，先找一下佩佩高的离仓装，2度进场嘛，但是被打到太难。万雷天老爷，天雷杀机再次站了出来，入 K 要被2段踢给踢死，爆炸！正面已经成溃败之势。虽然说猴子换掉了一个，但是又是个回旋踢，再接上稳稳的垂直钩子和恶意钟摆，有狐狸收获 triple kill。
这波完美的一个开团，直接。
Okay, folks, I'm back and reloaded. If this one doesn't blow, well, I'm coming back with explosives.
Boogie ready, River ultimate on the Maokai.
He's looking for the angle.
They know he has no vision. They know they have no vision. He wants to go.
Multiple control. There he goes. Hui with the play and the jump in to follow. It's burned HP bars for EG. They ain't got no FBI to hold up the mantle for them. Licorice getting the kill onto Vulcan, and JoJo zoned out. Golden Guardians clean.
Every F on the planet still isn't matching my voltage. Yo, this cat is the coldest. I need a plaque that was golden. I really have to be goaded. You getting left in this showing.
아니면서 상대방이 못 참게끔 거르라는 소리예요. 스킬 하나 뺐죠. 이렇게 스킬 하나 뺀 거고. 안 빼요. 들어왔죠. 펜트가. 그다음요. 그다음 전투 돼요. 펜이 때립니다. 구마유 씨가. 그런데 구마유 씨가 지금 도망갔는데요. 그리고 살았어요. 구마유 씨가. 우와. 그래서 이거는. 이건 구마유 씨.
Seriously, no, I'm kidding. Practically joking. It's totally random. Like this man doesn't have any motive.
这边骚扰，那就像刚讲的，他不能被飞爱锁到头，而且这波是被锁到头之后呢，旁边是完全没有队友。
来看一下勾到一个救急电话，给到的是塞恩，一个举到，但是侧面的位置均加直接绕后把一层给秒杀，再一个巨幅毁灭，double kill 给到他，再举到一个 triple kill 给到均加，再一棒，大家夸张 ，Panda 就在眼前，均加，均加还在追，
帮忙缓一下，
过来想缓到 Penta kill。
And I really have to be goaded. You getting left in this showing. I need you to prepare yourself for what's about to happen.
Não vai ter como, o Gucci não tem flash, não tem ult, não tem nada. É dragão na mão do time da Red. FNB! Pega que é ladrão!
我感觉是我们选的一些阵容在团战上面的处理还需要加强吧。要把就是之前的问题解决吧。然后我感觉打 BLG 还是能赢的。对。BLG 下路我觉得这个季后赛打得蛮好的，然后他们的那个进攻的能力也非常强。我觉得是在对线上面要注意一下吧。感谢大家来苏州支持我们嘛。然后虽然很遗憾输掉了比赛，但是我觉得败州组我们会重新打回来。
Welcome back, everyone, to a do or die moment. It's BLG versus EDG. And as we crest over to game number 5, we have a game 4 MVP to give out, and it will be Allah on the Jax, who earns the rightful medal after an incredible Jax performance.
Yeah, and you know, we were talking about it before we went off into the break. Arla has been relegated to tank duty for the most part throughout the series, right? Surviving versus Bin, the Giga Bin, in fact. But this time around, EDG finally throw him a bone. They finally give him a carry matchup, and Bin's answer is muted very early on. Even though BLG do their best to try and make it to the top side to try and influence the matchup, it doesn't go that way. And then pretty much every single move that EDG made up to the top side yielded Arla massive individual leads, which he eventually brought to the team fights. And I mean, he was the difference maker, finding his way onto Elk time and time again.
And it feels so fitting that we put so much onus on Lee versus Elk and how important these two are, but neither of them have gotten MVPs yet, except for the first game for Elk. And then I think seeing this kind of resurgence from EDG, not alone with the composition, but the way they picked, and then again, we talked about it before coming into the break, that it was about how they play. It was about the fact they took attention away from the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I think I really want to see it just be the same game plan from EDG, to be honest with you. And I think red side, it's the stronger side to do it on as well. You know, you're more likely to get solo lane counter picks. You're more likely to find, you know, 2v2 skirmishing duos, power duos that you're going to enjoy utilizing a lot more. So to me, EDG, although, you know, on the objectively, I suppose, weaker side, to be on red for the final game, to me, I don't think that's an issue. I think that's going to enable EDG to do more of what they were just doing in this game number 4.
That's the biggest conversation now, though, because we're coming to the culmination of our lower bracket finals. A ticket to MSI, a rematch against JDG, who beat both of these teams, and all the pride you can muster in the spring split. Winner goes on to glory, goes on to more competition, and goes on to international play. Loser goes home. They will not be back until summer split. As we're getting into the picks and bans, we've seen so much change as we've gotten into game 4. Now we're going into game 5, and I expect the levies to be let loose, and especially that top lane to get a little bit more spicy.
Yeah, I think top lane is going to be volatile this game. I think it's going to continue to have those matchups where it's just going to be Bruiser versus Bruiser. You know, things like Bin's Jax and also Arla's Jax, right? I think that's going to be a very, very contested pick. It might even be B1, right? If the bans fall the way that we kind of have come accustomed to them falling, it's more about the surrounding draft on the top side to me. I feel like on the bottom side of the map, we can expect to see, you know, handshake between Xayah, between Aphelios. I don't think Zeri's going to make it through again. I think that was a mistake. Yeah, I think that was a mistake. As long as Zeri doesn't go through.
Man, we forgot about Zeri. Fuck.
Exactly. And I think, fortunately, on the side of EDG, being on the red side, they can ban that away and not feel bad about it, right? So there shouldn't be any issues here. I think it's just about how well these two teams can set up the top side.
Yeah.
And you know what, Mazel? I'm going to throw it out there just in case it happens, and it'll make me look like a big brain. I wonder what's going to happen with the cannon. I wonder if it actually makes it through
guess it's just banned
for the sake of Game 5. I'm expecting it to be banned, but I wonder if this is a curveball that either side are willing to throw out. I feel like for EDG being on red, it's probably going to have to be banned away.
Well, we'll see as we're getting into it now. Obviously, a lot of adaptation potentially coming into this one so far. None of that. We do get the BLG ban of the Xayah, the Jax, and the Jace. So all of those options taken off the table. The Zeri and the Annie, tried and true picks for BLG, taken away by EDG. And that Gnar is God. That means that cannon's up. Is this a bait or is this reality at this point?
Is it reality? What do BLG want to do about this? Because they've got jungle
some
picks
good picks
available, they've got
into
AD picks ability. Yeah, I mean, there are some available. They're
But
hovering
it's
it because
just
they acknowledge
been on
it's
the
up. Do they
cannon,
want
man.
to? They have to. They absolutely have to. They can't leave that up in the hands of EDG. So now, what is the response? You've got Wukong, you've got AD carries. Aphelios is likely to be snapped up here in this rotation. But now the bigger issue is, right, you want Wukong likely for JJ, right? But then the Rakan's also available. So how much priority do you put on the Aphelios between those three? It seems like it has to be in the top 2 at the very least. Maybe you can allow the Rakan to go over if you're happy to pick up something like the Nautilus into it. We'll see, though, EDG, at the very least, they won't leave on this Aphelios because he is that change in-game.
And it will be just that 5th game in a row at this point for Leave, but it is the comfort. And again, I think you see it work out when they can play away and let him farm up, let him get the late game that we've known so well. Now, Vi was something that was banned away pretty heavily in the early parts of this series. It finally gets let through, at least to JJ's hands, and that is something he's really fallen back onto and something that's worked out really well for EDG.
Yeah, okay. I don't mind this either. Had a couple of good opening games on the Wukong, but gives it over this time to Shun. First time this series that he'll pick that one up. And like you said, leans back on it. Do BLG want to give over the Rakan? Do they feel like Elk's champion pool is deep enough, or do they even really want to test the waters on that? Oh, Jinx. Wow, game 5 Jinx. Brings us back to start 2022, 2021. Jinx Felios, 24/7. But I expect now the EDG seeing this, they have 2 options, right? Support into 2 support protection bands. Are they really going to go Ahri? I mean, they can. It's a really strong duo, of course. But also the top side of the map is where I worry. How deep is Arla's champion pool into the likes of a Kennen in terms of being bullied out in lane? As EDG, they go towards Fofo's Ahri. Excellent game number 2 on the pick. We'll see if he can replicate some of that magic here in game 5.
There might be a little bit of magic in the air as, yeah, there's a couple games, although the last one maybe not the brightest. The first game of the Ahri for Fofo was actually so good. We do get the adaptation, though, in the Jinx locked in here at least, and I think that's huge in terms of a change-up for Elk, but as well as maybe a little bit of that aggressive stance for BLG.
Yeah, potentially. I'm wondering where they're going to go with the bans and where also the support picks and drafts are going to end up. EDG should be banning Veigar here, 100%. That shouldn't be any other ban but Veigar. I'm wondering if there's anything else they're really worried about on this next rotation. I feel like they shouldn't be at all. So remove that away just because you've got Ahri on your comp, but also you're trying to move forward with the Ahri and Vi as a duo, and Veigar just eats that up. Isolation, good matchup. So I think for BLG, do they want to remove away realistically the Rakan from this draft, from this composition, or will they be happy to give it over? Oh, Tom Kench. Okay,
yeah, I mean, it's a good pick with Jinx.
I like, actually, yeah, okay, so Tom Kench removal with the Jinx. That's a really smart call out actually against BLG here when you've got that Jinx, like you say, because Vi ult can just be negated just by that Ulma existing. And now you still get the Rakan for free unless BLG remove it. No, they want Sion gone because they don't want to deal with the front line. It's one of the few picks that can also kind of just survive. Well, what do EDG opt for? I'm focusing a lot on the Rakan. Nautilus is still there as well. I think EDG know that either side of the matchup is going to be there. It just depends on what they want to prioritize next.
I really like this would-be pickup of the kind of engage-centered support for Mako. Obviously, the Thresh not being let through, there's a reason for that. But you could take this, deny it from On, and maybe a little bit of redemption for Mako on this pick here in the series.
Yep. Now, I also feel BLG could go towards the Lulu route as well. It might not be too bad against all this dive. A lot of extra survivability, right, which Nautilus can't really give you. You've got engage tools already, but they're a bit nuanced on the flank. On makes it a little more, you know, straightforward with that Nautilus. And I think those are the 2 options. It seems like as the hover comes closer and closer to completion, it will be locked in. And now it's about Yagao. Does he just want Veigar here? I think it's fairly high value. The only thing it really struggles into is the Vi. Other than that, does a great job at locking down Rakan, locking down Ahri, making their lives really, really miserable. But do they believe it just takes them too far into that scaling edge? It seems like it could do. I think Syndra's also a really powerful pick as well, but they go towards, there's Venn diagrams, they're going to go towards this Veigar pickup. I think it was pretty telegraphed, but also EDG have to make that call out for the Tahm Kench ban. I don't mind it at all. I think it's really smart. This is a very, very strong pick.
I will say the Veigar pick was on its way to being a monumental carry for BLG in last game, right? And I think that's an opt-in here. It is the Malphite pick, a little bit of extra gumption given by his coach there, and you love to see it. The opt-in here. Allah is a player that Doonby last year on LNG lauded. He wanted to play with Allah in the playoffs. There was a reason why they were able to make a run all the way to the end. And I think this is such an important part. You see how stern the coach is. This is game 5, everything on the line.
Everything is on the line. Malphite comes in at R5. I think it just makes so much sense. You always make Jinx's life miserable. Immobile carries on BLG, both of them mid and AD, but also the lane matchup. It's one of the few, you know, melee champions that can really go toe-to-toe in terms of poke with that Kennen. And just generally, the team fight is going to be so powerful. And what did we want from the side of EDG Mazel? We wanted agency, and that's what they've drafted for themselves. They can go in whenever they want. And BLG, they're going to be waiting a long time for those damage options to come online. 2 items post at best. It's going to be about Bin being that bridge. Same thing as well for Shun. They need to find the engages to supplement those carries.
It's been a long split here in the LPL. There's 2 series left, 1 game in this one, and a grand finals around the corner. Billy, for the first time, they made it this far, but for the first time on the precipice of making it to MSI. There is a ticket to London waiting on the other side of this game, and both teams have put everything on the line. Their hearts, their blood, their sweat, their tears. It's the LPL lower bracket finals. It's BLG versus EDG, and let the blood flow.
1 game separates a visit to MSI and finals a rematch against JDG. For EDG, looking for redemption, 3-0'd. For BLG, feeling like they got robbed. But first, they have to go through one another. And it's all come down to a game 5 where everything else before this does not matter. It all comes down to what you can find in this last game. And both these teams, they've set themselves up for a fair amount of success. If BLG can make it past that 20-minute mark, they're feeling good. They'll feel all right. But for EDG, they can go whenever they feel like it. Vi, Malphite, Rakan, they'll do whatever it takes to find a good team fight.
So much pressure, so much tension in this match, such a back and forth series we've had on our hands. And it started off with questions towards EDG, right? This long-standing proud member of the LPL. We saw them get 3-0'd by JDG. It did not look good. But then we saw game 1 not go their way. Oh, what's going on with EDG? What is this journey led to? But it's been a comeback in the series of its own, and I think that's been so crucial. The way they've tried to find out BLG's playstyle, and in this 5th game, it's going to be even more so important to take a lot of those lessons learned.
Yeah, and talking about that, right? Look at JJ's pathing. Starting on the bottom side, pathing away from the bot lane. He wants to go and supplement this 1v1 topside matchup just because Malphite is, you know, such a powerful lane bully into the Kennen, right? If you try and step up as the Kennen, you just get queued and you run away. You can't actually trade back onto this Malphite. He'll be very rock solid. Shun is also actually following suit. He's clearing out the bottom side of his map, and he's going to make his way up to the top lane. So both these junglers will meet up here. And we asked, hey, will this be the adaptation again from EDG, right? Will they give Ala the agency to try and match Bin in lane? And whilst necessarily in the first couple of levels, Malphite doesn't inherently offer that, you know, massive amount of kill threat, they know level 6, once that's online, they can always murder Bin whenever they want to, and they always know he'll bring that massive wall to the team fights.
And I love it because we, at the culmination of this series, get the culmination that feels like so fitting for both these two teams. We have top laners who, while they've been ready to go to fisticuffs, are now on very team fight deciding carries here. They will be flanking, they will be finding engages. It is eyes on the rest of the team, eyes on Elk and Leave, Yagao and Fofo as what will be that moment that they can capitalize on when their top laners get involved later on in the game.
Yeah, exactly. When top laners get involved, I also want to know how these mid laners are going to interact in the team fights too, because like we mentioned, Yagao had a really solid game in game 4 on this Veigar, but I think in this game he's got even more value just because the mobile AD carry, but also the amount of mobility available to the rest of the map. He can make their lives really difficult when it comes to finding engages. So as long as Yagao gets to a point in the game where he still feels quite stable, he'll always provide that very irritating CC that EDG are going to duck around. Fofo will always be able to work off of GJ. Yeah, I was going to say, does he really want this play? The rest of the BLG would have been making their way down. It seems to be fine.
And we've seen such an importance on early dragons in this series as well, especially from EDG's side. Whenever they do have those objective control moments, it feels like they are feeling a lot more comfortable. Although there was the game they lost, they got the first 2 and then they lost. But, you know, it is about kind of perspective on how they've been approaching the early to mid game, how they look for control around this dragon pit, and now how they adapt that into a game where they're on red side for game number 5. And BLG has felt like a lot of prevalence towards that objective as well when they're on blue.
Yeah, agreed. I think first dragon, here's the tricky thing, right? Bot side prio, right now this wave is stacking. So if JJ wants to play for it, he can. I don't know if he got spotted coming with that wall, but there's no pings. They're going for a play potentially.
They got to grab some stun down there. On the Nautilus, though, is a big wall there. They get the re-engage onto Mako. He does have the grand interest to get away. And we have Yagao, who TP'd bottom side, the roam from Fofo. And we're back to what has been the case in every other game besides last game, where we are focusing completely around bot.
Yeah, really defensive TP from Yagao, just to make sure no over-aggression comes out from EDG, or if there is, it's punished. Fofo was also making his roam down there. I'm not actually entirely sure whether or not a huge amount of CS was missed in the mid lane, but given where the lane is, it seems like it was just a reset from the previous wave, so nothing ventured, nothing gained. I think we just returned to a little bit of stalemate, but like you said, I think the fact that these two teams returning to the bottom side is so interesting, especially on the EDG perspective, just because of how well focusing on that top side went. Maybe once the level 6 comes online, not just for Ala, but also for JJ, we'll see a little more focus down there. But as I say that, Fofo is back down.
He's hit that level 6 mark. Elka's a little low on the Jinx.
They don't want to give it. You see, and I like this. Just the fog pressure, right? Just by not knowing where Fofo is, even though he's not committing for the dive, you don't know until Shun gets there. Now they're on top of the dragon, but BLG, I don't think they want to give it
level
up
6
free.
for
The issue
Yagao
is
as well.
bot side, they can't really rotate yet, and if they rotate, they get collapsed on. So as long as they can get the dragon to reset, I think BLG, yeah, as long as the dragon resets, this BLG win. And now this could force out a bot side play instead.
The wraparound, though, the rest of BLG are on their way. Shun actually holding just a little bit outside of the vision play there, but and going to commit now. They will see Yagao and EDG not going to pull the trigger here. So some attempts, some looks, but nothing pulled just yet.
No, they don't want to. They don't want to overforce, right? If you start giving this Jinx a lot of gold early on, just because of a misplay, the game can feel very oppressive. Now, fortunately, because of the EDG call out of Tahm Kench, there's no additional safety net in that regard, so you're always going to be able to maybe find her out, but you never want to give the opportunity for the snowball to start in the first place.
Now we will have both objectives on the map here very shortly at least. The dragon has already been up. We saw the attempted fights over bot lane, but there will be a Rift Herald also up in about 45 seconds. And so far we've seen that vision control from EDG around bottom side. We do have our level 6s completed for both top laners, so there could be a little bit of nuance within this Rift Herald fight, but something that, again, BLG could try to focus on.
BLG definitely can. They've got strong, powerful tools as well. I think just having Malphite and Kennen on the top side always means that if there's a Herald exchange, it's gonna be bloody, right? There's gonna be fisticuffs going on, like you said. Just this time a little more nuanced. So EDG as well. I think Mako making his way up there first is gonna be a big deal. I think just supplementing that extra layer of CC gonna be crucial. So first move from supports, I feel like could play a pretty big part. More so than it normally does in the Herald takedown. There it is, spawns up in the picture-in-picture, crest over the 8-minute mark. But JJ is down here on the bottom side, Shun is on the top side, so will there be a trade of objectives, or is Shun just going to try and look for an engage here?
Fofo's going to have to flash. Pretty interesting now. I'm sure a revisit from Shun in the making here, but should go back up to this Rift Herald as well. And for the first time, it feels like in the series, we've had both objectives up for more than like 30 seconds together at the same time, but it will be the trade coming through.
All right, yeah, Shun gets the flash out Fofo. And because he's ganked from the top side, EDG know he's there. They should go towards the dragon. Just because of the way the bot lane prio is, can't really afford.
Oh my goodness.
To give it up. All right, that was spooky for a moment. It's not stolen away. Good smite timing, very close. But now Red's being traded. It's a bit of a split map at the moment, right? So EDG still putting priority around, just kind of keeping Elk uncomfortable. But I mean, a 6 CS difference it's not make or break, man. It's not gonna end the game. Do you know what could end the game?
The biggest thing right now is the top side CS difference.
I was about to say, what could end the game is a really fed Kennen who's drawing very far ahead in the CS department. You have the ability to punish this. You've got level 6 on JJ, you've got level 6 on Arla. I'm going to be honest, he shouldn't be able to walk away from that. So I think just send numbers up here, man. Just get the ball rolling. You don't really care if Leave is even with this Jinx. If you, you know, you've spent so much time now trying to put the Jinx behind. It's not really yielding any results. So help the game plan. You've still got time to do it.
That's the thing, though, man. Finn's got the plot armor. He was the king of Spring last year with RNG. He's looking to go back to MSI to reclaim his title. He's got the cannon for the first time in the series. The first time it's been let through at all in this series. And let alone it goes to Bin, who has been an incredible, forceful power for BLG in this season run, but also the playoffs particularly.
Exactly. Bin is him. Bin is him. And he's been him. All split long. Or more, all playoffs long in particular. And now that he's got his hands on the cannon, it almost feels like a matter of time, right? It's not an if he hits that big cannon ult, it's when, and what will it actually give BLG.
Nice little lockdown on the Mako. They have to burn that exhaust. There's an in-game though. Nice 2v2. Although Fofo goes down first, and that'll be a trade pack. Now it's jungle combat as we go back into a 3v3. I believe it was first blood for BLG.
Was pretty short. Fofo gets traded back out on. It's just the mid laners going down, but I feel for EDG,
oh no,
it's not the best trade up here. Bin is just getting a couple more plates. He's already up so much CS. And Arla's just suffering up here. Like this is a matchup where you want to be able to punish it, right? You want to be able to just go Q-Max, really poke out the cannon, and then actually punish it with jungle attention. It's just not been the case from EDG. This is not necessarily what you pick the Malphite for into the cannon. Obviously, it's also good into the rest of the comp. Disengage goes a little bit far for the side of Arla, and it means Fofo has to kind of just dip in a little bit further than perhaps he would be willing to go, ignoring the fact that Shun can just kind of flash on top of him like that. And the burst damage return is excellent.
Now we do see EDG continually moving now with Mako out unlocked out of the lane, maybe trying to pull a little bit of pressure away from that bottom lane more so, but now Shun is back on the map with a Rift Herald, and it's looking like it could be focused back top side, and that is not something you want to hear if you're an EDG fan.
No, no it is not. Indeed, as this tower's been chunked out quite low already. It looks like they're just going to get an additional 2
is
plates
on
at the very
his way,
least.
but that should be those 2 more plates going over, which Bin is going to be so far ahead on this cannon. You're going to have to find a mark in these fights against them, and you're going to have to find a unbreakable wall or something to go up against it as well.
Yeah, the only saving grace right now is the fact that Bin actually split his build to go into that Veil, that little bit of extra magic resist to deal with the poke from Arla. So it means that his first IM is still likely going to be a little bit delayed, but by how much when he's getting this much of a catch injection is the realistic question. He's still going to make his way towards that first IM, probably at the very worst by like 15 minutes into the game.
That is the biggest pressure point right now on the map for BLG. We see Mako going in, the Moonlight Vigil actually connecting there. We get a little bit of damage, about half health for the BLG bottom laners. Fofo was hovering as well. You had the movement from BLG, it was quick to respond, and that should be first tower. Ooh, very, very close. Not going to go down just yet, but that is the sourest point right now that EDG need to find a way to deal with, or maybe just wait until it comes to bear later.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to have to just grit their teeth and deal with this cannon. They've got the exhaust on Mako, so it's always going to be an opportunity to shut it down, but I think at that point, Rakan's not going to be able to supplement the engage from Arla, and JJ's going to have to be on full pure duty for leave. And I think that's fine. I think that's okay. But it does strip away that extra layer of threat to the back line, which I feel like has played such a pivotal part for BLG time and time again. Even though, yes, of course, we can praise Bin, we can wax lyrical all day about how good he is. Elk and Yagao still work off of that man's foundation.
Yeah, it was so interesting when we were coming into this. We were talking so heavily about what really makes these teams tick. And it has been impressive to see Leave step into his own on EDG, really coming in to fill big shoes that were left by Viper. But it's been Elk who started really showing off that aggressive playstyle last year on Ultra Prime, but has utilized that even more so with On in this split. And sometimes it hasn't paid off, but you get those moments where it does it. It looks so damn good. And you have this moment on the Jinx. You can get excited. You can get a big, hyper advance in a lot of these fights. And it can be something that EG will have to focus on. And Elk is that primary carry here. We see the slice of Belcher in the bottom left corner.
Strange one. And the dragon is up, and there are unleashed teleports. So if EDG actually look to pick up this next dragon, that's a huge tool for Bin to just not have. Yeah, really, really big head scratcher there. But I'm not sure EDG really have much a clue. They're actually congregating more around the Herald for now, curiously enough, so they want that.
First item spikes are here for a lot of BLG, and at least you have the Everfrost there for Fofo, the Black Cleaver for JJ. But they're going to focus on this, maybe try to leave away for that objective trade that's going down here yet again. So this time it's the opposite. We'll tie the Dragons 1-1, but the Rift Herald will go over to EDG this time.
I don't know if I like that. Not to be critical, but I feel like Soul, Dragons, they've been so powerful, and you have the opportunity definitely to just be down here and take it. And they trade it. What is it? It's an Infernal as well, so Infernal Soul. A lot of extra damage can be afforded to all of these champions in this game. We'll see how that impacts things as we move forward. And also, of course, it's all about the value of what you get out of the second Herald, right? First Herald, normally you're always getting the gold from the takedown plus at least 2 plates. Oftentimes it always gets used in a weak lane, so on average maybe a little bit more, but the second Herald sometimes valued a little bit less by teams. And you know, for EDG, it's not like they're ahead and they can press the issue. Someone's on the back foot, so Herald is going to have to find some pretty big value. But for now, Soul will be miles away for both these teams.
BLJ looking to collapse onto Allah here. They will find the event horizon over him. He'll be able to use that unstoppable force to get out, though. He is unstoppable. He's pretty forceful. As BLG just try to collapse, but you get that ulti burn. It's pretty quick cooldown, though, for even early on, I guess, on that matchup.
Yep.
Now, nothing else really right now except for this pressure on top side for EDG.
Just looking for a little bit of pressure on this top side, like you mentioned. And I feel like just allowing Fofo a little bit of freedom. Leave.
That's a depth charge. You don't have anything left except for the flash, the mega. Oh, it's on that gets the kill at the end. But still a big catch out that's honestly happened a couple times now in this series against Leave.
Yeah, I mean, Leave, like you say, not the first time. And it's always kind of the mid lane, isn't it? It was last game as well. You got picked off by On. This time again, it's On. Flash forward. Really, really good play. Depth charge, can't get away from it. And the teleport as well, super solid from Bin just to find the pick. But that's the thing, it's just the pick for now, right? There are no objectives to actually play for, so it's just breathing room and a little bit of extra resource going into On's back pocket, which I feel like for now I guess EDG don't care much about. But again, it feels like a very similar story to last game where you've got Yagao on Veigar, who's going to scale up, and the turtle, the wave clear, is going to be super obnoxious. And EDG,
I actually like that play.
Yeah.
Except it might be a little bit of trouble. Oh, they're gonna collapse though! They found Elk! And that is the bane of every ADC ever, is when a Malphite shows up and decides it's your time to die.
Dude, Elk just disrespecting. Malphite comes out of the Herald. He's gonna disrespect Mako maybe. Good job to keep the sport alive.
And a couple of the flashes burned out of EDG.
Alright, nice that they get some of the resources back on the return play there. On Dredgeline basically gets 2 flashes back to back. Really, really good, but mid lane tower secured by EDG. And again, if we're talking about breaking bastions of safety when Veigar's on the map, it's a very good way to go about it. Is this going to be the initial pick? No, this is just going to be Herald coming in. Or it is. It is the initial pick. So Flash comes out
just
to the Dredgeline
barely
afterwards.
couldn't get around the corner.
Yeah, it's pretty frustrating to leave, but he just shouldn't be that far up. And he has a rough idea of where the Nautilus could be. And, you know, it's like Brothers in Arms, AD carry players, aren't they? I see one AD carry on the opposite end, overstep, I will do the same. Punished for it. Malphite presses his Archie on him. Fortunately, though, Elk didn't blow his flash, so he's going to have it for the next dragon fight. So at the very least, he can dodge it the next time as well, if he doesn't dodge it that time.
And again, a theme for EDG has been setting a vision around Dragon, around the objectives at least they want to take early on, and then revisiting that as we get a little bit closer to the actual objective take. We're actually seeing a decent amount of BLG vision this time around, which I feel like early on was a little bit lacking, but we are seeing those first items all the way across the board. We're pushing for those seconds, trying to get those before the fight actually kicks off, and it does look like the rapid fire cannon was completed for Elk. So we'll have a couple more weapons online and see where the focus wants to be. Right now, a lot of pings from BLG towards mid lane to try to get priority.
Yeah, okay. We'll see what they can actually do about that mid lane priority. Very interesting itemization from Elk. It just says to me that he doesn't want to be anywhere near EDG. If he can get on first wall and just try and find a little bit of
the unstoppable force, you know.
He dies once, he's like, you know what? Never again. I'm just going to be as far away as I possibly can. I don't know the maps on it.
Next up is the GA.
Yeah, nice. It just goes GA. Just for the sake of it, I wonder what his itemization will look like. I imagine if he wants to damage, he'll go IE next, but also there's a lot of front line with a fair amount of armor, so potentially he could consider, of course, going towards Lord Doms. But actually, as I say that and take a look at the inventories of EDG, a lot of them are, so I'll take that point back. Maybe he does go towards the IE. We'll see. Jinx can always break a game. Also, so can Kennen, so options are plenty for BLG.
Yeah, and he's still got like a 40 CS lead in that fight, but now we might be seeing that first foray into our 5v5. We're getting the TP from Fofo on the side. It is a flank. Bin is already in place, so there's no flank coming out. Fofo, they're looking for, they know where they need to focus. Look on the other side, Mako's already down. There is a trade now, but that's a big tool down. The Slicing Maelstrom didn't get much, but they find Fofo, who doesn't have any Spirit Rush anymore, as now the Dragon, the focus for BLG. Jie goes over the side. This might be a third Dragon, but it feels like we're on the precipice of a cliff that JDG is waiting to see who comes out on top of. And BLG do get that second Dragon for themselves, and I think they will utilize that pressure from mid lane, try to push a little bit more, and vision around Baron is now where I'm looking.
I think that team fight says a lot about where EDG's mentality is at. I think they are very, very scared of the Kennen. If they're willing to commit 2 ultimates, just remove him from the team fight, 3 actually, because Spirit Rush came out from Fofo. They do not want to deal on the opposite side. Mako got caught out. If he doesn't get caught out, then maybe EDG have an opportunity to try and collapse and pincer a turnaround. As you see here, Mako's just trying to rotate, and it's just disrespectful whilst this is going on the bottom side. And that means that Leave also can't rejoin this team fight because he's standing between 4 members of BLG if he does. So EDG, I think that's okay. If you can actually find Bin and remove him from the team fight, as long as you maintain at least 1 extra ultimate, maybe 2 if you're lucky, you'll always have that option. But that option's not going to remain there for long, because Bin, once this drop down doesn't come through, if he's not going to go Zhonya's after this Banshees, I'll be very, very surprised.
Yeah, it would just clear up so many things in the team fights, just because you know that point and click can either be focused onto Elk or it'll be focused on Bin, because those are the big team fight changers right now for BLG. Although EDG trying to catch out a little bit, they will have to TP in Ala. As now they actually catch a charm, and now On's in trouble. There's the Unstoppable Force again, and the cease and desist onto Yagao. But here comes Bin, and he wants some revenge! As Slicing Maelstrom wreaks havoc. Leave has found a flank on the other side. The Mega Death Rocket comes across, but it's not enough damage. And now BLG have stepped too far forward. They've gotten the recess off. They will find Leave on the other side, but the Event Horizon can Shun make the difference? I think he might be able to. It's a quadra kill for Ala. Is it gonna be a penta? And they're gonna give it to him. No, he heals up, and there you go. A pentakill for EDG's Ala.
Ala is rock solid with the pentakill. I don't even know how the hell he managed it, but he does anyway, because that's just what Ala does on Malphite apparently. And BLG cannot deal with that team fight. They overreach, they overstep. That recall is awesome. And Ala's even rocking Doinby's skin, man, to top it all off. Didn't catch that until just now.
Gotta give respect where respect is due, man. Ala, he was subbed out of that roster on LNG, but it was Doinby. If you look back into those videos from that year, it was Doinby who wanted him back in for playoffs, and he was the difference maker. Now he came in to fill some shoes that EDG were rebuilding off of, and this man said, Ben, who? I want to go to MSI.
Oh my god. Can you believe something like that has gone on now? Here is one more thing I will say. Silver lining, those kills aren't going on to a carry. But
he's going on 3-man! As now, he's locked out though, and they don't have the recess this time. I feel like EDG were a little bit overzealous. They still have to respect BLG, and that was a heck of an engage, but now it's apparent in the eyes of BLG.
There's just no follow-up damage. Leave wasn't there. Moonlight Vigil wasn't available. He couldn't follow up at range with the extra AoE. They get turned around on. All of a sudden now Baron's on the cards. Turn around, they get Leave!
Oh, but that's a big Event Horizon as well. They go straight back on the shoot, but now they're still getting damage down. Bin, that's a big damage movement from Yagao, and Elk is getting excited. BLG, they'll raise you a fight, and now they'll raise you a Baron.
How the hell does something like this happen? Ala goes in for the engage. Eventually now BLG get on top of the Baron.
They'll take it, surely. Teleport's coming in from Fofo.
Oh,
What
goodness.
the hell?
Oh, goodness. That's close. He used the Spirit Rush. Maybe he wants to go in. He sees a lot of low health members. That should be 5 Baron buffs escaping from BLG. And we got chaos across the rip, but BLG maintained their advantage here. About 3,000 gold in the lead.
All right, step back. BLG have Baron. Dragons up in 40 seconds. What do these fights that we're about to watch in the replay mean? Look at this. The thing is, as soon as those things come out of the bush, right? Chompers, Event Horizon, he has to go forward, but he gets one shot. He's not tanky enough yet to actually stand in the middle of all of those members. Fofo gets caught out as well by Jie and leave.
I actually think
again,
the Bin ulti was so big right there.
Yeah, Bin ulti as well. Just stopped so many people from moving forward. Leave caught out here inside of the Event Horizon. No cleanser, but just Ghost. So he can't just try and reposition, walk out. Get stunned up, crucially, for the Dark Matter to come down and bop him on his head.
Oh. Let's go, Tabe! Man, it is a pop-up moment. That shuriken, I didn't see that in the moment. Bin hit that connection on the leave. It's so huge, and now you're looking at a 5-on-5 with another Baron for 2 minutes, and a Dragon on the table, sole point for BLG.
My goodness me. BLG. Couple of good fights there. It looked a little bit spooky as soon as Ala locks in that Penta, but again, I was getting around to it before the engage came through. Those kills don't go on to leave, they don't go on to Fofo. It's not damage carries. It is frontline, so if he goes in, sure, and he finds that, oh, fantastic, the follow-up has to be there. Can he repeat some of that magic in this team fight? Dragon's going down.
Mega Death
Rocket.
Rocket. Oh! That's a 900-pound beast right there! As BLG have secured Dragon's soul point, and now they're looking to siege on the mid lane.
You've got to be kidding me. They'll get the tower
is desperate. They want the engage. The slicing maelstroms on top of it all. They find Elk. The Moonlight Vigil comes through. They'll leave. Able to pop down a lot of combo damage. And EDG, they've cleaned house on the BLG, but a big shutdown goes back over to Yagao.
Oh, they got Bin and they got Elk in the same engage. It's the 2 crucial members they have to shut down, but Yagao's still on the map to take down Fofo in response. EDG, oh, they just have to be frustrated. They go for the engage on the back end. They get a couple more kills. All that's going to do is just get them a little more time back out on the map. Baron, of course, will time out. That was in the hands of BLG. And the Turtle, I suppose, will continue to scale up. Yagao about to hit 3 items, i.e. there for Elk. EDG, fundamentally, they're actually still behind until these third items actually come back in. But they'll always have the opportunity to find those massive engages through Ala, through JJ, through Mako. You saw it in action there.
And can I just say that I feel like this is the best boxing match we've had all year long so far in the LPL. It starts off with Elk, a huge steal at the last moment with the Super Mega Death Rocket. But the passion is on full display between these two teams, and it is incredible to watch them work within these tight moments, and the desperation actually paid off for EDG.
Yeah, Fofo's on the flank. JJ actually uses the ultimate to go through the baby cage, crucially as well. As on the backside, Lee finds a massive Caliber ultimate to put out the DPS from range. Everything just falls in place there for EDG. Turret does go down in the meantime. But third items, they just have to come in. It's the only way that EDG can contest. They're not that far behind in total gold, so I suspect Death Cap will come in soon for Fofo. Third item should be on the horizon for Leave as well. They need those to stand toe-to-toe. BLG have to make sure that Bin finds those big ultimates, that Elk stays safe. Crucially, BLG just have to do the opposite of that, right? Ensure that Bin never finds that massive slicing maelstrom and try and find their engages onto as many of the core carries as possible.
And you've got those 3 completed for all core carries for BLG. You're still trying to come online. Rabadon's around the corner for Fofo. Yeah, about 2.5 minutes for the Dragon to spawn. You'd expect that EDG will move Vision around here and try to move away, but now they got to play for Bin. They know the TP has been utilized there. They got to try to find a way out. They try to catch out soon. He goes golden. They're going to wrap around. Bin is on the other side, though. They know there's a timer clicking here. They got to be a little bit careful. Ala in some trouble himself. He's going to have to pull the ulti. Here comes Bin, and Bin has found the back line. You got Leave with the red. He's able to fight, but he's stuck. He can't get out. Hey, BLG! They dominate yet another team fight, and it's about the way they pick apart EDG.
We just said Bin can't find a big ultimate, otherwise EDG are gonna struggle, and what does he do? 5 seconds later, he does just that. Elk goes mostly untouched. I don't think that teleport's coming through.
No! Oh my god! No way! This is a heck of a push. That should be a tier 2 down, but EDG! They've fallen out the wayside here.
Oh my goodness me. All of a sudden, it's back to a coin cost again. But this time, BLG, they're slightly more favorable, aren't they? It feels like EDG, they have to shut down these core facets. They do. They've got a minute and a half. We said, right? Items have to come in. IE wasn't here to leave. Maybe that's a difference maker. Death cap as well for Fofo not completed. These are crucial items in spiking damage on these carries. Bin finds the long wraparound flank. Elk is untouched for the most part. But look at Leave's damage on the return. It gets shifted away because Bin is there. And you can't do anything about it. He just has to respect the fact that the damage can be there. Mako not alive to exhaust him.
Flash from Elk to get out from the heal from him as well, so he can get that big chunk from the Caliber Moonlight Vigil. And you see the damage. Elk, my man, the big beast in the corner, has been haunting the nightmares of ADCs throughout these LPL spring playoffs. He has come to bear on EDG.
He has. In extreme fashion, EDG, they're taking the Baron.
EDG are grasping. They are grasping here. They are trying to get something back. The rocks are slipping beneath their very feet, and they feel like they gotta find something. It's feeling a little bit desperate, though, as Ben has found the back, and big stuns come across. And every time you come to knock at BLG's door, it's Elk, it's Ben, it's the carries of Billy that will lock in the first ever MSI trip for Billy Gaming.
BLG are making a trip to London. They're making a revenge tour to finals against JDG as they take down EDG in 5 games of a bloodbath. EDG tried their damnedest, but it's just not enough because Bin is too powerful and Elk will not be stopped on those resets. You have to be feeling bad for EDG, but elation for BLG as they make it to their first ever MSI.
And as the dust settles London, you have a challenger. BLG will be our second LPL representative to MSI 2023. And what a fitting way for it to be. What a journey it has been for this squad in particular, running through RNG, running through Weibo, falling to JDG, stopping the run of OMG, stopping the legacy of EDG for a rematch in the finals, and a ticket to that MSI. What a come up it has been, and Ben in particular going back to reclaim his title at the MSI 2023 itself. What a series from BLG. What a slugfest for both these two teams. And while disappointing for EDG, I think this adaptation, the rebuilding, can still be a positive.
It still can. I mean, look, a loss like this, it's always going to feel bad in the moment, right? No matter how you paint it, 5 games could have gone your way. But I think in the context of where EDG were at the start of the year with this rebuild, they can only still feel proud. I think hold your chins up because summer is likely only going to get better. You're probably going to get a slot to Worlds. If you're performing like this, you'll make it to top 4, no doubt. But for BLG, man, what a turnaround, right? This looked like it was about to be potentially EDG through and through. That like they maybe really found the formula to actually make this turnaround happen. But when the cards are down on the table and Bin's on the Rift, it always seems to come up full house for him.
The cannon gets let through. What happens when you don't let it kind of get banned away? Well, turns out you lose team fights over and over again. I think that Penta from Ala was a nice saving grace. I think it gave a lot for EDG fans to hold on to, but when you can't man mark the Kennen, when he's already gotten such a lead in the lane itself, it's so difficult to find that. And Ben on the Kennen particularly, it gets banned away from him for a reason. Shun gets the Kindred ban away from him for a reason, but this pick in particular, it plays to the strengths of BLG. It plays to the way that Ben can dominate lane but be so impactful in the team fights.
Yeah, I just... It's such a hard call though, right? Because I feel like they handled it well throughout a majority of the game, but that's the problem with a pick like Kennen, and especially like a player like Ben. He might fail 1, 2, 3, 4 times, but the time that he succeeds will always be the time that wins his team the game. That's just the nature of Bin. And I think just the fact that he was able to find that turnaround, that's all it took, right? Because for the most part, EDG had actually done a good job of shutting him down. It was the one Dragon fight prior to that Baron which sent EDG into a bit of a spiral, a little bit desperate. And we were saying they just had to wait for 3 items, EDG. Maybe they could fight on even footing, but as soon as BLG see that EDG are willing to take the fight there, they just welcome them with open arms.
Yeah, I think there were a couple crucial catch-outs. I think obviously a big growth moment for EDG throughout this split. It was coming down from greatness. It felt like trying to rebuild a legacy for them, right? Bringing up Leave into the team, rookie of the split, huge awards, while disappointing here. Incredible growth alongside Mako in this split, bringing in Fofo, bringing in Ala. I think there are a lot of things to question going into summer, but I think you can still be proud of a lot of the things that EDG were able to grow into this split, but that's where the pride overflows on BLGs. It has been a scrappy as hell split from this team, and while we've had really rough, disheartening games from them, they have not gone out. They have continued to try to keep a little bit of a positive spin here, and speaking of positive spin, it is an entire holistic team effort here in this game 5, it feels like, but the comp just suits them so well.
Yeah, it just does. BLG felt really on form across the majority of the game. They held, you know, a minimal gold lead. Yes, it felt like EDG were finally going to start to wrest control, but I think just those 2 objective fights, I mean, look, the game wasn't particularly long. It didn't feel it, right? It felt it was 32 minutes game, but it felt a lot shorter.
Yeah,
I just feel like giving over the Kennen is just the backbreaker. It's the deal breaker for EDG. And again, they managed it well, but like you mentioned, it's not just about the Kennen, it was about everyone else putting out the damage, right? You deal with Bin, well then you still got to deal with Elk. If you kill off Elk, well then maybe Bin decides to one-shot the back line, right? There's just too much to consistently track. And
Jamada, I do this every time BLG wins, and I'm jealous. And now I might be looking at booking a ticket to try to go to MSI at this point, because my man Shun, like, I don't know.
Hey,
I'm going to cry a little bit because it feels damn good. This guy finally found a team that works around him. On IG, there were so many disappointing splits for him. A guy who has come into his own, it feels like, on these carries, but as well as the facilitators. And he was an LDL call-up in 2021, right? He was one of these new blood players that never found success. And finally, he finds that success, man. He finds the MSI trip. And man, what I wouldn't do to shake this man's hand, but he will be joining a long list of legacy, it feels like, of MSI representatives of the LPL. But the way that it was done, it wasn't just about his kindred. It was about this Wukong pick back up. This kind of facilitation to the rest of the team that really shone through against the team that usually does that so well, Jamana.
Yeah, I can't really praise BLG enough for finding the grit to make sure that they don't get thrown off by such a strange set of events, right? They get pentakilled on by a Malphite as well, right? Like this, it's such a bizarre game. But again, I feel like, you know, the fact that Arlo got that pentakill was also kind of a bit of a signing off for EDG, because the fact that he gets all those kills, great, but that's not golden resources. Shutdowns maybe even going over to Fofo to Leave, and we saw maybe those small integers in gold is what makes the difference, right? Fofo was still waiting on the death cap. He couldn't have been more than a couple hundred away, and it's the same deal for Leave. So it is about those tight timings, and in this case, it felt like those tight timings made a large difference. And like you said, it's just an all across the board strong show of teamwork effort from BLG.
And now we'll be waiting on the MVP, obviously, but I think we can start looking ahead a little bit. Obviously, stop off on the fact that this is BLG's first time ever making it to MSI. First of all, it's the first time they ever made it this far in the spring playoffs. But it's huge that they are able to make it to MSI. But there's also something even more, I feel like, for me, exciting is there's rematch time, baby. We're going to round 2 boxing match go between JDG and BLG. And I think it's going to be such a hype finals. And again, BLG making it to a precipice they've never made it to before.
Yeah, and you know, last playoffs in summer, I think it was Top Esports JDG 3-2, down into lower bracket, into another 3-2 finals. All I'm saying is BLG JDG 3-2. Knocked down into the lower bracket, into BLG returning potentially to make it for that rematch for another maybe 5 games for the title. It's going to be a close run,
man. The script writes itself. And again, when BLG felt like they should have come away with that matchup last time around, I think that's the most crucial part, is they had so many strengths. And I think you've seen a lot more of the honing of their abilities here and the way that they draft team compositions. They are fine giving something that can wait a little bit to Yagao. We saw them opt into the Vigar a couple times this time around, but it's also just leaving Elk down there, giving him some attention if attention is due, but having him as a late game carry, focusing between the top trio, between that roam as well, and giving a little bit of rock solid advice in the mid lane, maybe not on the Malphite. We have Yagao, a stalwart competitor, the champion of summer 2022 in the LPL. He'll be getting our MVP of game number 5.
And I love that you make that call. Do you know why? Because not only does he make MVP for this series in game number 5, he's going against his old team in the finals. The script doesn't get better, does it?
Doesn't get better,
He's
man.
going to be hungry after losing that first best of 5 in the manner that they did, where they should have realistically won. You could argue it was even a 4-1, to be honest with you, in favor of BLG, depending on how you look at things. Didn't go his way this time.
I'm just saying, Yagao has always felt like he had Knight's number, and now Knight has taken his place. So he's like, let's see how spicy we can get in this finals, man. It's going to be so much fun. And I think that it's also, again, back to that whole concept of like, it's the way that this went down. We've seen really step ups from across the board for BLG, and it doesn't feel like it's just a one moment kind of thing. We see returns to those strategies throughout these best of 5s.
Yeah, exactly. BLG always willing to go back to what it feels like works for them, and this was very fortunately a perfect storm, no pun intended.
No, there's a pun intended right there.
As I said it, I realized it could be a pun, so I have to just. But yeah, it's everything just goes their way, and I think now maybe this is the story that they need to make it not only to finals for MSI, but get that revenge that I feel like they're going to be so hungry for into JDG.
Let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket. It's been a long road here in the LPL playoffs. It's been a brief one, though. We go back to back with our games, and it just feels like a snowball here. But we are finally making it to the end. We have our grand finals matchup locked in. It's JDG versus BLG.
Yep, JDG, BLG. Look at that. Game 7, all the way back in round 4. 3-2. JDG. Will BLG be able to make that turnaround? It feels almost written in the stars, doesn't it? That potentially they could.
Yeah.
JDG, I think they're going to have to be on their toes, right? Sure, they dismantled, dispatched, disregarded EDG in that semi-finals. They're not going to be able to afford the same luxury, I feel, against BLG. It's going to be tough. It's going to be hard fought. And I think, crucially, it's probably just going to go to 5 games again.
There's so many banger matchups though, man. Shun versus Kanavi, but especially we now have a challenger to Ruler in his first split in the LPL. It will be Elk that is rising to the occasion, and rightfully so. I just want to say it's been an absolute pleasure growing alongside you, Jamada. I know this is our last cast together, and this is my last cast of the spring split, so huge props to you, the way that you've grown into the league. It's been amazing to grow alongside you, and I just want to give you a last moment here as our cast comes to an end. Any thoughts going into those finals?
It's been an amazing split. I think the LPLs continue to show that no matter what, we'll always be one of, if not the best and most competitive domestic regions ever. And this story, this journey that we've been able to have specifically in playoffs as well, I think has just been arguably one of the most, grueling, but also like enthralling, rather, is the word I was looking for, playoff story for so many teams. And I can't wait to see how it's all capped off in the finals. It's been a pleasure as well doing this semis with you.
It's been awesome, and getting to tell the stories is why we're here. Thank you to the production team behind the scenes making us look good, to the audience, to the players. Wouldn't be here without you. And now, as we get to looking forward, we have our grand finals on the horizon, BLG versus JDG. It is going to be an absolute banger, but until then, we'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift.